Welcome. Hey, Colby. How you doing, buddy? Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good day. SoCal, what's going on, my friend? Okay. Welcome. We're just getting set up here still. We finished up with work a little early today. We're gonna do a little bit of fishing. And I'm missing my good bobber, unfortunately, so we're gonna have to try one of these other ones I got. That's okay. We'll figure it out. Doing great, Colby. Hey, Holly. Welcome. Yeah, I'm having a good day. We had a light schedule today with work, so we're doing a little bit of fishing. We're just at the local pond that I normally stream, or I often stream from. And we're gonna try our catch challenge here again, see how many species we can pull out. Appreciate the thumbs up, guys. Hope everybody's having a good, are we Monday? It's Monday, right? Or is it Tuesday? I don't even know what day it is. I think it's Monday. All right, so we're doing our catch challenge here again. We're trying to get all 7 species. I need to get something else set up on this guy. We're still set up with a jig. I'm sure we could catch bass with that, but we need to get this soaking for something else here first. Tuesday, all right. Feels like a Monday still. Welcome to my life. I don't know what day of the week it even is half the time. I'm half dead from the marathon stream yesterday. Yeah, it takes a while to recover, eh? That's probably, again, why it feels like a Monday for me, because I spent most of Monday recovering from Sunday's stream. All right, let's do... Oh, dang. Did I bring... Please tell me I have. You know what? This is going to be a tough catch challenge today, because I didn't bring my bread. How did I forget bread? I always have bread with me. Apparently not today, we don't. All right, so in lieu of bread, I guess we're just gonna go with I don't have my there. Let me find a different hook. Half dead. Welcome everybody. So we're filming here. This is Central Montana again. Today, this is pretty close to my house. This is Largent Bend fishing access site. We usually stream from here at least once a week. We're gonna do our catch challenge today and see if we can pull in all 7 species. I don't know if it's gonna happen, but we are gonna try. I just need to get a sinker and a hook, and we're gonna get the first line out here soaking on the bottom for carp or sucker. One of the two. And instead of the high-low rig that we normally run, we're just going to do a bit of a different rig here, just a little more simple, just one hook. We're going to get her in the water here real quick. Just basically a drop shot rig. We're not going to overcomplicate it. I found my worm juice here. So maybe the worm, it was in my bag the whole time. The one that I opened up and looked through like 5 times. Couldn't find it. It was right there. All right, we just need one hook. One hook. Oh, grab her out of here. What's up, Braxton? Hey, Lee, welcome to the stream. Miyazaki, welcome. Appreciate the thumbs up there, guys. So we're gonna get a bottom rig in. We're gonna throw, I have a one crusty yellow marshmallow here I just found in my tackle box. And we're gonna throw a chunk of a worm on there with our worm sauce. See if that'll lure us out, possibly a carp or a sucker or a bullhead. Those are the three species today that we're trying to pull off the bottom. And then we'll do as usual with our bobber rig on the other line and try pulling some of the other species that probably aren't going to be on the bottom. But we're almost set up. I just need to add this hook and we'll be good to go. A hook, a mallow, and some of our worm juice. Let's see if that'll get us some fish here today. All right, there's our mallow. I never catch anything with marshmallows. I know lots of people fish with them, and I've seen them catch lots of fish. I never catch anything with them. Maybe today. Maybe that'll change today. But let's just throw half a worm or so on this guy. Keep it simple. Probably too much. I could probably cut a bigger chunk off of there. I'll see. All right, so our first rig is just a drop shot, a trout mallow, a night crawler, and some of this here worm juice, Procure Night Crawler Super Gel. We were fishing with this the other day. In fact, we did yesterday, or on Sunday. We fished. The trout seemed to like it. Oh, I need to not do that. Somebody remind me not to wipe that stuff on me. All right. We're gonna try and get a little ways out here. There's a deeper hole kind of in the middle of these two channels. There we go. That one looks like a good spot. Wow, we need to put some line on this reel. I didn't realize I can see bare bail here. Crazy. I guess we did lose some line when we were fishing the pond last week. All right, there's rig number one. Let's get a bell on that guy. And our second rig here is going to be a bobber rig. Redacted, welcome. Joshua Howard, welcome. Ken Reed, welcome. El Dabo, what's up, my friend? Rod Turner may need help with a nightbot command. Oh, okay. What was he trying to build? I know I was going to send him some to test earlier today. I didn't get around to it. Hey, Dave, doing good. How's it going? Just had a solid weekend of camping. Heck yeah, Aldabo, I'm jealous. I wanted to go camping this week, actually. I might still. Vermont Fireball guy, what are you fishing for? What are you using for bait? So we're doing a catch challenge here today. Sorry if I missed anybody's comments there. Let's get some water, get our pole in the water so we can start this challenge, and then we'll chat about it. We're fishing a 5.5 acre pond. It's a pretty small pond. And there are upwards of 10 different species that are stocked in here. We're trying to catch at least 7 of the 10. We've done this challenge a few times before. The most that we've caught so far on stream is 4 out of the 7. Hoping maybe we can change that here today. Though it's going to be a little tough because we need carp, and I forgot my bread. And that's normally what I use for carp. So we will see. We've caught them here with worms before though, so maybe we'll be all right. All right, first pull in the water. Second pull, we are going to get out there and see what we can catch. I'm going to throw her off to the side of the the camera here. You guys can watch the bell pull for now. And we're gonna fish off the side of the, ooh, there's a nibble already. We're fishing over on the side here, seeing if we can catch anything else. Most of the productive bait for largemouth is a jig or a Senko's. Those two have caught the most bass of all lures. Yeah, both very good choices for bass. Again, you guys watch me. I use worms for them oftentimes. Never really catch any big ones, but the little ones will bite off worms. 5 acres is like a puddle compared to your usual spots. It is. But there's a surprising number of species in here for being a little puddle. I have fun fishing here. It's a few minutes from my house. It's just a local stop. Try corn for carp. William, corn can work real well. And I have a bunch in my boat. We fished on the boat on Sunday, so I moved all my gear over to the boat and I forgot a few things. My bread's still in the boat, my corn's still in the boat. But yeah, you're absolutely right, William. Corn can work really well. You ought to do 360 swim baits. 360 the brand. Landon, welcome to the stream. Fishing Adventures 406, welcome. Another Montanan there. Nice. Kelsey, where do you live? We're in central Montana. This is right outside of Vaughan, Montana. How was your trout fishing stream? El Dabo, we didn't do great. We caught 6 rainbows. Had a bunch of fun. The bite was really good in the morning. It died almost all day long. We had nothing. And then right before we ended the stream, we had one final trout. But we couldn't get the walleye to bite. The pike were nowhere to be found. We did get 6 nice rainbows. Braxton says, yeah, I fish wherever there's water. I don't discriminate. Same here, Redacted. If it's got water and it's got fish, we'll drop a line in. How do you catch pike and pishkin reservoir? I've tried on the bank and I had one follow, but then nothing else. Pishkin is tough from the bank unless you're fishing in the spring or the fall. You can still catch them during the summer. Cut bait would probably be your best option for during summer from the bank there. If you can get out on a boat though, do trolling in deeper water, and you will absolutely wreck the pike up there. But from the bank, I would recommend cut bait, unless you're fishing in spring and fall. Spring and fall, you can do really well. Pishkin's got a lot of shallow pike, and you can throw shallow crankbaits, you can throw spinner baits, you can jig for them. They'll bite at almost anything. This time of the year, though, there's not a whole lot of them in the super shallow. The water is just too warm there. Fishing with Manu, welcome. Bill M, what's up, buddy? Got to think about trout breed, smaller ones, find the thermocline of the lake, fish a couple of feet above or below it. Yep, that's good advice. Sebastian, what's up, Seb? Farmsteading with Keldra. Hey, everyone. What's up, Josie? Welcome. You had a really good stream this morning, Josie. Congratulations on your first stream. How many views did you end up with? Good day, sir. Hope you're having a great day. Hey, Hammy. Hope you're having a good day as well. We're fishing, man. Anytime you see me fishing, I'm having a good day. Yeah, we're on for a few hours. We're doing the catch challenge here again. We're trying to see. We're in a new spot at the pond. We're fishing from the back dock. I don't often fish here. Oh, dang it. We just missed another bite. But we're trying to do our catch challenge. We're trying to see how many species we can pull out of the pond here today. It's a 5.5 acre pond. There's supposed to be 10 plus species that are stocked in here. We're trying for at least 7. So we'll see. How often do they stock those ponds? They're on, it depends on the species. They're on a different schedule for each species. But usually yearly to bi-yearly, so every 1 to 2 years. They put all sorts of stuff in here though. I watched SoCal and Josie's stream. Yeah, I caught SoCal's, Billy, yep, we were in there last night in SoCal's, and Josie's I was in for a little bit today. I woke up late. Redacted, thank you, I appreciate everyone's support. Oh, absolutely. I'm glad to see you had a successful first stream. I went in your Discord, signed in there also. Bill, I saw you joined the Discord. And Hammy, I responded to your message in there. Those big O's look just like the Bandit 100s that I often fish. Very, very good lures. Gave up on API command, kept giving me 400 error. Oh, crappy man. What command are you trying to build? I can help you with it. It's frustrating. You got to make sure you're calling the API endpoint correctly, that you're passing the correct key, because it does require an API key. My screen time has gone up tremendously ever since I subbed to your rod. Kumar. Well, I'm sorry. I don't mean to glue you guys to your devices there. Y'all need to get out there and touch some grass, but I am happy that you come and hang out and fish with me. Thanks so much. I got 74 likes. Very nice. That's so much more than my first stream. Is there a charge to fish the stock ponds? Nope, they're free. You do have to have a fishing license, which costs about $37 a year for your fishing license, state land use permit, and conservation license. But once you have that, you're allowed to pretty much fish anywhere here for no additional fees. Showing my sub count. I set up Stream Elements and I have tested it yet. They use their own API, so I think it's ready to go. Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't dug into Stream Elements nearly as much. I just use them for just the feature that thanks people when they sub to the channel. But I'll send you my stats command that gives you all that if you want it. I meant to send it over earlier, but then I got sidetracked with some work and now I'm fishing. Hope you catch catfish. There are in here little yellow bullheads, which are a small catfish species. Thank you though, Kevin. Fishing adventure. Well, I've seen a lot of catches at Vaughan Bridge, but it never worked. I was there all day and the guy next to me caught one. 5 minutes of being there, then I left. I was so lost. Do you know anything? The Vaughan Bridge can be real hit and miss. They come, they'll bite for like a half an hour, and then they're gone for 4 hours. They'll bite for a half an hour, they're gone for 4 hours. So that spot, if you want to be successful there, you got to put the time in. But I would suggest try a little bit before 4 p.m. I know that's weird, midday, the heat. I've had really good luck there around 4 p.m. How many channels are you moderating? Josie's in a ton. The string I posted, if I put it in the browser, it just does fine, but 400 error on Nightbot. Oh, all right, so 400 is an unauthorized request. Well, that's a 403, but 400 is essentially a bad request. I think you're getting back unexpected input. You're not looking to catch any leopard sharks today. Bill, I wish there were leopard sharks in here, but I feel like if there were, there probably wouldn't be the 10 other species in here. I think the leopard sharks would probably eat them all. You got both rods out. Yeah, we have one rod out just with a drop shot rig, a worm and a marshmallow with our worm juice on it. And then the second rod is in my hand over here. You guys can't see it at the moment. And we're just fishing the bobber rig with a worm. We got to get a fish on the board here, whether it be a crappie, or excuse me, not a crappie, a bluegill, a pumpkinseed, a bass. I'm watching Major League, RFTVT. I don't know how many other people are watching these juggaloons. Not me, Braxton. I'm fishing, my friend. Well, have better luck than I did. Have a good day. Oh, thanks, Fishing Adventure 406. But yeah, try 4 o'clock and try crankbaits. Shallow diving crankbaits is what I would recommend there. That's what I have some of my best luck on. Let me stop back through. Let me know how you do. 3 freaking guys on a competition bass boat. Oh, geez. Yeah. That's a lot of people for a little boat. Nightbot apparently hates JQ, so I tried Jason, but that's about as far as I'm willing to go. Yeah, so the response from the API is going to be what's called a JSON object. And you need to parse that, the data out. Ooh, there's a fish right there. That's a nice looking fish. What are you? You come back here, buddy. I don't know. That wasn't the fish I was targeting, but it's one we got on the line. We got our first fish here, guys. It is a bluegill. Just a little guy. Crappie man, when you're live, next time we meet, let me help you with it. I can help you figure it out. All right, so we have first fish of the day here, guys. Let's try not to drop it. As I say that, I drop it. Let's just stop saying I'm gonna try not to drop it and just assume I'm gonna drop it every time. All right, first fish of the day, guys. Species number 1, bluegill. Just an itty bitty little guy. I see a little bass right down here as well. All right, species 1, bluegill. 1 bluegill, thank you, SoCal. Oh, missed that one. Here I am fishing away from the dock. Now I'm realizing the whole reason I came over to the dock is because all the fish are under and around the dock. Oh, I see a little bass swimming below it. Oh, there we go. I think, folks, we have, I don't know, does that beat my record for the smallest bass I've ever pulled out of here? Literally watch this guy take it. Swimming right under the bobber. He's itty bitty. I don't know, this one's skinnier, I think, than the last one. Maybe a little bit longer. Look at that monster, guys. Ooh. All right. Species number 2, the world's tiniest bass. All right. We got 2 of our 7. Future 10-pounder, right? Hey, Glenn. What's up, Glenn? Have you tried fishing the 3rd pond at Largent? Yeah, we've been back there just once so far this year. I go back there occasionally looking for the muskies, tiger muskies. Sebastian, thank you, but no bluegigi. We don't say that word around here. That's a bad word, Sebastian. Bad, Sebastian, bad. Just kidding. What's up, bro? What state are you fishing? Glenn, we're in central Montana here. Type dot where, or I added a new command today. You could type, and I'm gonna alias it to. Oop, dang it, we missed it. I'm gonna alias it. Oop, there we go. There's another one. All right, well, another bluegill. Again, not what we're going for, even smaller than last time. So we're on par here. Usually, as my streams go on, the fish get more plentiful and smaller. So, oh, get back here. All right. He had to take his dirt bath there real quick. Another little bluegill. Yeah, so that one's not right. I haven't updated that yet. Type, if you're a mod, only the mods can do this currently because it's a new command I'm building. Once it works, I will get it fixed so more people can use it. Type .get deck commands and set commands so we can dynamically change them while we're in the stream. Thank you. I don't know if the get location is gonna work. Sebastian, 2 pike, 1 walleye. I wish. Fish tank size, right? Now .get dash location. So hyphen .get hyphen location. And I will change it to something easier. I'm just creating some get and set commands that I will then alias later. And in fact, yes, thank you, Glenn, but it only works for mods right now. SoCal, that one is, it's either going to work. Oh, there we go. Maybe I did. No, never mind. The set ones are the ones that I set uh, to mod only. Largent Bend near Vaughn. Okay, cool. There's an example. Yeah, so I created, so instead of us having to like pin fish and do all this and for me to have to set manually the location, I'm creating some get commands and set commands so they can be set and gotten dynamically in the chat. Do me a favor, SoCal, type .help dash test. It's got the commands that we're testing today in it. Did carp get in there from flooding, I guess? Seb, I don't know how they ended up getting here. Most freshwater bodies here in North America have carp in it. And oftentimes it is, yes, from flooding, or sometimes also from the birds will carry eggs. Oops, dang it. There are sometimes storms that pick up fish and drop them. There's all sorts of crazy ways that fish move between water bodies. Yes, we have get location, get target, get catches, set water body, set location, set target. I mean, I think I did have a set catches as well. I didn't add it into the command list. So those are just temporary. We're testing to see if they're working. Hello.
How's it going?
Oh, pretty good. You guys having luck?
Yeah, caught a lot.
Nice. Yeah, they seem to be biting pretty good today.
Come on,
Ooh, we missed it. Oh yeah, because we haven't set. So if you type, the idea is that, so instead of having to pin the message, what I'm going to do is have Nightbot or one of the bots that are running in here, periodically. God dang it, I keep missing it. Well, there's a little bass. Missed it. So I'm going to have the Nightbot just periodically query and like every 5 minutes, list out the fish species that have been caught. There we go. There's another one. There's another bill, or bluegill. So you can try that if you type just dot set dash catches space and then one bluegill, two, or what are we up to now? That's 3 bluegill, 1 bass. That should save it, and then instead of me having to go pin it, you can type just dot get catches, or later I'll alias it to dot caught, if that makes sense. Oh, all right. All right, again. Can we please just show the nice people here on the cache? There's our next one. There's our third bluegill. Just another little guy. We're still only 2 species in. We need to catch pumpkinseed. And we need to catch a yellow perch. We might catch like this as well. The bottom rig here is going to have to do the work. Catching little guys today. Do you target trout much? Glenn, yeah, a bunch of itty bitties so far here today. We do trout fish not frequently on this channel, but that is a fish that's in a lot of water bodies that we fish, so we did catch quite a few of them. They really don't want to be held, right? Driving me crazy. So I'm casting to a little different spot, maybe where some pumpkinseed are. 3 blue fish, 1 green fish. Seb, you're just killing it here, buddy. There's a video of a guy getting hit. That's rough. Hope everybody's having a wonderful day. Again, we're doing a catch challenge here today. So it's a 5.5 acre pond. There's approximately 10 different species, possibly more, that are in here. Our goal today is to get at least 7 of those species. We've got 2 so far. We still have a bunch to go. Did I just pinned the wrong comment there, dang it. We're running a bobber rig right here, trying for a few various different ones, and then we have a bottom rig here with a worm, a marshmallow, and some nightcrawler juice. We're targeting white sucker, yellow perch, yellow bullhead, or possibly common carp. That bottom rig might pull any of those. The bobber rig here is kind of to get the other ones. Yeah, I did. I fixed it, SoCal. It took me a moment to realize. But yeah, try it out. See if it posts it. SoCal type .set dash catches space 3 bluegill 1 bass. And then we can see if get catches pulls the data that was stored. And yeah, I'm sorry, my dot target and the dot where are not correct yet. I forgot to update those. I was busy working. Yeah, it's not right. So that's where if you type dot get dash target, I think it will come up right. I didn't alias it yet to the command that you guys are used to. Yes, that should be right, SoCal. Oh, dang it. All right, so it says it successfully set it, but it didn't. So I need to fix that variable output. Type dot get dash catches now and see if it pulls it correctly. Something's not right in how I'm calling that variable, the $-v. I think I need to wrap it in backticks. I just don't have the right syntax yet. Nightbot, this ain't Holter. That's right, Seb. Definitely not Holter. Get dash catches. I know it's a little bit more confusing, SoCal. I'm gonna make them simpler commands. I could create aliases to make them shorter. I just like to prefix all the ones with get that are retrieving values and prefix it with set for all the ones that are setting values. I'll make it for you guys though. All right, well that didn't work. So again, it's not reading my variable value correctly. Interesting. Type get or dot get dash location. See if that one works. You caught cash money. I wish. All right, I need to grab a drink here before I get too far into this. My throat is already starting to get dry. There we go. That's what I need to add on to my fishing cart here is a drink holder. Okay, so get location works. Try get dot get dash target. Did we try that one? Yeah, we did. No, we didn't. I don't remember. I don't think we did. We tried get locate or get catches. Try get target. Get dot or dash target. There we go. Okay. So those are correct. So those are the 7 species out of the 10 that I think we have a good likelihood of pulling out of here today. We have so far 2 of the 7. Trying to get a pumpkinseed right now, or the perch, the sucker, the carp, or the bullhead on this line. right, apparently the fish are all right next to the dock here. Let me move the camera so you guys can see the bobber. There's so many fish down here. You can see them actually taking the bait. We'll move you guys down slightly. I think you guys can see that. Oop. Oh, come on. Hold on, I just wrapped this up like a billion times. Oh. All right, so we can literally just drop her on in here and pretty much fish swarm almost immediately. You guys see this? Or they were a minute ago. No, they're not. There it goes. I don't know if you guys have ever fished anywhere there's a dock and bluegill. They're oh, did he just steal my worm? Oh, there's a little piece of it left. There's just so many small ones down here. It's hard for them to, even though I'm using like a size 8 hook, it's still hard for some of them to fit them in the mouth. There we go. There's another bluegill. There should be some pumpkin seed in here as well. All right, can we do this without? We didn't drop it, guys. I don't know how well you can see that. There's bluegill number 4. Oop. Oh, we missed it. That looked like another bluegill. Missed it. Thank you. There we go. There's another bluegill. I have a feeling we're gonna catch a bunch of these. There we go. That's number 5, I think. Get her a little further out here. Maybe the pumpkinseed are a little further out. All right. There's number 6. We can catch these all day long if we wanted to. We might have to move to find the pumpkinseed. There's bluegill number 6. Hold on, I know you guys are typing stuff and I'm missing. We're gonna blast through a few fish here. I'm trying to catch pumpkinseed. Hold on, I'm trying to pin this. What's your go-to for trout up there? I tend to use worms, so I use a worm harness rig, essentially. Variations of it. Wedding ring works real good, followed behind a max flashlight. Wally poppers work real good, again behind a max flashlight or like a cowbell setup. Pinks and oranges. Chartreuse. Ooh, there we go. We're gonna nibble on our other line here. I don't know what that was. It's a pretty small bite. It was a bite though. All right, let's move the camera back over. I have a really hard time seeing it at that angle. All right. Those pumpkinseed are pretty neat looking. They are. They're not like the bluegill in this pond. They don't seem to be in as many spots. They tend to hang out more like where fallen trees or debris piles are, stick piles. What's your favorite trout bait? I just answered that one. Bass and pike or bluegill. Pike is my favorite to fish for. That's my favorite species here in Montana that I currently fish. Oh. All right, they finally got our worm. Let's put a new chunk of a worm on there. That worm did some work there, though. We caught, what, 7 fish off that one little chunk of worm? Not too shabby. We'll get this baited back up, and I'm again going to throw some of that worm juice on there. Seems to work well. I'm hoping that second pole there goes off. We'd like to get another species on the board here. All right, we're baited up. Let's get some of our worm juice on here. 45 Colt, welcome to the stream. You're just feeding the bluegill at this point, right? Appreciate the sub there, Travis Dean Wilson. Welcome to the channel. Hope everybody's having a great day here. We're just playing around at the local pond. I like to come here and see what we can pull out. There's not a whole lot of big stuff in here. I think the biggest thing in here is probably the carp. They haven't been biting great this year for whatever reason. But we're gonna keep trying. Kara Cope. What's up, Kara? The rod. The rod is a ugly stick carbon, medium light, fast action, 6'10" in length. And it's paired with the Piscifun Carbon X2. This one is the 2000 series. The other pole here is the 1000 series. Very lightweight, very versatile, low cost rod. Highly recommended if you guys are looking for a good all around rod, that's not going to break the bank. At some point I need to put links on my profile so you guys can just click and find it on Amazon. But that's where I buy. Ooh, dang it, that was a nice bite. That was the most I've seen something take the little bobber there. She went diving real quick, but I lost it. I don't think we have them down here. You're catching sea animals, SoCal, you win. Oh yeah, SoCal he catches some nice fish over there. They have such cool fish in the ocean. If you guys haven't yet, check out SoCal's channel. He oftentimes fishes from San Diego down in the Pacific Ocean, in the different bays and points. He does pond fishing for bass and carp. He takes the boat out to a few different lakes around there. Good channel, lots of good content. Gonna catch trout on a Shakespeare Tiger 7-foot rod reel combo. Yeah, I'm sure you could. Do you know what the action is on it? But yeah, absolutely. You can catch fish on any rod. Some of them are a little less sensitive or more sensitive than others. That's why I say that this particular rod, it's a good all-around rod. You can use it for catching like these dinks that I'm catching. I catch upwards of 20-pound fish with it as well. Oh, that was our second bass, but it just hopped off right before we got it on got her over to the camera. Try that again. A little bit bigger than the last one. Bob the Builder, how you doing? I'm doing wonderful, thanks for asking. How you doing today, Bob? Are you building anything? Oh. I've caught trout on a tuna rod, an ugly stick, ultralight. You can use any rod to catch fish. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, now once you get more into fishing, and you may want to buy more specialized rods for different species you're targeting, different types of water bodies you're targeting, different, methods of fishing. But when you're just starting out, a rod, a hook and a worm will oftentimes be more than plenty to catch almost any species in the water bodies you're fishing. Oh, god damn. Well, that one stole my worm. That was another little bass. There's a whole bunch of little ones hanging out over here at the front of the dock, it looks like. So we're gonna cast there again. And again, so we're just using a very basic bobber rig. It's just a clip-on bobber. I have an inline weight. You could also use split shots. Most people use split shots. I hate split shots. I always lose them. They always fall off. I never have the pliers handy to put them on, so I pinch them with my teeth. I mean, they're just not a good idea. So I use inline weights. They tend to be a little better, in my opinion. But again, you use what you got. Sometimes you got to get a little creative. But we're just using, I believe this is a size 8 snelled bait hook. And we just have a little tip of a night crawler on here, and we have some of our worm attractant juice. There we go. Hooked up almost immediately. And there's another bluegill. Again, just a dink, but another fish. Ooh, dang. We got a little rough there. I ripped his lip. It'll be all right though. There's another bluegill. Dang, come on. One largemouth, 7 dinks. Best looking bluegill I've seen that size. There's some really pretty ones. I like the Pumpkinseed better, honestly. Thank you, SoCal. Are you using barbless? Dave James, I don't have any mini barbless hooks. I should be though for this. I need to pick up a pack the next time I'm at the store. I guess I could just pinch the barb down on these. But no, that's a good point, David. For these itty bitties that we know we're releasing, barbless would be a much better choice. Pinch it down. Yep, that's what I'm thinking. Dang it, keep missing the bites here. Oh my Lord. Bite after bite after bite. I just used my pliers. El Benny, appreciate the 100 there. Thank you, my friend. Now we just have a itty bitty little morsel of a hook left here. When we pull her into, after the next fish we catch, I'll grab my pliers and see if we can pinch the barb down on this guy. Especially since trout are sensitive. Yeah. Now there are supposedly trout stocked in here. I've never caught them though. you'll lose a lot more fish. I'm already losing 90% of them we get bites on. These little dinks can be tough sometimes. All right, let me get the pliers and we'll pinch this down. There we go. All right, so we pinched our barb down. That should be a little easier to release them now. I'm gonna get a fresh chunk of worm on here. What is it? To catch and release only? Yeah, oftentimes when you're doing catch and release, you want to use either a barbless hook or pinch down your barb. It makes them a lot easier to release. But do keep in mind though that the barb is usually what helps keep them on the line while you're fighting them, so you will lose more fish. So it's kind of a toss-up, you know, whether you want to be more kind to the fish since you know you're releasing them, or whether you want to not worry about it and catch more fish. It's kind of preference. Some states, locations you do have to check though, because in some places I think it is actually a requirement for you to fish with barbless or to pinch down the hook if you're doing catch and release. All right, another bluegill. This one's a little bigger. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do instead. So I'm going to show it to you while they're still on the hook. Then we'll take them off the hook and throw them. How about that? We'll drop less fish that way. Yeah, that came right off. Man, that is a nicer one. A little bigger size. Still not a species we need. We need 5 more species. We're 2 species into the challenge here. We need to find some brush piles or something to cast around to see if we can pull pumpkinseed out. Hey, my brother, you're looking out for the fish. When you catch and release, you don't need barb. Makes you a better fisherman. Oop, that was me. Yeah, no, thanks Dave James for bringing that up. That was a good point. Can you eat that little thing, or it doesn't look like it's got any meat on it? I do see people all the time bringing stringers here and bringing them home. In my opinion, it's a waste of time trying to eat a fish that small. People do it though. They're good eating from what I understand when they're bigger. We just don't really get them any bigger around here. Okay, I give up. What are you fishing for? Chris, we're doing a catch challenge here. There are at least 10 different species in this little pond. We've caught bluegill and we've caught largemouth bass so far. We're still trying to catch pumpkinseed, yellow bullhead, yellow perch, white sucker, common carp. Yeah, I think those are the other ones. Are those bluegill edible? Yeah, you can eat them. Ooh, that was a nice fish that just jumped out there. That looked like a decent bass. If you have to fill in, that's awful small fillet. How many of those fish you gotta catch to make a meal? Oh, you'd have to have a dozen of them to make a taco. I mean, they're itty bitty. They're 4 inches, 4 to 6 inches usually. They're just tiny. There's barely any meat. I mean, there's like a bite of meat on each of these. They don't get much bigger than that in the pond here. The bass do. The bass can get to be 5-6 pounds usually. Again, there's bluegill number 9. That's a baby, I know. Most places in the country have a limit of 25 for bluegill. Yeah, I don't think. That's a good. I've never kept them. They're so small. I think there is probably a limit on them here. I'd have to look that up. I don't know offhand. Bluegill are cute. Mr. Beff Tackle, right? Hey, Sherry 420. How you doing, buddy? Over there catching monsters. You said that they have trout in there. How deep is that water? It's fairly shallow. There's a couple of spots in here that are like 8 to 12 foot. A couple of little deeper pockets, deeper holes, but by and large the rest of it is anywhere from 1 foot to 5 foot deep. It's not deep. They supposedly stock rainbows in here as well as brook trout. I've never seen either of them pulled out of here though. You're allowed 100 bluegill at a time in Mississippi. Oh yeah. You guys probably get decent sized bluegills too. What are your minimum sizes to keep them? Do you have a fish called a nutcracker? What are they like? I don't think we do, Dave Jones or Dave James. If you type dot species into the chat, it'll spit back a link that you can click on that you can view. I think there's 69 species listed in the Montana State Record Book for catchable species here. It's not going to spit them back in chat, it's way too long, but it will spit out a link that you can click on or type into your browser to view those species. You can then also, I added a record command, so you can then use that species list and look up in the live stream here, and Nightbot will spit out what the record catch is for the particular species. So you just type dot record space and the species name. Dot, like period. It's a prefix to a command. So period, record, space, and then the species name. What's up, Car Legend? Big Country Mars said hi, welcome. Paul Edward, hi, how are you? I'm doing absolutely wonderful. We're fishing, beautiful weather. We're doing our fishing challenge here, trying to see how many species we can pull out of this pond. We've got 2 so far. Didn't work. Yeah, see, like right there. No, dang, that was a good bite. I missed it. You have to type the species name, not just dot record species. The species name, replace the word species with the species of fish you want to see the record for. Just like they did their record black crappie. The Montana State record black crappie is 16.7 inches, 3.13 pounds. Where was that caught? Tongue River Reservoir. Yeah, so that's eastern Montana. Largemouth is 1 word, not 2 words. Yep, 1 word, not 2 words. It does work if you type it correctly. Yeah, man, big ones over here. My last vid I put up popped off. Oh, that's always frustrating. Still nice to have them on the line, though. All right, they stole our worm. But yeah, I added the record species command there so you guys could have something to play around with in the chat. And you can see, you know, what the potential sizes for some of the fish are that we might catch while we're on stream here in central Montana. There you go, largemouth bass, all 1 word. 11-inch bluegill is insane. Yeah, the biggest I've ever caught was like 6 inches. So, well, some of these species do get quite large here in Montana. It's not all water bodies produce fish that big. All right, we're gonna cast in a little different spot here. And I'm gonna sit down. It's hurting my back here trying to bend over, read chat. I'm gonna move this guy just a little bit. Is that where you're at in Montana? We're at currently Largent Bend fishing access site. This is pond number 2. We're just outside of Vaughan, Montana. SoCal, I still haven't, the where is gonna be wrong today. I have to manually update that from within Nightbot. So you can't just type pike, you gotta type the whole name, Northern Space Pike. I am gonna fix that at some point in time, that it'll do a fuzzy match to make it a little easier for you guys to find stuff. But if you want to see what species are in Montana, type .species. It'll spit out a link that you click on or that you have to type into your browser URL, and it'll list out all the different species that you can use to look up the records. I don't know a good way to get it into chat because it's like 1,200 characters, and the most they'll let you type per message is 200. Nothing worked for me. Mississippi, I'd have to scroll back up, but again, I think that's likely because you were typing the name wrong. Yeah, it's okay. We can chat about that. I'm sorry though, Mississippi. I'm trying to add some features for you guys to be able to look some stuff up while you're watching to help answer some of your questions, or a lot of them are very new. No, it worked with the bluegill. Yeah, you have to type it right. If you don't type the command right or the species name right, it won't work. It's very specific in the way that you have to type it in there. What's up, Cat Legend? Again. Bentley Whitaker, what's up, my friend? All right, come on, fish. We need something off the bottom here. There you go, record largemouth bass. See, it works. You just got to type it correctly. Fish ain't biting. Shell dog, we've caught like 9 fish in the last 45 minutes. There's a bunch of fish biting. Yeah, I am. It's a new system for me, and I'm adding some feature and functionality that you're probably not going to see in a lot of other people's lives. So it's all custom code, or a lot of it's custom coding. 10 fish already. It's either 9 or 10. I don't know if we got the last one updated. Yeah, we don't produce very big largemouth bass here for whatever reason. They're not a native fish here. They're only stocked. I would imagine there probably are some bigger than the state records. They're all just in private ponds. And people don't like to advertise the size of the fish that are caught out of their private ponds. Catfish Assassination, welcome to the stream. We've caught 8 bluegill and 1 largemouth bass so far. We're after 7 different species out of this pond here today, potentially. We have had a couple of nibbles on the bottom rig there, but nothing super promising. Personal best bass is 6.11. Very nice. Yeah, my best largemouth bass was just over 2 pounds. My best smallmouth is just under 2 pounds. Mississippi, when you type that, Nightbot responds and tells you, do you have Nightbot blocked? Maybe you have Nightbot blocked. You'll see Nightbot in a lot of different chat rooms. You might have thought it was spammy and blocked it in a different stream that you were watching, and so maybe that's the only thing that I can think of, because every time you're typing it, I see it come up on the screen, as do the other people in the chat. Your rod's not out. I got one rod right here, my friend. The other one's in my hand. Personal best largemouth is 9.5 pounds. Chunky. Very nice. I've never caught anything near that big. I have a habit of setting my own fish rod just wherever I cast, because most of the time panfish aren't strong enough to pull it in. Well, yesterday a chubby bluegill threw that theory in the garbage. Uh-oh. You donated your rod to the swamp gods? Ooh, this one feels... All right, well, we got... That's probably the pond lunger here. And he's looking a little beat up there, though. Ouch, 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 ouch. That's one of the biggest ones I've ever pulled out of here. He's got a big... I don't know if that's a parasite on it or what. That lump near the top over here. You'll see that? Oh, over there. Looks like a big pimple. It's got like a white pussy underneath. In fact, it goes all the way through to the other side. Oh, you know what? I bet some bozo had it hooked through the back. That's what that is. Somebody either foul hooked it or was trying to use it as bait. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody was trying to use it as bait. There's bluegill number 9. Thanks, SoCal. That's what I thought it was at first, Benny, but you can see it through the other side. I think it's actually a healing hook wound. Somebody shoved a hook through it. Benjamin, we're at a local pond called Largent Bend Fishing Access Site. It's right near Vaughan, Montana, where I live. Your PB smallmouth is 4 pounds. Very nice. Yeah, I just recently caught my PB. It was just under 2 pounds. We caught it out of the Missouri River near Fort Benton, Montana. Car Legends, hello again for the 3rd or 4th time. All right, I gotta sit down. Ugh. Standing like that kills my back. All right, we gotta get a different species here. We might have to move in a few. I'm gonna start casting off the other side in the weeds here. I know we've pulled yellow perch and pumpkinseed out of the weeds previously. How's everybody's day treating them? Y'all done any fishing this week yet? Did y'all catch any monsters over the weekend? All right, we just cast right over that line. I don't like telling people my PB bass because it's bigger than many states' record, but it's not even a lake record here. Yeah, so Kelly, you all get some monsters over there. Caught sharks and Steve Irwin killers yesterday, if that counts. Yeah, I watched you. I saw one of the leopard sharks, and we saw a bunch of the rays that you were pulling in. They didn't. I didn't see the barb on the end of the tails. The ones you were pulling in, though. The one that I caught in Florida had like a freaking like 5, almost 6, like rigid stinger on the end of his tail. Did I just miss them on your camera yesterday, or were those just a different kind of ray? Nobody says we. We right back at you. What are you doing? Got a 3-pound bass, 4-inch bass, and several 4-inch perch on Saturday. Overall, can't complain. Had a blast. Heck yeah, that sounds like a good day. I'm going fishing in Delaware this weekend. Hoping for keeper tautog. I don't know what that is, Holly. I don't think I've ever caught one of those. We don't have those here. Watching from Colorado. How goes it? Welcome, Brella. We're doing good. We've caught, what, 11, 10 fish so far? We're doing a species challenge. We fish this particular pond usually at least once a week. And I like to see how many species I can pull out in one day. We're up to 2 species so far. There's 10 species total that we can catch. The goal that we keep trying to reach but keep missing is 7 out of 10. So that's what we're at. Maybe, might be skate, not a ray. Those were bat rays. Oh, okay. Okay, so they're different from the stingrays. What's up? Who said that? Eric. What's up, Eric? How you doing? Tautog is a delicious saltwater fish. Okay. Only thing I've been catching was sticks and crawdads. Some days go like that, Benny. I know how frustrating that can be. You just got to keep at it. Try some different bait. Try maybe slightly different locations. Instead of fishing bottom, maybe fish top or middle of the water column. Switch her up. Keep at it. You'll get something. Saltwater tautog, some call them blackfish. Okay, okay. Just chilling, Eric. All right. Yeah, we're chilling out here. Gorgeous day. It's a little warm actually. Waiting for. There was a nice overcast sky as I was driving here. The clouds parted as I pulled into the parking lot, so we're kind of baking in the sun right now. '66 thumbs up already. Let's go. Thank you guys. Oh, there we go. There's another bluegill. That's another little guy. We need to catch something besides bluegill. These guys are. At least we could catch another little bass or something. These things are like little roaches. They're just everywhere. I'm thinking this weekend I'm gonna do another marathon stream from the cliffs and try to get some bigger sharks. Heck yeah. What do we have on the second line? We have a trout marshmallow, a green, like a chartreuse green with sparklies, and a little segment of a night crawler. So kind of basically what we're fishing on the top here, we're fishing on the bottom. And it's just on a simple drop shot rig. So is the dock leaning? Did I eat some bad peanut butter? No, it is leaning actually. Yeah, it's, I don't know why. Dang it. Trying to pin this message. There we go. Are you allowed to use the bluegill as live bait? No, you're not. Live bait in general is not allowed in most of the central fishing district, which is where we're fishing today. But even where it is allowed, bluegill is not on the list of species that's allowed. Don't forget to hydrate. Yep. Nice beard. Thank you. Thank you, James. I think Rod's wallet is tipping it over. Yeah, that must be what it is, Dave. Use bacon for catfish. Yeah, we The catfish that are in here, I haven't tried bacon. People keep telling me that. And in fact, before I walked out the door today, I was telling myself to check the fridge and see if we have any bacon because I want to try it. And then I picked up a battery and walked out the door and completely forgot. But there you go. SoCal just typed in .bait, and that shows what's allowed to be used for cut bait, dead bait here in central Montana. And when you are at a location that allows live bait, which we are not, those same species are permitted for live bait. But you'll notice that bluegill is not on that list. You cannot use bluegill for bait whatsoever in the state of Montana. You will get in big doo-doo if you do. If they ever make another Pirates of the Caribbean, you could pass for Captain Jack Sparrow. You know, I've gotten many times over my life comparisons to Johnny Depp. I never quite see it, but appreciate that. That's flattering. You ever go on a road trips to go fishing? Sometimes, William. I haven't in a while. Come on, Pumpkinseed. We need a Pumpkinseed. Chicken gizzards and cherry Kool-Aid. I've heard that before. I've used gizzards, I've used liver. I've never tried them in combination with the Kool-Aid. But I do use strawberry jello powder for dipping my bread balls in, oftentimes for carp. So I could see that the Kool-Aid's basically the same thing. Never fished New Mexico. I have not. El Benny. Swab the deck. Hard pass. Too lazy. 17.6 bluefish, just one. Long Island Sound bluefish contest. 2,500. Nice. That's a good fish. That's a real good fish. What lure are you using? So we're just using night crawlers today. We have one rig that I'm fishing with a bobber, and one rig that I'm fishing on the bottom. Night crawlers, worms are a very good universal bait. Almost any fish will bite off of them. And we're multi-species fishing here. We're trying to see how many different species we can pull out of this water body. We've gotten 2 so far, 10 bluegill and 1 largemouth bass. We're trying for pumpkinseed or perch right now with the bobber rig. The bottom rig may pull in white sucker, yellow perch, yellow bullhead, white sucker, or common carp. Cooked or raw bacon for cats? I would imagine either would work. Oh, 25,000. Man, that's even better. Heck yeah. That's a nice prize. Well, I'm sure bigger ones may have been caught, but again, it sounds like it was just for a competition. So it's the biggest one caught during, you know, the competition hours. A little 10, 11-year-old kid just caught a record white sea bass here in California. It was a Hawaiian kid, of course. He probably had conversation with it and convinced it to bite. Nice. Yeah, here in Montana, a lot of kids actually hold the records. You would think most of them would be held by, you know, old farts that have been fishing all their life, and it's pure dumb luck that lands most of those records. Not a lifetime of experience and skill. Back again. Welcome back. Man, these green names are hard to read. I like fishing. There we go. Mr. Flores, nice pick. Heck yeah. My personal best bluefish is 21 pounds. I've never caught one before. We don't have those here. What's the first fish you ever caught? I couldn't tell you what my first fish is. I can tell you the first fish that I remember. And it's the reason that I fish today. First fish I remember catching was a northern pike. I know I caught plenty of fish before that. Most of it, I think, was trout and little bullheads. But the first fish I distinctly remember catching was a northern pike off the bottom using a night crawler while I was night fishing the Sun River. I was probably about 8 or 9 years old, and I was fishing with my grandpa. El Benny, I appreciate the 100 there. Thank you. How much syrup do you drink to feel your blood pumping through your body? I don't drink syrup, Joey. Mia says, oh, that was Mia that asked that. Yeah, the northern pike fishing with my grandpa on the Sun River. My puppy, I miss her, one of those dogs you always remember. Oh, okay, that's what your picture is. Yeah, pets, they don't live long enough unless you get yourself a bird or a turtle. They'll outlive you and your children. How many fish been caught? 11 fish so far. It was a joke. I wanted to see how you'd respond. Fair enough. Man, it's toasty out here. My beard is sweating. My neck is moist right now. It's not nice. Justin Kendrick, welcome to the stream. How you doing, buddy? All right. So that's why we're not getting bites. I stole my worm. And what I forgot at home again today too, which I should have brought because we did really well off of it last time. I forgot my my little garlic balls. Those things were the goat the last time we were here. The little pink garlic balls that we found on the shore. I don't know if y'all remember that or not. We were killing it off the little garlic balls. What's up, Justin Kendrick? It's a solid 71 here today. Finally relief from the heat. Oh, that sounds nice, Crow. Welcome, by the way. Yeah, we're in, I mean, it's not super bad here. We're mid to high 80s right now, I think it feels like. She's a little warm. Dallas Seamster. Hi, I love your vids. Oh, thanks, Dallas. Welcome to the stream. I'm glad you enjoy the content. I know I don't have a whole lot of it yet. I'm working on putting out some more, but thank you. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, I guess worms are the ultimate. They can be. I mean, they're just one of those baits that almost anything in the water will bite at it, which is weird because from what I understand, fish almost never see naturally earthworms in the water, that they don't go in the water. But whatever it is about earthworms, they like the taste, they like the smell. Very effective bait. Miyazaki says scroll up. What am I scrolling for, Mia? What time is it for you right now? 3:47 in the afternoon. Worms catch it all. I wouldn't think northern pike would bite on worms. Oh, northern pike will bite on anything. Worms, it's not common to catch them on worms, but that's just one of those things. The worm can catch practically anything that's in a water body. 75% of your body heat is released out of the top of your head, so maybe hot from the beanie. You're right, but it also does soak up a lot of heat. I found actually over the years that wearing a beanie will help regulate your temperature. As surprising and odd as that sounds, when you're in hot weather, a light beanie can actually keep you cooler. What's your favorite fish? Northern pike, Joey. And Mia, I don't know what comment you're asking me to scroll to. I scrolled up, I didn't see anything that looked like I missed it. Lost my left earbud, wifey's doing laundry, brought it into me. That sounds like Mia. I pull hers out of the laundry from time to time. Yeah, Mia, if you can tell me what comment I'm missing, I can go look for it, or maybe you can just repeat it. Good afternoon, everyone. What's up, Glenn? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, pike are my favorite. Northern pike are my favorite to fish for. I do also really like to fish for common carp. I like to fish for channel cats. I like to try to fish for walleye. I rarely ever catch them. I've been trying to catch tiger muskie. I've had one next to the boat, haven't managed to land it. I like to fish for pretty much anything that's in the water. I'm going to have to get off at 5 because football, so you probably won't hear from me. All right, I like fishing. No problem. Thanks for stopping through. Well, it's all right. You go do your football. We'll be here. When I was a logger, we didn't wear socks in the winter. The sweat and restriction to blood flow made it colder with socks. Huh. I've never heard that before. That's interesting. My favorite fish is hecklefish from Y Flies. Oh yeah, hecklefish, huh? Well, I am not getting any pumpkinseed bites over here in the weeds. I might have to pack the cart up here a little bit and go over to the other end of the pond, which we can do now because we're running the Starlink Mini. Previously, we were stuck to broadcasting from one spot at this pond. It was the only spot that I got. It would toggle between 1 and 3 bars. And now we have the Starlink Mini, so we can run from pretty much anywhere. What's your PB bass? EJ, largemouth just over 2 pounds, smallmouth just under 2 pounds. Alex, welcome. How you doing, Alex? William says the beanie. What about the beanie, William? Double, come up here. I'll give you world-class walleye fishing. One of these days, maybe I'm gonna have to. We haven't walleye fishing around here. I'm not doing something right. But maybe. I would love to. I'd love to go some other places and fish. Northern central Manitoba. Yeah, up in Canada, they got some excellent fishing. Rooster, what's up, Rooster? Welcome, welcome. We're doing a fishing challenge here today. We're trying to catch at least 7 of the 10 possible species out of here. We've got 2 so far. We've got a whole bunch of bluegill. I'm trying to get away from the bluegill. That's why I stopped casting right underneath the dock here. But the best we've done in this challenge in previous streams was 4 out of the 7. Hoping we can improve upon that today. Where are you? Central Montana, Largent Bend Pond. .5, lots of masters here as well. Heck yeah. Now we got a pretty big record here in Montana, 32.25. The length on it isn't super impressive, but an 18-pound walleye is nothing to shake a stick at. I don't know that many states produce walleye that big. And that actually came out of the same place that we were streaming from on Sunday, that we could not get the walleye to bite. Rooster tail. We're just fishing night crawlers. We have a bobber rig with a night crawler segment, top fishing, and then we have a drop shot rig with a night crawler fishing on the bottom. When I'm multi-species fishing like this, I like to just use crawlers. So many different fish will bite on them. Missouri produces the biggest walleye in the world. Does it? Is that where the world record comes out of? Try 'em 80s. What do you mean, William? Our state record is 30 inches and just shy of 20 pounds here. My PB's 11 pounds, 28.5 inches. Thought that was big. Yeah, that is big. So kind of weird. My PB here in Montana is almost 30 inches, just shy of 30 inches, but it was only 6.5 pounds. So there's quite a bit of variance that you can get on the length, and so much of it is just to do with the bulk of it, how fat they are. You can get some pretty short, fat walleye. Catch anything? Yeah, Cindy, we've caught 11 fish so far. 10 bluegill and 1 largemouth bass. And we had a couple other bass on the line, but they got off the hook before we got them onto the dock here. Nice dock anyways. We don't have anything like that over here. This is just a local, a lot of people come here to swim. There's 2 docks like this in this little pond. Oh, we're finally getting a bite over here. Come on, take it. Time of year matters for walleye and such. Yeah, no, that's a very good point. Where we were fishing on Sunday, though, the people were the previous weekend catching quite a few walleye. So, I mean, the bite is still on there. We just, I don't know if we just maybe weren't fishing the right spot for them. What's up, Yard? William says, boom. Yari said hi, welcome, welcome. Ronaldo Salado Tangrito Mario Solerato said hi. That's a very long name, bud. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good day. Come on, fish, take it. Be a pumpkin seed. We need pumpkin seed. 30 inches can be average day out here. Hard to even catch eaters here. I went bush camping over the weeks, caught few hundred walleye, but lots of eaters from that lake. Nice. That's a ton of walleye. Oh, dang it. Another one got off. Man, they're persistent. Man. Home from work, time to follow the fish whistle and watch Rod catch a lunker. What's up, Hammy? Thanks for swinging back through. We're catching a bunch. I'm trying to get into the Pumpkinseed. I'm casting. There's a couple of sticks over here and some weed beds. I pull out a damn bluegill every time we get something on the line. You got a bite. Did I? Did I miss it? All right, I got my worm. Let me get another worm. Yeah, that's why I got the bell on there. I'm not really watching it. I'm waiting for it to dingle. No bite. Okay. My hometown here hosts a walleye tournament once a month. You can enter for longest length or by the pound. Never see a guy come in with more than 25 to 30 pounds. Nothing over 30 inches. Yeah, it depends on the water body as to what kind of fish it produces, whether they're short fat ones, long skinny ones. I don't know exactly what difference in the water makes, one or the other more common. All right, there we go. All right, we're gonna toss her somewhere else. See if maybe we can get something else different on the line here. Filling freezers is great and all, but lots of filleting. Oh, I know. That's the worst part. Hey Jay, what's up, buddy? Welcome, welcome. I love catching the fish, and I don't mind filleting a couple of them, but you get a good day on the water and keep a bunch of fish, or go a camping trip and have a couple of days limit, and man, it's a hassle to fillet all them fish. Reusing trout hook for pumpkin seeds. The pumpkin seeds, I mean, it's just small hooks. I'm using like a size 8 bait hook, tipped with crawler. Pretty small. I could guarantee you 30 plus inches in less than 2 trips. Heck yeah, that's some fishing. 30 pound inch. I'm on the Mississippi as well. You'd think they'd get bigger. Yeah, I mean, that's where some of the bigger ones here in Montana come from, is Mississippi River, or excuse me, not Mississippi, the Missouri River, and the surrounding reservoirs from it. Sorry, I'm confusing Mississippi and Missouri. I got bounced from Scenic Jake's content. I guess my joke was mildly offensive. It was about mice. Oh, that happens. That's why I only keep fish when camping and just gut and cook them right around the bones. Yeah, that's one way to do it. I mean, just keep what you're gonna catch for the night, or keep what you're gonna cook for the night. Fresh fish is so much better than frozen anyway. Whiskey says I can only promise 4 to 5 inches in an hour. Oh, buddy. We're gonna leave that one alone. Sebastian, catch a water dragon. We're trying. That's what we're targeting today, water dragons. Aquatic water dragons. Lots of American come up here for the fishing, walleye, lake trout, pike trophies, or just general walleye trout fishing. Yeah, so the guy that I always talk to at North 40, the local bait shop where I go, he was telling me that his boat lives at, what do you call it? I think he said Devil's Lake, North Dakota or South Dakota. I forget which Dakota it was in. But he said he leaves his boat there for the season, and he drives up there every other weekend to fish. And he said it's a bad day on the water if they're not putting at least 100 in the boat per pull out. I'm like, good Lord, man. That's a lot of freaking walleye. Missouri River borders, other side of the state. Holds most of our state record fish, but it's a 5-hour drive, sucks. Yeah, that's a trek. Ooh, I'm getting bit. It's just about to blow the fish whistle here. All right, incoming sea dragon. Hold on here, folks. Sea dragon will be coming. Probably South Dakota, it's world class. Excuse me. Yeah, I can't remember whether he said North Dakota or South Dakota. I'm pretty sure it was Devil's Lake, though, he called it. I just told him that's a hell of a long drive to fish. And he just said if you'd ever fished it, you wouldn't be too concerned about the drive time. Fish whistle always works, even in my boat. Well, I hope so. There's a Devil's Lake more near me, but it's outside of Winnipeg. Oh, okay. What's up, 420? How you doing, buddy? We're just fishing, dinking around at the pond here, trying to see what we got out of here. Dad always used to go blow the fish whistle when I was a kid, come back and ask if I caught any. I always said yes, but I knew what he was doing. You gotta troll him a little bit if he wasn't there to see. Of course you did. You caught a monster, lots of them. Wish I was fishing. I'm still at work. I hear you. We jetted out of work a little early today. We finished up, and it's been a couple of days since I fished, so we hopped down here. Appreciate the thumbs up there, guys. What is that, 81 already? Killing it. We need to get another species in here. We don't have all night here to get all these. I need to get over to 2 bottom rigs, because most of the species that we need to get here today are going to be off the bottom. I should check the bait on this pole. I know we've had at least one bite. They may have snatched our worm. I keep forgetting that we're fishing with one hook on that pole today. We're just doing a drop shot rig. We don't have our usual high-low rig on. I didn't have one handy, and I know I got like 4 or 5 of them out. I don't want to take another brand new one out until I use or lose the other ones that I have out already. Hey Rod, why can't I go back and see the chat from the live? I can on most people's lives after it's over. So there is a setting, an account-wide setting. Though I think you can do it video by video, but there's to enable the live chat replay. I think you just need to go toggle it on. I think it's probably there. It just needs to be turned on. Give me a minute here, Josie, and I'll pull out my phone and see if I can find that setting for you, but I'm pretty sure it's in. So if you go to YouTube Studio, then go to like settings, and then either content or channel. I think it's in one of those. Or again, you can go to YouTube Studio, find the video, and click on the edit, and I think it's in an individual setting within the video as well, but there's just like a chat replay that you toggle on and off. All right, so our worm's gone here. Let me put a new worm on here, then we're gonna check the other line. Again, I'm so used to fishing with the high-low rig that I don't even think about, you know, I get a jingle, a couple of them. It's like, yeah, there's still probably at least one bait out there, but we got one hook, one bait. We might be fishing an empty hook on the bottom rig right now, which tends not to be very good to catch fish. Oh, sometimes, especially around bluegill. All right, let's get this guy in and check. And I'm gonna keep an eye on the bobber over here. I have not fished this dock in a really long time, so I don't know if there's any snaggies out there. The normal spots that I fish, I almost never lose rigging here, but I feel like there might be some As I say that, there's some snaggies out in the water here. Damn it! I shouldn't open my mouth. I just jinxed myself. Oh, what the hell? It let loose. That was weird. And we're fishing with an empty hook. Unless I just pulled it, I could have very well just pulled it out, dragging it through there. Let's throw another good chunk of a crawler on here. You got a net handy? Yeah, there's a small landing net down here. The only fish out of here that I mean, I guess there's three. If I caught a bigger common carp, a decent size white sucker, or maybe a largemouth bass. None of the other species that come out of here are big enough to really need a net. All right, so again, we're just fishing a drop shot rig here. Try untangle this guy. It's very basic. Sinker, worm. We just have a loop tied in, not the prettiest drop shot. We grabbed her out of the bullshit box and threw her on. And then we just put a little worm juice on there. Let's get this guy back out there one more time. I might cast it in a slightly different spot this time. Keep the barb on. We already pinched the barb on the. Oh, on that one. Yeah, the bottom fish, the carp. We're gonna keep the barb on that one. They fight enough. They run you into the sticks. For these little guys on the barber, we pinched the barb down, but that one we're leaving on. I'll be right back. Gonna download Studio. Thanks for the help, Rod. I just got back from 5 days solid fishing and I want to head out again. Got to do some chores and work though. El Dabo, I'm the same way. If I had the choice, I would just not leave the water. I really want to get some waterfront property, so I can basically just fish off of my back porch. Someday I will. Oh, something's taking our bobber. Come on, take it. Well, we missed it, whatever it was, and I'm tangling shit up. Good job. We're just on a roll here. All right, we need to catch fish. We've been dinking around here for a while. Let's get one more fish on, even if it's a bluegill. There should be pumpkinseed all in here too. I just don't think there's quite as many of them. Did I just cast over that or under it? Over it. There we go, buddy. How big was the bass? About yay big? We had a bigger one, two bigger ones we've had on the line, but no, the one I was like 2.5 inches. She was a real wall hanger. Saltwater mostly. I went up in Canada. I don't know what are the. A lot of places, out of people who aren't citizens, residents can't just go and outright buy property. So I don't know how it is in Canada. I don't know if y'all allow Americans to come up there and just buy and own property. I would imagine there's some complexities to it. Yeah, I need to see someone catch fish. All right, we're gonna get one here in a sec. Give me 30 seconds here and we'll have a fish on the camera. You can count down now. All right, well, I hope you're counting slow, so. We got them biting like crazy here. They just keep getting off. Oh, oh, fishy. All right, yeah, so my 30 seconds was an absolute lie. They're over there. I can see them biting at the bead, the attractant that I have on there. I think my worm might be gone. It is. So we got our worm nabbed. We'll try that one more time. Within 30 seconds of hitting the water, we will have a fish on the camera. These bluegill are just relentless here. I don't know if that'd be a worthwhile challenge or stream, just literally to see how many bluegill we could pull out in like 5 hours. I have a feeling it'd be pretty ridiculous. All right, where'd they go? See a whole bunch of them right down literally at my feet here. There we go. Oh, he got off. Now, I got my worm again. All right, well, they're kicking my butt here. I'm being owned by the bluegill. Did you find your stinky worm juice? Yes, I did. It was in my backpack the whole time in one of the side pockets. I took everything out of the bag, the front of the bag, all of the zippers, and didn't look. There's like 2 see-through mesh pockets on the front that, yeah. As soon as I got it home, set it down, I was like, oh, there's my worm juice. Oh, Josie, so in studio, give me a sec here. I'll open it and I'll try and find it for you. There's just like a settings for your account-wide settings. Or go to the video first. In fact, that's probably the easiest way. I'll show you how to get it on for that video. and then figure out where it is account wide. All right, opening YouTube Studio. Go to content. Something's not right. Try again. My YouTube Studio is giving me an error. Something's not right. Dang it. There it goes. So on content. Damn it, still another error. Okay, now it opened. So I have content open, I'm clicking on edit. Oops, shit. Dang it. Missing the fish here. Shit, it's not there. It's not where I thought it was. Damn it, hold on. There we go. Sorry about that. Alright, there's another bluegill. There's so many of these. That's bluegill 11. That's a little one. And again, that's pretty average size for here. What's up, Bill? Here out, I'm back. Was taking care of my chickens. I have a hen hatching from baby chicks at the moment. Taking care of business. Nice. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I've never had birds like that. A lot of people around here do, though. Good bait. Double A fishing. It's not allowed as bait in Montana, or at least not in central Montana and the water bodies where I'm fishing. There's another one. Bluegill 12. Oh, and he just let himself off the hook. See, I don't even have to do anything. They like to take dirt baths, I guess. There you go. Bluegill number 12. Thank you, SoCal. Where are the damn Pumpkinseed? Dashboard. Missed it. All right, Josie, I'm gonna have to help you with this later. I can't fish and dig through studio at the same time. I'm not that coordinated. I'm gonna be trying to set the hook and accidentally brain fart and throw my phone in the water or something stupid. I'll help you find it though. I'm pretty sure it's just a toggle setting that needs to be switched on for your video. Studio's having issues today. Oh, so it's not just me. That's okay, Rod. I'm looking. Yeah, I can't think where specifically it's at, but I do recall seeing it multiple times, and I'm pretty sure there's just a toggle you can turn on account wide that applies to all lives when you upload. So you don't have to go turn it on or off every video. Big Homer, catching bluegill all day with one slice of bread. Wet it a bit and it becomes dough. Yeah, that's pretty good bait. Bluegill, bluegill like that stuff. There's another one. That bluegill 13. Howdy guys. Oh, pretty good. There we go. SoCal, the setting to turn on or off the ability for your live to show chat replays, the live chat replay. And I think there's just an account-wide setting for it. Little fella, about 5 more of those and you got yourself a meal. Shawl, about 5 more of them and you have a bite. They're itty bitties. They're 3.5, 4 inches. Some a little bigger. You catch them maybe up to 6 inches here. They don't get very big in this pond. Too small to fuss with. I believe you have to do it on a desktop. Oh, really? And seeing that might be too. Again, I usually am sitting on my laptop. That's what I access YouTube unless I'm streaming. Maybe that's where it was. If people eat sardines, what's the difference? I mean, that's a fair point. That is. But the sardines normally, I mean, you're cooking them so the bones and everything break down. I mean, you're basically eating the whole body with those, right? Canning them. Do people eat fresh sardines? I've never seen it eaten like that. I've always seen sardines, you know, pickled or, you know, canned, and they just turn to mush. You know, I open it and take a chunk out and throw her on a cracker. Better for you than a chicken nugget? Probably. Now, even if they were nice big fish, I wouldn't eat out of this pond anyway. What you can see off in the distance here, the houses that are over the pond edge there, between this pond and the houses is another pond, but it's a sewage lagoon pond. So they process raw human waste on the other side of this. Pretty gross. I wouldn't eat the fish that came out of here. Ooh, there we go. There's a bite. Nibble. Not enough to make our bell jingle, but I saw it bob. Stinkmouth bass, there you go. Nangs, welcome, welcome. Missed a lot of chat. I wanted to go back and see what was happening. I don't know how it doesn't show up. Yeah, Josie, I'm pretty sure that there's an account-wide setting that might be disabled by default. Hmm. I'll try it down like that so I can cast over it. Oh, dang it. Oh, give me my pole. What's up, fat cat? How you doing, buddy? 420. Missed so much fish. Ah, sorry, it's a bunch of bluegills. We'll be catching tons of those, trying to get through the bluegill to get to the other species that are in here. I think you need to be on desktop version. Could have used those small bluegill for bait. Shawl, we're not allowed to use them for bait here. Central Montana is very restrictive on what can be used for live or cut bait. Yeah, if you type just .bait into the chat, Nightbot will spit back. I've input the list of allowed cut and live baits where they're permitted here in Montana. There's not a whole lot of them, and bluegill is not on the list. Yeah, there you go. And what I often will use when I'm using cut bait here in Montana is either white sucker or one of the different chubs that are allowed, creek chubs or lake chubs. All right, let's do this. Come on. Pumpkinseed, perch. Where are you guys? The fish whistle? We did blow the fish whistle a little bit ago. Should still be active. It works well on the bluegill. I don't know, it doesn't seem to be too effective on the other ones. You're from Virginia. Okay, yeah, we're central Montana over here. What do you like to fish for over there in Virginia? Who is that? Jillian, what's up? Welcome to the stream, Jillian. Hope everybody's having a wonderful afternoon, evening, wherever it is, wherever you are. We're having a good day. We're fishing. We've got a bunch of fish so far. We're doing the fishing challenge that we do oftentimes when we fish this location. It's a 5.5 acre pond, and we're trying to catch at least 7 of the 10 potential species that swim around in this little pond. And we're up to 2 so far, bluegill and largemouth bass. I think yeah, figured as much. These little things, I need to be checking my bait more often. Little bluegill are thieves. They're so quick. And they just make a quick tap and they run away with all your stuff. And that is also, that's one thing that I was just thinking about. I'm losing a lot more bait now. That barb that we pinch down on these little hooks, not only does it help take the fish off easier when you pinch it down, but it makes your bait come off way easier when they're trying to steal it. So it's kind of a double-edged sword there. But for as often as these little guys get deep hooked, it's not really a bad idea to try and use barbless or pinch it like we did. Anything that bites, man. Mostly bass, big bream, bluegill. Catch a lot of bowfin though. Nice. Yeah, we don't have the bowfin around here. Those are pretty cool looking fish. What are you using for bait? So we're just using night crawlers today with this Procure Night Crawler Super Gel. It's just an attractant. But we're fishing one pole with basically a drop shot rig on the bottom with a half a crawler. And then we're using a bobber here with a smaller, a little micro hook, size like 8 or so, with just a nub of a crawler. You know, just a few segments. Nope, we haven't caught perch yet. We've had the bunch of bluegill, one bass that we landed, a couple of bass that I got right to the shore, but we haven't gotten into the perch yet. They oftentimes will get them off of the bottom rig. Though my hook that I have on there is a little bit large for a perch. They're pretty ambitious. Let's just say they're pretty ambitious though. I catch little perch on some ridiculous lures sometimes. But we do also sometimes pull the perch out of more shallow here with the bobber rig. Hardest fighting freshwater fish ever. You think so? Yeah, I haven't caught one, but out of all the different species that I've caught, I think a male common carp, when given enough size, is probably the hardest fighting fish I've ever felt on the end of my line. There we go. Another bluegill, not the pumpkinseed. All right. Oh, and we wrapped her up again. Nice little bluegill. Does this pond only have smaller fish, or does it produce better ones also? El Dabo, some of the bass that come out of here, the largemouth, are 5-6 pounds. That's about as big. For bluegill, no, they're all small. The pumpkinseed's all small. Carp, it produces some good sized carp, some 10+ pounders. They're not very common at all, but they are in here. Good sized white sucker. But the bluegill, absolutely not. The bluegill are always itty bitty little crappers. And again, the bass that I tend to catch when I bobber fish like this are usually quite small. The bigger ones, well, I do get, you know, some slightly bigger ones sometimes on the worms. The bigger ones that I see people pull out of here, they're usually throwing artificial lures. Ned rigs, Carolina rigs, Texas rig. The bigger ones that I've caught out of here were on, like, you know, chatterbait and topwater, the typical more bassy lures. When we're doing a challenge like this, we're fishing with worms because anything will bite off of it. We're trying to catch multiple different species at once, not just target bass. Thank you, SoCal. Big grass carp go mental. Yeah, we don't have the grass carp here. There's a massive perch here. Catch over 14 inches from some days. Usually targeting perch. Oh, wow. Yeah, we get the yellow perch in here, but again, the biggest that I've ever pulled out of here is similar size to the bluegill, you know, 5-6 inches. The back pond here, Largent Bend number 3, I've caught like 9.5 inch perch, but that's about as big as I've seen them come out of there. What's all in that water anyway? So there's 10 different species. Somebody type that's got mod privileges here. SoCal, are you, if you're still in here, can you type the dot get dash target, and that'll list out the 7 species. And then in addition to what that lists out, there's also brook trout, rainbow trout, golden shiner, gold eye. There's actually 10, 12 plus species in here. There you go, thank you. Yeah, so that is, those are the seven out of the 10 species that I've ever caught out of here that I'm trying to just, you know, get them all in one day, in one session, which I haven't yet accomplished. But in addition to that, again, there's the rainbow trout, the brook trout, gold eyes, golden shiner, and potentially some other smaller species, you know, that you don't generally get on a hook. Life of Rory, what's up? Welcome to the stream. But most people come here. It's basically a bass fishing pond. People come here for the largemouth. I take them as a win, a catch when I can pull them in, but I'm usually always, I like targeting other things here. The carp, the sucker, one of these days I'm gonna get a trout out of here if they're actually in here. Come on, fishy. There we go. There we go. And another bluegill. All right, we're gonna have to, what time is it? 4:45, so we got like 4 hours left. Let's give it till 5 o'clock. If we don't catch a different species here, I don't know, let me throw in some different areas around here. Another bluegill. I'm trying to find the pumpkinseed are the ones that I usually struggle with here. The rest of them we pull them out as they come out. But the pumpkinseed seem to be more isolated in here. They're not as widespread as a lot of the other ones. El Dabo might hit up the brookies next weekend. Nice. Yeah, I've never actually caught a brook trout. We have them all over here in Montana, but I've never caught one. I don't usually, a lot of the ones that are caught are in the more shallow cold water streams, shallow streams. A lot of I mean, people fly fish them, people put waders on and walk up and down them. I don't usually fish like that. Should come up to West Virginia sometime and bring the boat. Oh, that'd be fun. That's a long ways to drag the boat though. That'd be a blast though. They apparently stock tiger trout about 45 minutes away, so I might go for them too. So yeah, they here in Montana there are a few water bodies they have started stocking them, spending ungodly amounts of money to put them in a handful of water bodies here in Montana. But I don't think any of them are really all that close to me. Such a pretty fish though. True, but it would be a blast. Absolutely. What is that? TD Tadar, what? Oh, is that a bite or did I bump it? I don't know if if that was a bite. I wasn't paying attention. What's up? How you doing? Oh, we're doing good. We're chilling. Beautiful day on the water. We're at the local pond. We're trying our weekly challenge of seeing how many species. Ooh, that is a bite. That's a bite. And now it's not. Come on, that was some tugging. That was. Well, whatever it was, it seems gone. That's unfortunate. Let's give that a few more minutes, see if there's no more bite. We might pull it in and check the bait on it. Make sure they didn't get our worm. How are you today, TD? Lots of places. Beckley, West Virginia. Hello. How long you been streaming? Katrina, we've been live for a little over 2 hours. For a boat also, but plenty of banks to fish. And some pier spots. Oh yeah, I'm sure you guys have some wonderful fishing over there. I'm good. Went fishing last night. Caught a 15-pound flathead. Heck yeah, dude. That's a nice flathead. You catch it off a cut bait or pack bait? Or are you using live bait? Where are the mountains? They're kind of obscured. They would be this direction. Over that, we're kind of sitting down in a little valley right now where the pond is. Behind us over this direction is, well, more to, I guess, to our west is the Rocky Mountain front, Cascade Mountains. Montana sounds fun too. Oh yeah, there's so many places here in Montana that I still want to go and fish. I really want to get to Flathead Lake at some point in time. Oh, dang it, missed him. Flathead, I would love to fish Fort Peck. I want to fish possibly this weekend. We might do a Lake Elwell Tiber Dam stream. Maybe Ackley Lake too, though. I don't know. I'm not sure if it's still a little early in the season, I think, to go after tiger muskie. Though I think they still can be caught. I don't know. This time of the year, it's usually not the best time to target them. I was using live bluegill, but they were very small. Ooh. There we go again. Oh, and I feel a nibble. We still got something. Maybe the bullheads? Come on. Or not. Got a 31-pound flatty last year. Nice, Anon. That's a big cat. I know they get way bigger than that, but man, that's a nice one. Got a 12-pound trout up here. Oh yeah, 420 rainbow, or? Yeah, the biggest trout I've ever caught was just under 5 pounds. They get to be 30 plus pounds here in Montana, but at 12 pounders, that's nice. I mean, that's twice as big as what I've caught. I would love to get into a fish like that. What did you catch it off of, 420? Where are you running? Buddy of mine had Starlink Mini out with us over the weekend. Seemed to lag a lot. Surprised it's working well for you. His Mini definitely didn't sell me on it. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it can depend on the terrain. Did you guys have lots of tree cover? Was there lots of? I mean, were you in a valley? I'm not sure. I've run it. It gets a little grainy, a little laggy sometimes, but it's been overall. I think it's been really good. In fact, I think a lot of the stream quality from the Starlink was less laggy, less grainy than most of my live streams are when I use my cell phone and have a decent signal. They do use a ton of battery though. That's what I've been running into is the issue. Even my 8 amp hour DeWalt batteries, it really the runtime on them is highly variable. It depends on, you know, sitting stationary like it is right now, you get more battery life than when I'm out on the boat driving around when it's constantly trying to find and search, connect to a satellite. So some of the boat segments where I was expecting, you know, 4 to 5 hours of runtime on it, I was only getting 3.5, 3 hours and 45 minutes. So a good difference when it's moving around. Heat changes it. What's up, Alex Conley? Clear skies. Okay. Wonder why his was cutting out so much. I don't think it would have helped the stream. Yeah, no, I don't know. I mean, we're using Starlink right now. We have been on the boat the last, you know, basically since we've got it. Almost everywhere we've went and streamed from, we've used the Starlink. You guys tell me, does my stream quality look better now, or did it, you know, 2 weeks ago? You need a small generator. Bill, it'd be nice, but that's a heck of a lot of stuff to carry around with you. Oop, missed him. And we missed him again. Oh, I had bought on Amazon a power bank that all 4 of my DeWalt batteries plug into, and it's got a USB-C output on it, just like, you know, my adapter does for the DeWalt batteries. And it's a PD 3.0 rated, which is supposed to be 100 watts plus at up to like 5 amps, which should be more than adequate for starting up the Starlink Mini, but it wouldn't power it on. The light just turns red. I tried for a couple hours getting it to work and it just won't work. So I'm back to just using the DC adapter on top of the DeWalt batteries, but I have to swap it out every 3.5 to 5 hours. Which works, it's just kind of a pain in the butt. It's disruptive to the stream. I would like to be able to stream for, you know, 8, 12 hours plus uninterrupted. Which the power bank, if it would have worked as intended, would have done wonderfully, because it's also hot swappable. As one battery dies, you can pop it out and pop a fresh one in and it doesn't interrupt anything. But it just, the Starlink Mini requires a 100 watt, or excuse me, roughly 60 watts and 5 amps during boot up and while it's searching for satellites in order to operate. And a lot of the USB-C plugs on power banks and, you know, your battery packs don't put out that much wattage. Katrina, where are you fishing today? So I forgot to update before I left today the where and the target command, so they're feeding wrong information. We're at Largent Bend fishing access site today. It's right outside of Vaughan, Montana. Get an EcoFlow. I've seen some of them. Again, it's I need to find one that has enough, amp hours or watt hours, whatever figure you want to measure it in, for me to do, a 12 plus hour stream. And it also puts out, enough electricity to actually power the thing. That's the problem, is a lot of them just don't. I was hoping to use my batteries, though. I mean, that's a quick, cheap solution that, I will also use those batteries for, all the DeWalt power tools that I own. So that's what we're running right now. Oh, I forgot my worm juice. We'll see if it matters. They released 9,000 trout and another 3,000 about a month after. Yeah, when they stock trout, they put a whole bunch in there. Ooh, with these fish trying to jump in my net here. Starlink is a big game changer. Diet waffles, yeah, I've loved it. It allows me to stream from so many different places. It's just expensive. Moved it around a few times. Weather didn't seem to affect it. I got generators, so ran it from my generator while I was running. Oh yeah. Now if I could haul around a generator with me easily for the live streams, that'd be a excellent solution. But they're loud, they're heavy, not really conducive to a live stream, or at least not how I live stream. Wonder if it's just a shitty data pack. He said he didn't know up download speeds and didn't test it. So there's also, what plan is he on? Because there is also, you can be on standby mode with the Starlink Mini. It's like $5 a month, and you get unlimited bandwidth, but at very degraded rates. So it's 5 months of unlimited service, but at just, I mean, it's meant basically for texting. It's an emergency standby mode. Is he on like one of them like limited plans that doesn't get the full bandwidth? Or is he just on one of the standard roaming data plans? Speed slow down if you hit the cap. That could be too, that he's on like the 50 gig plan and he's just gone over his data allowance, and then it kicks you back down to essentially that same emergency standby mode. You get limited data, enough to text, to send an email, but not to stream anything. I'd like to cut Shaw off and get Starlink if I can get good service. Yeah, I mean, it should work wonderfully practically anywhere on the planet. The only thing that really messes with it is like physical obstructions. As long as you got a clear open sky, I mean, it doesn't even have to be pointed in the right direction. I just set it on the ground, open it up. I don't even look at where it's telling me to point it. Which, I mean, I could. It would probably help in my bank fishing streams. But when I'm on the boat, I'm out moving around the whole time anyway. It's always pointed everywhere. And I think the entire time we've been streaming on the boat, there have been like 1 or 2 blips where it shut off that I thought might have been related to being next to, mountain structure, stuff like that. But by and large, it's worked everywhere. I ran the thing, I had it running Sunday on the way to the fishing hole. I had it strapped to my boat because I actually mounted the mount on it for this last weekend's trip. So I had it connected on the boat, connected to the battery, a battery sitting in a bucket, a few feet away. As I'm towing the boat up, through the canyons to the fishing hole, and was in the truck on my phone streaming YouTube videos the whole time. Didn't cut out once. So I don't know. I think you're probably running into data cap issues. I don't see, unless you're sitting in a freaking, a lead freaking home with lead paint or something. I don't know why you're getting a bad signal with it. We're just using night crawlers, Anthony. We have one rig set up with night crawlers on the bottom, and then we're using a second rig with a bobber and just a small segment of a night crawler. Rooster. Still just a bunch of bluegill and one bass. I need to start casting somewhere else. I thought there would be some pumpkinseed in amongst these guys at the boat dock here, but it's been basically all bluegill. They're just swarming over here. Bill M, yeah, data cap. You're probably right. Ronto, I have the Ronto. I only speak English. Maybe if you could translate it into English, that would help. TD Zamada, welcome to the stream. How you doing, TD? Teddy, TD. I don't know which way you say it. Ooh. Keep getting nibbles on this guy. And this one's the bottom rig. We're fishing with just basically a drop shot rig, variation of a drop shot rig, with like half a night crawler on it. Very basic bottom rig. Yo, where's Tommy? I see white names. All right, Bill. I think Tommy's sleeping. His bank probably cut him off. Like to see that yellow bullhead. Yeah, the bullheads usually start biting closer to sundown. You can catch them sometimes during the day, but they tend to be a night bite. So as that sun starts going down, that's usually when we start pulling the bullhead in. We've caught the two most common topwater species or upper water species so far, which is the bluegill and the largemouth bass. We're still missing pumpkinseed, which is very similar to the bluegill, and they're oftentimes in here in the shallow weeds, or I might go throw over. There's some, ooh, getting a bite here. There's some debris piles over there that oftentimes I pull the pumpkinseed out of. But the bottom rig here is where pretty much the rest of our stuff's gonna come off of. So I need to get the top water stuff done so we can get a second bottom water rig in. We're getting bit a little bit. They're just tiny bites. So either the bluegill have found my very big hook, or we have a bullhead potentially. Maybe some yellow perch too. Again, it's a worm, you never know. I'm just trying to think what this bite feels like. It's just little tappy taps. Starlink Mini can be hooked to your 12-volt battery, I believe. You could stream all day as you run the engine. Oh, Michael, you're right. And actually, that's another good point too. So while it can be run off of 12 volt, it's very sensitive to voltage. So if it drops below like 12.6, I think is what I read, you will start getting connects, disconnects. Oftentimes people who run it from 12 volt run, I don't know what the hell it's called. It's essentially, it steps your voltage up slightly from 12 to get the Starlink to run more reliably off of it. But yeah, you can run them off of quite a few different things. You just have to have, the proper power input or output on whatever, source you're using. I should pull this in. The worm is probably gone. Let me get a drink here. Smoke some bass. We caught the world's tiniest bass so far. That's all we've got. All right, so we have no worm left on here. And we had two more that we almost caught that fell off right as I got them to the dock here. And they weren't much bigger than the first one, so. We've seen a couple of decent bass jump since we've been here. But we're doing a catch challenge here today. We're going for how many different species we can catch, not necessarily the biggest. I mean, we've already got bass, so we're not really targeting them at the moment. We're trying to get one of these other species that are lurking around in here. And again, I'm just tossing it to a different shallow spot over here, next to a log where I think maybe some pumpkin seed might be lurking. Fishing fingers, stay until a fish. All right, good to see you, fishing fingers. El Dabo, about to rip a fatty for the viewers and the host. That's right, call in the sea dragons there for us, El Dabo. Ripping some lips. We're trying to be nice, we're trying to be gentle, but it happens. The best game, yes. Braxton, what's up, Braxton? Eat the worm? No, I'm not gonna eat the worm. The worms are for the fish. Catfishy sent 100. Appreciate that, Catfishy. Thank you. How you doing, Catfishy? You feeling any better today? What's your PB bluegill? I don't even usually really measure or weigh them. It's about 6 inches. And I'm just throwing a wild guess out there, maybe 4 ounces, probably less than that. We don't grow very big bluegill here in this pond. What about bass PB? Ooh. Is that actually a fish? We might actually have an actual fish on here. I had to tighten my drag. Like an actual fish. All right. Buried me in some weeds here, but I think he's still on there. Is there a fish in there? There is a fish in there. I'll be damned. We have an actual fish. I mean, it's not a monster, but we don't normally catch them this big off the worm bobber rig. I know you guys are saying that big. You saw the last one we caught. This one is grandpa compared to that one. All right, he gutted this. Let me get. Oh. All right, I got him. That is it's not a monster, but that's our first proper bass of the stream. There we go. There's your bass you were asking for. Largemouth bass. Let's see, he is 10 and a half inches. 10 and a half inch largie. Not too shabby. World record fish, right? Let's get this guy back in the water. Wow. All right. Not too shabby. That was a pretty decent little bass. Actually had to tighten the drag for it. Was not expecting that. No blood. No, good clean catch. He was stuck pretty deep. I was able to move up the gills and we got him through the side instead of through the mouth. Yeah, and she was off to the races the moment it touched the water, so that fish will be just fine. Thank you, Katrina. Probably a bullhead nibbling or perch. There's perch in there. Yep, could be the perch. That's what I was. The bullheads have bigger mouths and than the perch, but the perch, I don't know, man. I've caught perch off of some really ridiculously oversized hooks and lures. They're not shy about what they bite for. So it could be either of them. We're gonna cast this a couple more times and then I'm gonna check the worm on this pole over here. It might be gone. We've had quite a few nibbles at it. PB of the day, yeah, definitely. Yeah, what did I say, 10.5 inches? Not a monster, but that's a Goliath compared to 2.5 inches. I mean, I'll take that. What's the weirdest thing you've ever caught? Mine was car floor mat. Bass fishing is fun, usually my go-to. It is fun. I just, when I target them here, it seems like I have better luck when I don't try and go after the bass. I'll take them as a bycatch. Weirdest thing though, I think probably the weirdest thing I've ever pulled out of a river is a dead bloated beaver. I thought I had some kind of state record on the end of the line. And after struggling for a very long time, I pulled it in and I was not very happy. A lot of effort for very little reward. Wait, how do you get your name to turn green? Rooster, so that's those are all members of the Rod Squad. Essentially, if you click the little dollar sign in the chat down there, like bottom right, it gives you an option to pay for a monthly membership to the Rod Squad, which gets you absolutely nothing. Green name, a little blue symbol, but any money from that just goes to pay for the Starlink. So that's it. But a whole bunch of people are green in here because there have been some people that have bought it themselves, but we've had a couple of people. Tommy Stam was in Sunday's stream and gifted somewhere around 200 monthly memberships to the channel. Did I bump that or is it a bite? You guys see it? We're on a dock, which I hate. Because me moving sometimes makes the bell move. I don't know if that was a bite or not. The Rod Squad. Oh shucks, I'm broke. Sorry. Nah, don't feel obligated. Again, if you guys want to flick a few pennies my way to go towards the Starlink Mini, it is 165 bucks a month for me to run the fishing stream. But do not feel obligated. I'm out here trying to have fun, not to make money. Don't send it if you don't have it. I was gifted, so whoever did that, thank you very much. Yeah, a bunch of you guys got gifted the memberships. It's for one, yeah, I mean, it's 99 cents. It's not a whole lot. How we doing? Cozy, what's up, Cozy? We're doing good. We just pulled in a nice little smallmouth bass. got a bunch of bluegill. We're still trying to get into the pumpkinseed and basically everything else that's in here. The bluegill are putting up quite the fight to protect all the rest of the species in the water here. They're saving everybody else from all the hooks and worms. Hope you're having a good one. Dang heck yeah. No, we're having a blast. I'm trying to find the pumpkinseed. They're not as common in here as the bluegill. How you doing, Cozy? How's everybody doing today? Come on. There we go. We got something playing with the bobber here. Yep. And I missed it. Man, that glare from the sun is gnarly. I'm standing in front of the pole. My bad. What's up, Tommy? How we doing on the fish? 15 bluegill, 2 largemouth bass so far. We're doing not too shabby. But they did just steal our worms, so let's rebait this guy. And again, we're just running a very basic clip-on bobber here with, you know, like a 3/4 inch, 1/2 inch chunk of night crawler. In fact, this one's a little long. Normally I don't put quite this big on there. And like a size 8 bait hook, snow bait hook. So just a little segment of a worm on a very small bobber with a small inline weight. You guys could use the little snap-on weights. And we're also, if I remember, we're putting the worm juice on here. I don't know how much of a difference it makes. These bluegill pretty much bite all the time, anytime. I'm hoping we can pull in something else. The pumpkinseed is what we need to get next, and then I can switch to 2 bottom rigs. You ever caught a paddlefish? No, I've never been paddle fishing. I don't like how, that was me, I bumped it. I don't like how people paddle fish. I would never eat a fish that big. So that's the primary reason I don't fish for them. I don't know what I would do with one if I got it. But when you fish for paddlefish aren't, they're not one you hook in the mouth. They're not going to eat your worm. They're not going to eat cut bait. They're not going to eat anything you're throwing down there, from what I understand. They eat plankton. They filter feed in the water. The way that people catch them is with weighted treble hooks. You throw it out there and you drag it across the river bottom. Reel, drag. Am I hitting the damn pole or was that a bite? What is happening here? I feel like that had to have been a bite, but I was also waving my arms around like a clown. So I might have inadvertently hit it. Did anybody see that? Did I hit it or was it a bite? I don't feel anything there. I bumped it, okay. Yeah, you snag them, and it's just, I don't like fishing like that. Not only does it look incredibly tiring, it's a cruel way to fish. I'd imagine that the fights doing it are, okay, I thought I might have. Yeah, that's, I think paddlefish is the largest freshwater species here in the state of Montana. They are big fish, or can get to be big fish. Michelle said hi, welcome to the stream. I mean, I'm not judging people that do it. I mean, that's how you fish for them. That's how they've always fished for them. It's not a particularly humane way to catch fish. It's not something that I do. Oh, they get bigger than that. Somebody type dot record space paddlefish, and Nightbot will tell you how big the biggest paddlefish that's come out of Montana is. It's way bigger than 100 pounds. That was me. I bumped it again. There you go. I think that should spit it back. There you go. Montana State Record species paddlefish. Length 77 inches. Weight 142.5 pounds. Caught in 1973. Missouri River near Kip Park. Larry Brenstetter. So that record is held for 50 years. That's a big paddlefish. Yeah, the females are the ones that get that big from what I understand, and you're catching them that time of year during spawn. So a lot of that weight is fat and eggs. But yeah, the females get big. Yeah, that's the biggest species of freshwater fish caught here in Montana. I think the next biggest is probably going to be white sturgeon. You can look up the record for that one. And then next from that is probably um, I don't know, carp? Or pallid? No, pallid sturgeon don't get that big. Channel catfish? Josie J says, cheers with that Mountain Dew. I'm having a can too. Oh, nice. Hopefully yours is much colder than mine. Mine has turned to Mountain Dew tea. It's very warm. The night bit's coming in pretty handy. I meant not. What are you fishing for? Oh, dog, we're fishing for 7 of 10 different species. We're multi-species fishing here. We're trying to see how many different ones we could pull out of the water here. I need to check the worm. That worm's probably gone. We've caught 15 bluegill, 2 largemouth bass so far. We're also trying to get pumpkinseed, yellow perch, yellow bullhead, white sucker, common carp. Missing a bite. There we go. There's a fish. Oh, there we go. Got another bass. Another just little guy. Stole our worm. Oh, that's a little guy. He's probably, what, 3 inches? 4 inches? I'll let him go. Montana have good pike spots near Corvallis. Oh yeah? Corvallis. I'm trying to think where that is. Katrina, we don't have a world record lookup yet. It's all just Montana state record. Rooster Tail, all right. Thanks for stopping by, buddy. We'll see you on the next one. Have a good day. I've been going for my first 10-pound catfish. I'm stuck at 7.4. I just got a light for some all-night fishing. Nice, Real Dirty. Yeah, night fishing can be good for catfish. I have my best luck usually around dawn and dusk for catfish. That's when I've caught most of my bigger ones. 70 6 inches and 96-pound white sturgeon. Pike get too big, I come up Montana every year to catch them on topwater lures. It's intense. Near Corvallis, huh? What water body? What water body are you fishing, Adam? By Victor. Oh, 20 minutes from Missoula. What water body? I know there's really good fishing around Missoula. Yeah, Missoula's a ways from here. I'd love to do more fishing around Missoula, but there's me bumping it again. Missoula's 3.5-ish hour drive from my neck of the woods. So she's a bit of a trek. Appreciate those thumbs up, guys. 121 likes. Let's go. Good stuff. Bitterroot River. Okay. Is that the river that runs right through Missoula? I've never actually fished in Missoula. I usually go there or right before there and head north. Salmon Lake, you know, lakes like that. Sealy, Elbow Lake. Found out that sturgeon like squid and garlic juice. Interesting. Squid and garlic juice. Yeah, when we fish for sturgeon here, we usually fish during the spawn early in the year when they're running up the river. We tend to get them off of big old worm balls. You take like a treble hook, you know, a good sized treble, and throw like 3-4 night crawlers on there. Just hook them all up. Get a nice fat ball of worms. And that's what we tend to get them on around here. Squid and garlic. I'll have to run one of them next year. He likes hot dew almost 9-10 times he's streaming. Sometimes I have a cooler, sometimes I have, you know, a bait bag that's got ice packs in it, so it's not always rough. But what I need to quit bringing cans. That's the problem. So I don't like putting an open can back in the bait bag. But when I have bottles that have, you know, the twist tops on them, those I put back in there and they stay much cooler for longer. Went one year and the game warden asked what I was fishing for. I said pike, and they said they didn't even ask for my license. They want pike out because they're eating the trout. Yeah, a lot of people don't appreciate pike here in Montana. Montana is a big trout fishery. Everybody comes here to fish for the trout. So a lot of people really don't like the pike because they're, you know, one of the trout's biggest predators in the water bodies that they share. So I believe that. I use Kool-Aid and garlic soaked hot dogs for cats. Yeah, hot dogs can work real well. Anything with Kool-Aid seems to get a good bite. I've caught cat off of so many different things. What I've been using the most recently and catching bigger and more, I feel like catfish, is cut bait. And I use white sucker or lake chub, creek chub. Forget which one it is. All right, we're getting bit on the bobber here again. And it must just be tiny because I keep missing it. Very persistent though. Make a large jar a year before squid and garlic to go out sturgeon fishing, and we normally catch between 10 to 12 in 2 days. Wow. Snake River and Spokane. Nice. So you basically just marinate your squid in the garlic juice beforehand. Yeah, I lived in Spokane for a couple of years when I was younger. I went to college in that area. I never did fish while I was down there though. Is that what runs right through Spokane there? I spent a lot of time down at the river. I never fished it though. Is that Snake River that runs right through downtown area? YouTube sucks lately. My chat froze. I was wondering who you were talking to or if you're crazy. It does that sometimes. It's quite annoying. I used to live in Montana. I moved to California. We use clams and shrimp to catch sturgeon here. Dang, that was a fat fish that just slapped the water over there. I didn't see it. I heard it though. Our worm's gone again. Yeah, I never fished while I was in Cali either. I spent over a decade living in Southern Cali and never fished it. All right, so we're just baiting this back up again. Just a small segment of a night crawler on a little bait hook. I run it up usually past the eye of the hook. It's basically, it acts like kind of like a keeper on the worm. And then we're just putting a little bit of this earthworm attractant. And it's more so not to attract the fish. It's more to cover the smell of my tobacco and everything else that I touch. All right, we need a better fish here. Raphael, welcome. How you doing, Raphael? Snake River Ferry runs junction is the deep water channel for grain. Okay. Raphael, hey, I'm new to fishing. Oh, right on, Raphael. Hope you're having fun fishing. Used to live in Montana. Oh, I read that. Works really well. Allotted only a certain size. That's the reason why you have to catch so many to find one between 43 and 76. Oh, okay. Yeah, they have to be 40 inches below 40. I don't know. I don't ever keep them. I always put them back. It's somewhere around 40 inches here. PB bass is 11 pounds. Nice, Adam. Jonathan, what you catching? 15 bluegill, 2 largemouth bass so far. Adam, I dream about bass that big, right? I use the same recipe for Sacramento River in California. Okay. Jonathan says, bro, living the dream. I'm trying. We're having fun. Always. If you ain't enjoying your life, what are you doing? How'd the bass bite? Just off the bobber rig. Ooh, that was a nice tug. Yeah, we pulled the last bass just out of the weeds over here with the bobber rig and a night crawler. Fast or was it slower? The bobber sat in the water for probably 20 seconds. It wasn't too long. It was a good bite though. It was the first fish we've caught today that I had to actually tighten the drag on. Wasn't too bad. It was, I think, what did we say, 10.5 inches? Do you ice fish? Adam, I've never tried. I want to try this year. No, I know a few people that that do ice fish, and they seem to have fun with it. They catch quite a few fish. We're gonna try it this year, I think. All right, we're gonna leave this bobber out there for a second. I'm gonna check to make sure we still got a worm on this other pole here. We did have a few bites earlier, and it's kind of been dead since. We're not running the high-low rig on this one today. We just have a drop shot rig, so one hook. All right, we're getting snagged up on crap. Well, if there was a worm on there, there probably isn't now after dragging it through whatever that was. Big weed pile. We'll get this one baited back up. And this one, we're using about a 1/0 bait hook. Again, this is running as a bottom rig for our carp, our white sucker, yellow perch, or possibly the yellow bullhead. They will often all bite on stuff like this. And let's go ahead and just put a little bit of this earthworm juice on there. Oh, and this stuff stinks. I'm getting it all over everything. Yucky. Ice, no good to eat. What do you mean, no good to eat? What the heck? I think we got a fish on already. We dropped it right in something's lap. Feels like probably I don't know if that's a carp or a white sucker. Good sized fish though. We got fish, boys. Ooh, coming at me, coming at me. I think it's still on there. Oh, that's another bass. That's a bigger bass than the last one, guys. Look at that guy. That might be, we might have to bust out the scale on that one. That's one of the bigger bass I've pulled out of here. Dang, I thought that felt funny. I'm like, no, that's not a carp. That doesn't feel like a sucker either. That's a nice little bass. Check that guy out. Let's get her on the old measuring stick here. "13" on the nubbin. Let's get the scale out. We dropped right on this one's head. I'm like, why did that line slack up? The bass took it and was running right at me with it. What do you guys think? How big do you think it is? Pound and a half, pound and a half. You guys are pretty close. 1.17. You guys are a little bit less than what you guys thought it was. But nice fish. 13 inches, 1.13 pounds. Let's get a quick picture of this guy to throw around Fish Brain. Put her on Fish Brain. If you guys are on Fish Brain, you can find me. I am at Vox, V-O-X. And that's V as in Victor, O-X. All right, let's get this guy back in the water. What a pretty fish. Whoa, off she goes. Nice fish, nice fish. Now, 1.1 pounds. Largemouth bass, 13 inches, 1.1 pounds. Did you release it? Yes. Done. Alrighty. Well, that wasn't what we were going after, but that was a nice surprise. It just goes to show you guys that the worm is it's a good universal bait. You might get anything off of it. When you go fishing and you're like, you know, I just want to catch a fish, bring yourself some worms, some night crawlers. I know that's kind of the old-fashioned. It's not fancy, not exciting. But we're all here to catch fish, right? Worms catch fish. And I'm all tangled up. Give me a sec, guys. There we go. All right, we're gonna juice her up with some worm sauce. I don't know if that made any difference. Thank you, Katrina. I'm sure somebody else probably typed it as well, but thank you, Josie. Yeah, we have a couple of different people that just added me on Fish Brain. Yeah, check it out. I don't post all my catches there. We post the more interesting ones. That again was one of the bigger bass that I've pulled out of here. At least this year. No, we're gonna put her on there. And again, this is just a basic drop shot rig. We just have a hook and a sinker, crawler, and toss her on out. We need to get one of these other species though. We're doing good on bluegill and bass. We don't need any more bluegill or bass. We're after one of the other 8 species that are lurking around in here. Let's try this out a ways. Alrighty. What did you guys think about that last fish? Well, damn, I missed the nice bass. Yeah, so Kel, it was actually pretty decent for these waters. Sad compared to what you catch around there. Well, that was one of the nicer ones. It was over a pound. Y'all are used to seeing me catch them that look like this. We had a real fish on the line here. Tommy mentioned inflating the worm. You ever inflate them? I've seen videos of people doing that. I've heard of people doing it. I've never tried it. They just take a... Ooh, are we getting bit? They take a syringe and they blow up the worm, little bubbles in it, and it makes it float. I've never tried it. I would imagine it could be quite effective. We're getting bit out there. Just itty bitty bites, probably bluegill. Never know though. Inflate them to keep the worm off the bottom. Noel, what are you using for bait? Just night crawlers, Noel? Yeah, that makes sense, Adam. Fiend man, stop smoking. Yeah, I know it's a bad habit, buddy. I do. That's my bad habit, though. I appreciate your concern, but I am an adult. Flutterfly life, I can't. Snake River is by my house, so there's train tracks, so I'm screwed. You can't fish by the train tracks? Appreciate this the sub there, Fluttershy. I saw it. It was a nice bass. It was nice for me. I was excited. I'm still excited, and we're still getting hit out. Is that on there? Oh, we got something on there. Feels itty bitty. What do we got? Another pond monster here. Oh, what do you guys know? Who would have guessed? Another bluegill? No. Couldn't possibly be another bluegill. We don't have bluegill in these waters. I'm lying. It's a bluegill. We got bluegill number 16. JJ's bass fishing. I got a question. What's your question, JJ's bass fishing? Well, now that Beanman said that, I think I'll go out and have a smoke. Way to celebrate, SoCal. Way to celebrate. You'll show him. All right, we're gonna put another little chunk of the worm on here. Something managed to eat half of the worm. I don't know how they do that. Appreciate the thumbs up there, guys. So we're still at the fishing challenge here. Oops. We're trying to get at least 7 of the 10 different species that live in these here waters. We've only managed 2. The bluegill are putting up a real good infantry for the rest of the fish here. They got the front lines covered. So we're having a hard time fighting past the bluegill to get anything else on the line here. And again, we're getting hit constantly. We don't get as many bluegill on the bottom rigs as we do the top water rigs, but I am still trying to pull out 1 or 2 species that I commonly catch on top water: pumpkinseed, as well as sometimes the yellow perch. The other pole here is the one that needs to be doing the work right now. We got a whole bunch of bottom species to catch to get to our number. I'll sit inside and pull a few more cones. Ash. Boom, I started fishing a little over a month ago. Into the water every day I can and still can't get my first catch. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Sucks. Oh man, that's rough. Are you sure there's fish in the water you're fishing in? I mean, that sounds like a silly question. but it's a serious one. There are not every water body has fish. Are you sure there's fish in there? If so, yes. What are you fishing with? Have you tried just, you know, a bobber rig with a worm? Have you tried a bottom rig with a worm? A lot of people go out and they fish with lures and all sorts of fancy stuff, not knowing what they're fishing for and what the fish they're fishing for are going to bite on. I would say until you learn the water body and figure out what's in it, throw a worm. Bottom rig, top rig, one or both, like we're doing here right now, just to see what's in there. Once you figure out what's in there, you can oftentimes find better, more effective ways for catching them. But anytime I'm fishing a new water body that I'm unfamiliar with or I'm not sure what things are biting on, a worm is always a good thing to try. You'll be surprised at what'll bite off of it. I need my hunter's license so I can hunt a mule deer, pronghorn, or elk. Oh, nice. Yeah, we have all three of those here in Montana. Bite on the big pole. Was there? I am moving. Shit. Well, it must have just been a nibble. I must have missed it. That or it was me bobbling around here on the dock. Again, we are sitting on a dock right now, so it rocks around a little bit. But I do have a pretty heavy sinker. I honestly should switch to a lighter sinker. Flutter says, guys, I gotta eat dinner. All right, Flutter, thanks for stopping through. Thanks for the sub. Come back and fish with us again. We'd love to have you. Jordan Richard, biggest largemouth bass I caught was 5 pounds. Very nice, Jordan. It's bigger than mine. Mine's just over 2. Angel Delgado. Oh, okay, I didn't know. Not all waters have fish. If there are, try bread, ball, or worms. Yep, bread's a good one to try as well. Appreciate the sub there, JJ's Bass Fishing. Seeing the fish go up for a bit, luck. I tried all that fancy stuff, but definitely trying a worm and a bobber this 3-day weekend. Yeah, bring both, a bobber and a worm, and then just, you know, a sinker to do a bottom rig. And I oftentimes, if you're allowed 2 poles, throw like we have. One here on a stationary pole holder, your bottom rig, and just let it soak. And then your bobber rig, you can leave in a pole holder too and watch the bobber, or I like to hold the bobber rig because often the bites are much smaller. And you get more hook sets if you have it in your hand. Swapping between you and Cindy. Oh, that's right. Yeah, there's probably a bunch of people live right now. Appreciate you coming back. Catfishy, excuse me. I'm over here belching in y'all's ears. Cindy having any luck? They got into the carp or the catfish yet? Nightbot and studio show different numbers. Yeah, Nightbot's response is going to be basically what the public would see. The studio numbers aren't yet posted to the YouTube data API. It lags behind what you see in the analytics. Just slightly. Sometimes it seems like it's 10 minutes, sometimes it's a couple hours. How far down's your bobber rig? It's pretty shallow right now, and we should actually, that's a good point. I should probably slide that up a bit. I think we're at probably about 12 inches or so above the worm right now with the bobber. And I think we should probably switch closer to 16 or 18. Maybe we'll get past some of the bluegill. Kiss, keep it simple, or my old man would always says. Yep, catfishy, absolutely right. Yeah, we're pretty shallow on the bobber rig. But the pumpkinseed tend to be in these fairly shallow waters. Yellow perch are kind of all over in the water column. Or they are here at least. And I feel like I'm destined to lose a bell right about now. I'm gonna go whipping this hook set and the bell's gonna be gone forever. Taking my 5-year-old to throw a second pole. I ain't paying for a two-level license. What's my luck? Puma, yeah, no, I hear you. That's a good way to do it as long as you're actually going through the motions of teaching them. If you legit just have them sitting there doing nothing, and FWP sees you fishing like that, they might come question it. Because technically the person who's fishing is supposed to be in control of, they're supposed to be the one casting, they're supposed to be the one retrieving. So you just got to be careful with that. 2 away from 1100, nice. 900 hours away from memberships. Getting there, SoCal, getting there, buddy. SC fishing, are they on the chew today, mate? We've caught a ton of bluegill, 16 bluegill, 3 largemouth bass. We haven't gotten into any of the other species yet. They're being picky. That or I just keep missing their bites. Again, I do have better luck too with the bottom rig if I'm holding it in my hand. That's why I'd like to get this Pumpkinseed caught so we could switch over to running 2 bottom rigs. Oops, that's me. 2 away from 1100. I read that. Got a... What's up, Pathmonth Mike? How you doing, buddy? Be Wild, welcome to the stream. Appreciate all those thumbs up, guys. Hope you guys are having a good day. We're killing it on the bluegill if that's what we were trying to do. We're not, though. We're trying to catch different species, not just more bluegill. So I'm trying through these shallow weed beds over here that oftentimes will hold the yellow perch and sometimes the pumpkinseed as well. I don't think Cindy's had any luck yet. Oh man. He does enjoy going out with waters with me every day after school. Daddy, are we fishing today? Remember, let's not catch the tree again. Oh yeah, they're gonna be your biggest critic. And they will remember everything. Remember the time you broke this, remember the time you got stuck in that. All the things you would like to forget, they're gonna remind you of. Michael White, throw your bail on between the first and second eye for easier retrieval. You mean on the line itself instead of on, see I hook it to the little support for the top eye. But are you talking about, I've seen some people who like legit hang it on the, you know, the line itself. Or on the, you know, the structure of the pole. I hang it on the metal slot, you know, that supports the top eye, your first eye. That's just how I've always done it. I don't see a lot of people do it that way, though. I've lost a few. Oh, I've lost tons on the hook sets. Usually if I can get it to last from the hook set, I can get it to a good spot and I can give her a little flick and the bell comes off and hits the ground and you know, it's right there where I see it. But sometimes when the fish bite, you know, and release, it'll launch it. Sometimes on the hook sets, I fling them off into the boonies, never to be seen again. But I've lost, God, over the past 2 years, I'm probably up to a dozen bells donated to the bottom of different ponds, lakes, reservoirs, and and fields. Do you drink beer while you fish? Kevin, if I'm with somebody else, if I'm on somebody else's boat, I'm not driving, I will often have a beer or two. When I'm out by myself and I'm the driver or I'm driving the boat, I drink Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew, grape juice, apple juice. Every once in a while I bring pomegranate juice. Lost a huge pike yesterday. Oh man, redneck. I feel for you, buddy. It's always rough when you lose the big ones. What were you fishing with? Michael White, I just hang it on the line. Probably not good for the line though. Yeah, so when you're using, if I had a long fluoro, or if I was using fluoro or mono, I would be more open to doing that. Braided line is really strong tensile strength, but not strong cutting strength, shear strength. And I could see that going real bad real quick, cutting a line. Idiot fishing, what's your PB? Biggest fish I've ever caught, landed, measured, got pictures of was a 22.5 pound, 42 inch northern pike. I've caught a few fish bigger than that I just didn't get landed. But I've had some bigger ones on my line. What would you recommend for carp? Puma. So what I use for carp is called a high-low rig. And I just use it because it's got two standoffs. It's a metal leader. And it's got two standoffs that you put a hook on each. I use fairly large hooks, like 1/0, 2/0, circle hooks, sometimes bait hooks. Almost any hook will do. I like one with a nice long shaft on it and a good wide gap, because my most used bait for them is bread balls, and I like to be able to squish a nice big chunk of bread on there, and still be able to leave a gap between the structure of the bread ball and the hook. But yeah, high-low rig with a a half-ounce sinker or so, and bread balls. Fish it off the bottom and just let it soak. You don't necessarily need to be way out deep in the water. You can catch them fairly shallow. You can catch them pretty deep too though. But just let it soak and keep your drag loose. When you get one on the line, you are going to usually take a few to get to your pole, and you don't want them to yank the pole out of your pole holder. Dang it. I'm getting constant bites here, probably bluegill again. But I can't seem to set the hook. It's gonna be my first one live stream, couldn't land it. Everyone was bummed for me. Oh man, redneck, that's too bad. You'll get another one. But did I miss? Did you say what you were fishing with? No, you didn't. Schizo, what's up, man? How you doing? Noted. Thank you, sir. Yeah, you're welcome, Puma. Adam Davis, never leave the house without 35 to 40 pound braid. Yeah, I run 30-pound braid on these smaller rigs here. My catfish poles, I have like 50 and 60 pound on two of them, and then the new ones that I'm setting up, I think I'm actually going to run 80-pound braid on. Anything good? We had a decent largemouth. It's pretty small still compared to what a lot of y'all catch, but it was pretty big for me for this pond. It was 1.13 pounds. A baby still, but when you're used to catching them, 3 inches, 5 inches, a 13 incher's pretty big. But other than that, just a ton of bluegill and other small largemouth bass. We're still trying to get into some of the other bottom dwelling creatures here, and a pumpkinseed. Good brother, another day. P.S. I wish I had your life. My life isn't to be envied. I mean, it's a decent life, but don't envy others. Go get your own, man. That's what I say. Life's too short. If you're not enjoying what you're doing, do something else. Throw another chunk of crawler on here because they stole it. Connor, welcome. Hockey all days, every day. My biggest pike is 33 inches of topwater lure. That's a very nice pike, Hockey. And topwater is especially fun to catch pike. It's always so exciting to see them blast through the water and nab up your bait. Really fun fights too. You got to be careful though, because oftentimes those topwater fights, they're very close to the boat or the shore where you're fishing. And you gotta be careful. You want to play that fish out a little bit, especially the smaller ones. You would think the bigger ones you want to play out. The bigger ones you can you'll land them when you're gonna land them. The smaller ones you don't want to bring in too quickly because they thrash so bad. And you're oftentimes using gnarly treble hooks. The little ones are honestly more dangerous than the big ones when it comes to the trebles. So I like to, with topwater, be careful and play them a bit, bring them in slow, wear them out a little bit. So you're not dealing with a fish thrashing around, throwing sharp, sticky, pointy things at you. Bill Am sent 100. Thanks, Bill. Appreciate you, buddy. Always. Joseph Toes, do you have a bell at the end of your pole? Yes, we do. Connor Payne says, never mind. Never mind what? What have you caught? Oh, it's posted at the bottom of your screen if you're on a mobile device, or the top of your screen on desktop or tablet. We've caught 16 bluegill and 3 largemouth. Sorry, I didn't see your question. Hey, a fish is a fish. Always good to catch something. Absolutely. Got perfect wind to drift float right now for sure. Yeah, you're just slowly moving across the water here. And I purposely casted it into the wind so it drifts back. And it might miss the end here and keep drifting. I don't think we're gonna catch what I'm trying to catch with it out so far though. I think we're gonna have to move for the dang pumpkinseed. I don't think they're over here. George Bale says El Salvador love, and I assume that's a El Salvador flag. Nice, George. We're in central Montana here in the United States. Hey, is that Aisha or Alicia Barber? Hey, good. Hey, Juana, good to see you, dude. Good to see you as well. Welcome back. How's your day going? Oh, oh God, that worm juice stinks. I just took a drink of my soda and had my bait finger in my nose. Raunchy. Earthworm juices. It's rough stuff. You ever fished Pyramid Lake in Nevada? Michael, no, I've never been there. Is that a good lake to fish? Oh, that's me. I am starting to see some turtles swarm here. Do hope we don't get into the turtles. Oh, it's so nice out now. Those clouds came out, the wind picked up. Weather is perfect right now. It's famous for cutthroat. Oh, okay. Yeah, we have cutthroat in quite a few water bodies around Montana. I've only ever caught one cutthroat. We have a bunch of different kinds of them here, though. Cutthroat, West Slope cutthroat, cut bows. I don't know, there's like half a dozen or more different cutthroat varieties here in Montana. No rain in forecast. I don't think so, not for today. It's supposed to be pretty windy this week. I think the wind is supposed to start dying down around Friday. So I'm trying to contemplate where I want to potentially do a Friday, Saturday, or Sunday boat stream from. I'd like to go camp somewhere for a night or two. I think I don't know how if Miyazaki, she's off work for some time this week, but I don't know if I need to check and see when she has to go back. All right, come on, Pumpkinseed. This challenge just keeps kicking my butt. We need to be more mobile. Oh, there's a nibble. Y'all see that? I think that was a nibble. Is anybody watching the poll? I think that was a nibble. Do you tent camp? Yeah, I've got a Kodiak canvas tent that I set up. Why not pack up and go to Flathead? I would really love to, SoCal. That's one lake that I would absolutely love to fish. It's a big enough water body though that I'm slightly hesitant to bring my little boat there. It's one of those lakes that the weather just has to be perfect for me to put that little boat in. Otherwise, it can be incredibly dangerous. When I carp fish rods are locked down, drag is set fairly tight so they hook themselves. Can't remember the last time I lost carp, but that's one of the UK ways of fishing for carp and Wells cat. Interesting. Yeah, so I've always done the opposite. I've had a couple of times, you know, you get the red rod holders that are metal and you stick them into the ground, or even like these ones that I'm using right now that are bigger, thicker, that have two rods that stick into the ground. I've had big fish, catfish and carp, either rip the rod out of those style of rod holders or rip the whole rod holder out of the ground if my drag is set too tightly. Over in you guys all use the pole holders that like they sit down though horizontally and they might lock in. I don't know how those pole holders work. I've never used one. It might just be the style of pole holders that you guys are using that allow you to do that. Well, what I often use and what I see people around here use, those fish, your pole will end up in the water if you have too tight a drag. But SoCal, I'd really like to. Flathead is one of the top ones on my list right now. It's a 3.5 hour drive. It's one of those places that it's far enough that I wouldn't want to drive there and fish and then drive back all in the same day. I mean, you're killing too much of the fishing time with drive time. I'd want to stay there for at least 2 days to be able to make it worth my while. Recovering drug addiction. I got timed out on Skeeter's channel. Oh, well, it happens recovering. I will just say that don't bring drama here from other channels, my friend. You're welcome to chill and hang out. Let's just have a good time. Can you boat in a cove and camp on the lakes? At Flathead, I'm not sure. I would have to look that up, but a lot of the Montana lakes you can. They just call it primitive camping. If you want to stay, you know, in the defined camping area that the Forest Service maintains, there's oftentimes a nightly fee associated with it. You got to register, etc., etc. But if you are primitive camping, oftentimes you can do it outside of the bounds of those camp areas and do it for free. Best rod holders there is, a couple of heavy rocks. El Dabo's caveman style. Big Homer Fish Bass Lake and the bar in the town is quoting the movie The Great Outdoors. Oh really, Big Homer? That's pretty cool. Good to see you as well, recovering. We use rod pods that have the rods horizontally set up properly so they're very secure. Yeah, that's what I've seen a lot of the UK videos doing. The rod holders that sit horizontally, they put the little alarms on them, which are really, really cool. Y'all, there's some seriously nice setups and rigs that are used over there. Again, we're caveman style fishing compared to that. I've always wanted to try a rod holder like that. I just don't know how portable they are. I already carry so much crap. How well they set up on unstable or uneven ground. Because a lot of the places that I fish, you don't get a big, flat open area to set pole holders up. You got to work with what you got, which is oftentimes why we use those little ones that stick into the ground, because you can do that when you're sitting on a bank that's, 45-degree angle. Set your bobber 4.5 foot. That's pretty deep. We could try adjusting. We'll drop her down a little bit, but that's pretty far. A lot of the bottom where I'm casting isn't even 4.5 feet deep. Like I said before, there's only a couple of deeper spots here. Most of this lake is 3.5 foot, or excuse me, 1 to 5 foot deep. Is that little nibbles? Or am I just shaking the cart? Oh, that's a turtle. Get away from my damn line, turtle. Yeah, we're about, I don't know, 14 inches maybe. Let's slide her up a little bit. We'll give her that's a good 26, 28 inches. I think it's enough adjustment for just a change of pace here. I think that was me bunking it. We do a lot of things caveman style over here. Nothing wrong with that, El Dabo. Do what works. Sometimes keeping shit simple is a much saner plan. Rod, call the fish up. It's a beautiful day. I just hit the first sea trout run of my adult life on the fly rod down in Alabama. Nice. Sea trout, huh? Fly rod sea trout fishing. That's new. Congratulations, Ian. Glad you had a successful day on the water. I just looked it up. Much of Flathead is private or reservation land, so boating in is only legal in a few spots. Oh, see, boating to a camp spot. Yeah, you'd have to find, there's probably some national forest or some type of land connected to it at one or more section of the water body. Dang, that was a big fish that just jumped over there. This channel between these two islands is where I've talked about in previous streams that, from what I've heard, the trout are in there. I don't trust 100% the person who was telling me that. I couldn't tell if they were feeding me a line of bullshit or if they were being legit. But they do stock brook and rainbow trout, and I've been told that the kayakers that fish through the little channel here between the two islands do catch them from time to time. I've never actually seen anyone pull one out though. Tommy, I heard you. We dropped the bobber down to almost 3 feet. But we're not doing 4.5. The bottom isn't even 4.5 in a lot of places. Fishman, welcome to the stream. Shane Borg, welcome to the stream. Juicebox, welcome to the stream. How you guys doing? Bran, good to see you out again. Good to see you in here, Bran. How you doing, my friend? Catfishy, I find it usually stock trout just circle, circle, circle. Never really stay in one place. See, and that's what I thought. I figured if they're in here, they'd be everywhere. Like, I don't see trout, like, communicating with each other, like, you guys, we gotta stay right in here. But it's on the fish stocking records. They stock it, like, every year or every other year with both of those species here. And I can't fathom why I've never caught one. Other than they're either hiding out in one section of the pond or they've just become bait for all the other fish that are in here. I mean, it's quite possible the bass are eating them all, or get this out from under the dock. Just letting our bobber float. Oh, damn it. Jesus, that was... I feel like I'm learning to dance over here, become a ballerina. Hammy says, was watching SoCal yesterday, couldn't imagine having to deal with seals while fishing through jet skis or a pain in the ass. Oh yeah, he's got some interesting stuff that happens on his stream sometimes. If it's not the seals, there was a stream in the recent past where there was a scuba diver that kept swimming by. That idiot got hung up on his rigging not once, not twice, but like 3 times. And just kept swimming by, fouling up all of his shit, getting stuck in it, having to come out of the water, them having to untangle him. It's like, is this guy ever gonna stop swimming in front of the whole series of pools? Like, wake up, buddy. I mean, I'm not trying to tell you what to do, but you could at least try to use your brain, maybe a little bit. Living, hanging out with the wife and kiddos. Just wanted to hop in and say what's up and see what you got so far. Oh, well, glad you hopped through, Brand. We've had, 16 bluegill, 3 largemouth bass so far. So lots of fish, but we're not going for lots of fish. We're trying to get a bunch of different species. Went out the other day after baitcaster conversation and got a new Affinity spinning reel. Gonna try it out. Nice. Hope you like it, Brand. Go catch a monster with it. Tommy, I love the throwback Mountain Dew. Yeah, the new design's pretty cool. It's weird, they don't change their logo often. So I'm always a little thrown off when I go to pull it off the shelf. It doesn't look like the traditional Mountain Dew. Stephanie Davis, what's up, Stephanie? How you doing today? The dude was lucky I didn't have a giant weight. We would have made scuba soup. Yeah, it was just, I mean, the first time it's like, all right, shit happens. No biggie. No harm, no foul. Get it undone, and that, he realizes I'm where I shouldn't be. I will move. The second time it's like, all right, well, that was pretty stupid of you. Like, can we not do that again maybe? But the third time it's like, all right, like, are you doing this on purpose? I don't know. Just blew my mind. Yeah, you never know what kind of crazy crap you're gonna have to deal with when you go out fishing. Sometimes it's the wildlife, sometimes it's the people fishing around you. but try not to get too worked up about it. It happens. Still getting hounded. Yeah, the bluegill are kicking our butt. We did pull a decent little bass out of here. Pond standards, it was over a pound. I actually busted out the scale for it. So, out of the ordinary it is for me to catch anything with any real size here. Still fun though. Do you have micro marabou jigs or a flasher as a sinker for your float rig? I deal with lots of roadkill. No, I don't have any marabou jigs with me. Or a flasher as a sinker. I'm not sure what you're referring to as flasher as a sinker. What's that? Now, I'm always interested to learn about different ways that people fish. I'm not familiar with that. 151 likes, let's go. Nice, nice guys. That's a lot of likes for a stream. I appreciate it. Ooh, what was that? Bubble rig. Time to check your worm on the other pole. Tommy, yeah, probably not a bad idea. Like when you troll, but scale down. Yeah, Ian, I don't. Do me a favor, go over to my, I might just be misunderstanding you, but go over to my profile page, my community page, and make a post on there. Find a picture, show me what you're talking about. I'd like to see what you're referring to. Reaction strike stuff works on walleye, etc. Cal, welcome to the stream. Are you a gamer? I'm trying to outcall the wild angler. It's pretty decent for a fishing game. I used to be a huge gamer. I haven't gamed much in a few years. I've been more into spending my time on the water fishing. Miyazaki is a big gamer. I loved fishing and hunting games though. Back in the day, I used to play those on my computer all the time. Circle hooks are my go-to for bottom rigs, cats of course. Yeah, the circle hook is a good hook. It's one of those hooks that oftentimes just the shape and the size of it tend to help things self hook. You don't really have to set it on them. They set it themselves after they grab it. And then they tend to hold them real well. I love circle hooks. Circle hooks, octopus hook is really similar. I end up fishing bait holder hooks a lot of the times because they're quick, cheap, come in a package. They tend not to be my favorite hooks, even though I do fish with them a lot. Every time I put one on the line, I'm like, man, I should just tie a frickin' circle hook on here. But as I say quite often on this channel here, I'm a lazy fisherman oftentimes, so I will quite often go with quick and dirty rigs rather than maybe the best way to rig things up. Not a great trait to have. But I don't like fussing a lot around setting rigs up most of the time. I want things to be quick, changeable. And I don't have to cut and retie things a bunch of times. Kale hooks. Ian, the hell is a kale hook? El Dabo, I've never tried Fishing Planet. USU. Oh, Adam Davis says gotta play Fishing Planet. Yeah, I've not even heard of that. Octopus for everything else. Yeah, I'm curious to start trying some different baits. A lot of the stuff that's used in saltwater fishing, I bet would actually work quite well in a lot of freshwater scenarios. And stuff like octopus. Bet you I could catch all sorts of fish off of octopus. I guarantee catfish would eat it. I'm pretty sure you'd probably get some sucker bites off of it. I can't imagine a pike wouldn't bite onto it. Possibly bass, walleye. Live bait hook. Oh, okay. Easton says catch one. Yeah, well, I love how people come into these rooms and they're just like, 1, 2, 3, catch a fish. Like, hold on, I will get one on the line for you. Please be patient. Enjoy the hold music here. We'll be with you momentarily. What's up, Easton? Big Homer, do you use different knots depending on hooks or lures used? Yes and no. Big Homer, oftentimes, again, if I'm in a rush and I'm just tying something to tie something, it's almost always a uni knot or a double loop uni knot. When I'm tying rigs at home, sometimes I do tie other hooks. I will snell hook sometimes. Loop rigs, or loop snell, I think it's called, for, you know, tying on egg sacks or stuff like chicken liver. Egg loop knot, that's what it's called. But there's not a whole lot of variety to the knots that I tie. A couple of different variations of a snell, an egg loop knot, and uni knot, double loop uni knot, or double uni knot are my most common knots that I tie. It's free too. Oh, okay. Well, running the rig a little deeper here appears to have, the bluegill don't appear to be quite as interested in it, now that we dropped her down a little bit. But somebody said check the worm on here, and I've been forgetting. I think that's probably a good idea. Shit, our worm's going over here too. Oh, that's me. Don't mind that, that was me. Man, I didn't even see the bite. I lost another worm and I didn't even see a bite. Frickin' bluegill or Houdinis. Let's get this one back in the water and then we will, some fish are professional thieves, right, Holly? All right. Oh, come on. Now I got it tangled. What did I do? Oh, that's fun. That's a good one. Okay, there we go. All right, let's get this one in the water and then check the worm on this other guy. Appreciate the sub there, Nissan. Welcome to the channel. Man, I can't even see over here. The glare is so bad on the water. Where is it? Oop, shit. There's my bobber. We're in the weeds over here again. Oh, come on. Are we stuck, or is it just weeds? Again, I normally don't fish from this dock, so I don't know where the tangles are. No, just more weeds. So we're just pulling through some thick gardens of trash here. And howdy. What's up, buddy? We've caught 16 bluegill and 3 largemouth bass.
We've only got 3 fish.
Are you catching bluegill or what?
I don't know.
You don't know? Are they just little guys? Probably bluegill. Yeah, I'm just I've been catching almost all the fish just with a bobber rig. So just a little bobber. I'll show you here in a sec if you want to see.
Fishing on net?
What's that?
Fishing on net?
No, I let them all go.
All around?
Yeah, they're it's just the little ones. You don't really keep them. I don't eat fish out of this pond anyway. There's I don't know if you guys know or not, but you see the houses over there?
Yeah.
In between this pond and the houses is another pond, and it's what's called a sewage lagoon. So when you flush your toilet, instead of it going in the sewer and flowing to some far away place, it goes to the sewage lagoon, and then the bacteria and the wind and the rain and everything breaks it down, and then that water leaches into this pond. So we're fishing in poop water right now, basically. You don't want to eat the fish out of here, so I don't keep them. But we'll pull this and I'll show you what I'm fishing with and how I'm catching them. I don't know, I'm sure you guys probably have some bobbers over there.
No, we're about to leave.
Oh, are ya?
Yeah.
It's
my birthday today.
It's your birthday?
Yeah.
Oh, happy birthday. How old are
We're
ya?
going for dinner and we're going to a tech.
Nice, that sounds fun.
I live in Great Falls.
Oh, I used to live in Great Falls. I live out in Vaughan now, so we're right in between here and Great Falls. But yeah, so we're just using a bobber rig. It just clips onto the line here, and you can run it anywhere from, you know, about that far away from your hook all the way up to here, and that just makes your bait float in a different spot in the water.
So you're just technically just letting it sit in the water?
Yep, just let it sit. Sometimes if you're not getting a bite on it, you could just give a little tap on it and it moves the bobber in the water. But you just wait for the fish to come. In fact, I'll show you. The little bluegill are right over all around in here. I've been looking for a different species. Now just watch. If I drop it down right here, we'll probably get one.
Did you see there was a big jump there? When we put the little ones back, they just floated on their back, and one floated all the way over there, and then this big giant fish came along.
Oh, probably bass. Yeah, a big bass probably came by and ate it. But if they're floating away when you're letting them go, that means that was the hook pretty deep in them? Was it just in the...
The last one was like really deep.
Yeah. Oh, there, our bobbers. All right, well, happy birthday, buddy. Hope you have fun at the trampoline place. Sorry, guys. Give him a bobber for his birthday. He just ran off. He's with his dad. When I told him, he asked him, oh, so where's all the fish? He's looking at my net. I'm like, well, I let him go. He's like, you let all of them go? Yeah, buddy, all of them. Yeah, so like they only caught 3 fish over there. He was a little disappointed. Love helping kids, even the newcomers. Hitting any trouser trout today? No, no trouser trout. Not today. Helping people catch fun is almost as fun as catching. It can be. He honestly didn't seem all that interested in learning though. I think he was more interested in seeing the fish that I had already let go. Kept trying to get him back to the setup so he could see how I was catching them. He didn't tell me how old he was either. It was his birthday though. How big were the last 2 largemouth? The last one was 1.1 pounds and 13 inches, and the one before that was 10 and no, is it 8.5 or 10.5 inches? I forget. Howdy. What's up, fat cat? How you doing, buddy? Someone caught less fish than you. It happens, Dave. I am not the world's worst fisherman, though I might make it on the top 100, depending on who you ask. Oh, what am I doing? I need to get this baited. I'm losing focus here. We're losing our challenge here again. Can't even catch a pumpkinseed. Oh, this pole's getting all beat up here. I get sidetracked easily. I'll have to go back and watch. Yeah, it was good size for this pond. I normally don't catch anything even remotely close to that big here. Every great once in a while. But yeah, we caught it. I looked for a cast. I caught it. It was on the drop. I got it to one of the deeper holes. In fact, I'm going to cast right back over that way because that's, I think, where the sucker are going to be too. But it actually bit on the drop. Cast the pole out and put it in the pole holder and went to reel in the last little bit of slack, and there was a whole bunch of slack, and I just kept reeling and reeling and reeling, and then all of a sudden there's a fish on there. It had picked up my my rigging and was swimming out of the hole towards me. Oh, well, that was awesome. Y'all see that? I hope not. We just smacked the damn sinker off the rig there and busted my line. Well, that was... No, we skipped the sinker off of the dock and right off the end of my line. Well, we're here to teach you how not to fish on this channel. Don't do what I do, kids. All right, let's see here. One more rig coming up. All right, what do we got here? This looks like one other drop shot-ish looking rig I have tied up in my bullshit box here, so let's toss this guy on there. If I can get it untangled. Oh, what a tangled mess. Let me see here. Yeah, that's fishing. Those are the parts we cut out of the final versions of the videos we post. Happens more often than most fishermen would like to admit. Alright, so again, I'm just grabbing through my, rummaging through my box of other rigs I had tied up in the past while I was playing around. And this appears to be some sort of drop shot rig I tied in the past. So we're gonna... Yeah, we got a drop shot. I just need to throw a sinker on here. I think I have one in my pocket. Bass Fishing Outdoors, what's up, buddy? Yeah, I remember you. Holly gave 2 thumbs up for me yeeting my sinker into the pond there. Appreciate that. I'm here all night, folks. Dang, all right. We're just gonna throw that on there. We don't care. Sinker's been tied on and or cut off and tied on a few times. So again, just a drop shot rig we have tied here. I'm gonna clip this on the end of the line and get a worm on it. And then we'll be back to catching some fish here, hopefully. There we go. All right. Now, how many times did I wrap around the end of my line? On my pole. Plenty. Good stuff. All right. Let's try this again. Take 2. Out into the good spot. All right. No, it's for telling me where to look for the bass in the video. Oh, okay. I was just kidding. Any crappie around? In this pond, Z-Man, no. So we're at pond number 2 at Largent Bend right now. There's one if you were in last week's stream where I waded across the river and I was talking about tiger muskie fishing, that back pond there is black crappie in. This front pond there isn't though. Z-Man, no. That looks like maybe a Korean name said hi. Where? We're in central Montana and I have no idea how to pronounce your name. What is your avatar there? Too tiny for me to see. It looks like chicken. Is that fried chicken? Can somebody tell me what that avatar is? Looks like fried chicken with my bad eyes. Once I seen my father snatch a hook from a float rig into his neck, man, tripped me out. Wow, yeah, that's definitely not how you're supposed to do it. What's up, Thomas? Hey, Rough Rider. All right, let me get a smoke and a drink, and then we're gonna rebait our bobber here because it's been bobbing around the whole time I was messing with this line. And I'm pretty sure the worm is gone at this point. Looks like some kind of meat. Okay, Holly. I thought it looked like fried chicken or something. I don't know. Fishing Bros, how you doing? We're having a great day here on the stream. Caught a ton of fish. We're getting our butt kicked at the challenge here. We still have caught nothing but bluegill and bass. But we're having fun. I forgot my bread. I forgot my my garlic balls. So we kind of handicapped ourselves on the challenge here. All we have is worms, which could be enough to complete it, but we're having a rough go of it. Can't seem to get past all the bluegill. Though the couple of the bass were decent. Let me see here. Let's sit down and chill for a few minutes. Oh man, tiger muskie are the shit. Z-Man, yeah, I've been trying to catch them for a few years here now at the local pond, as well as one that I drive about 2 hours to get to fish in my boat. And I had one next to the boat last year, but that's as close as I've gotten to catching one. I couldn't get it in the net. What are you trying to catch? We are after at least 7 of the 10 different species that are in here. We have so far bluegill and largemouth bass. We're still trying to get a pumpkinseed, a yellow perch, a yellow bullhead, a white sucker, a common carp, or I think that's it. I think that's the 7. There's also rainbow trout, brook trout, and golden shiner in here. But I don't think we're gonna catch any of them. I've never caught those out of here. Ian says amen. We're just chilling. We're having fun. This pond's a few minutes away from my house. I like to stream here. This is where I come when I just have a few hours to fish and play around. Golden shiner's good bait. Yeah, they can be. Type dot bait and hit enter. I don't know if the golden shiner is actually allowed to be used for bait here. Birdwatch. What do you mean? Dang it. Fathead minnow, flathead chub, western silvery minnow spoon, plains minnow, emerald shiner, long-nosed dace, lake chub, creek chub. So nope, no golden shiner. You can use emerald shiner though. How long are you gonna stream for? Probably another roughly 2 hours. It gets dark here about 9 p.m. and it's 6:52, so we got a little bit of time here. Missed the hook set. We might here. I think we've kind of fished this spot out. I don't know. Nah, maybe we'll stay here. I haven't never really fished this spot much. I need to be checking in more places. I normally fish from the other side of the pond over here. So we tried a different spot in the pond today. What birds do you see? There's one in the tree over there. I have no idea what kind of bird it is, so I'm not big into bird watching. I don't know what the hell half of them are. There was one swooping down into the water, a pretty big one, a little while ago, catching fish. We get seagulls around here. There's a couple of different storks, magpies. Tons of different fish or birds. Can buy the golden shiner from the bait store here in northern Minnesota. Oh yeah? Yeah, different types of shiners seem to be quite popular to be used for bait. And our worm's gone again. These dang fish are expert bait stealers. Any toads yet? No, I've never caught a frog here actually. Frog or a toad. Oops. See tons of turtles here. And I know there's some salamanders around here. I've never seen frogs or toads in this particular pond though. All right, being as the wind's blowing this way, let's just let's fish this way. Let's not fish into the wind. Oh. Night herons, bitterns, gull, pelican, egrets, bluebirds are high on my list where I'm at. And the kingfisher's a blast, and giant woodpeckers. Yeah, we see woodpeckers around here every once in a while. Now the back pond here, pond number 3 is full of big crazy birds. Alright, there's another fish. Been a while, but there's another bluegill. Oh, you call the big bass toads. Okay, my bad. No. 1 pound, 1.1 pound is the biggest bass that we've pulled out today. We've just been getting tons of these little guys. That's bluegill number 17. The worm's bigger than the fish. These fish have big appetites, I don't know what to tell you. Thank you, Holly. Oops. Can't use them for bait. Nope. I don't know what good they are. I mean, I guess they're just in here to be bass fish or bass food. But you're not allowed to feed them to the bass yourself. Bumping into that. Danny Williams, welcome. That was a bite, I think. Did you guys see that? Sounded like a bite. Oh yeah, something's nibbling. I'm gonna double fist the poles here. Which one's gonna catch a fish? What do you guys think? Bottom rig or top rig? We got nibbles on both. Still daylight there. Yeah, it is. We're daylight here for another 2 hours probably almost. Top. Yeah, the top one's getting nibbled here much more. For sure it's just bluegill though. We need to catch something off the bottom. That'll be a new species. I think our worm might be gone off the top water rig here. You truly think he's just missed it both times? I think you're right, Hammy. What did I miss? The fish? Big old red horse sucker, I guess, on the bottom. Yeah, they stole our worm on the top water rig. We're putting the bottom back in the pole holder. I think we'll probably still have worm there. I don't know though. All right, what's going on here? He's really good at answering questions, so all good if you missed mine. Oh, sorry, Redneck. Can you ask it again? I do try to answer all of them. Rebait, they took the worm. Yeah. Let me scroll up on. Hammy, all good. It's a fishing channel anyways, I get it. What did you ask? If you don't mind me asking, can you test the Nightbot and not be up in a live stream on YouTube to set it up? Redneck, no, you can't. The only way you can set up Nightbot and test the commands is having a public. Rob Perez, just wanted to show my support. Good night. All right, Rob, thanks for swinging through. Hope to see you on the next one, buddy. Good Lord. Bait stealing little poops. Good thing I brought a bunch of worms. Yeah, Redneck, sorry again. I do miss the occasional question. I'm trying to stop from scrolling back up all the time because I get so far behind in chat when I do that. So I'm just gonna, if I get your question, great. If I miss it, don't be afraid to ask it again. I will not yell at you for spamming, and I've asked my mods to not do the same. If they're asking you, seeing you ask a question that I missed or didn't get a chance to answer, we're not gonna call you out for spamming. So just type it again. But no, the Nightbot thing, you must have you have to have it joined to your channel, and you got to be in a public live in order to test it. Drives me nuts. Where are we fishing? We're doing this side now. Hey, what you fishing for? Quirky, we're fishing for whatever bites. We're trying to see how many different species we can pull out of here today. We've gotten 2 so far. We keep missing bites on the bottom rig here. It wouldn't work, thought it did something wrong. Yeah, no, you have to actually be public. I don't know why they made it that way. It should work. They should be able to get it to work with unlisted lives, but for whatever reason, they did not. It does not. Catch you guys later. All right, Rob. Whereabouts you from? We're in central Montana. This is called Largent Bend Pond. It's right outside of a town called Vaughan, Montana. That's why the pirate had his steering wheel his pants. See, man, what are you talking about, bro? Thank you, Rod. Appreciate it. Not a problem, redneck. Oh, dang it, I just ripped a lip. Set that one way too hard. Drives me nuts. Yeah. Man, these things are so quick to steal the worm. That is, again, we pinched the barb on this hook since we're catching and releasing, and since so often these guys seem to gut hook themselves. And man, I'm losing so much more bait since I pinched the barb on this little guy. All right, let's get this one a little further out here. We need a Pumpkinseed so we can switch to a bottom rig. Welcome, welcome everyone. Let's twist this a little bit. Oh, hey, my Starlink looks like it died. Is my stream still going? Can you guys see me and hear me all right? I just noticed my Wi-Fi's off. We're on cellular signal right now. Kinda. Okay, give me a sec to pop in the new battery. Stream quality should improve when I hook this up. Give me a sec. Alright, that should take a few minutes to boot up. I think we still have a signal here. A little blurry. Yeah, it should improve when, give me a sec, the Starlink is booting up here. Doing pretty good today, Jay. Thanks for asking. We're out fishing, we've caught a bunch of fish. Having a good day. Relaxing by the water. We're gonna tighten this line up here a little bit, release the Kraken. Alright, so Wi-Fi just turned on. The stream might swirly for a few. Give it just a minute. Patrick Keating, welcome, welcome. Can you guys see and hear me still, or did it disappear? I think the stream should be back up. You good? All right, cool. Looks like it gracefully recovered. Did the picture quality and the audio get a little bit better? It should have. We're on Starlink again. Looks like smooth winds capping. Right on, Jaybird. Rip some lips. We'll get something on the line here in a minute. Man, I really want to make some plans to go camping either sometime this week or maybe the weekend. I need to fix my tent though. I got caught in a frickin' windstorm the last time, last year, one of the times that I was setting the tent up. And the wind caught my the tent while it was half set up and flopped her over, and I got a big old tear in the side of the canvas. Made me so sad. Welcome back, Hammy D. What's up, buddy? Well, the world's population will be excessively high. Huh? I think everybody else left. It's just us left here. I want to either build a small pole behind for a trailer or buy some small teardrop camper or something. That would be nice. A buddy of mine's dad pulls his boat and a small camper behind his truck at the same time. I don't think I'm qualified to be doing that. I get by just fine pulling the boat by itself or a camper by itself, but we are not running a train behind my truck. I'd like to get something, you know, one of them tents that just sets up in the back of your truck. I mean, I don't spend a whole lot of time in the tent or sleeping when I'm camping. I spend most of my time fishing. So something just simple and easy to set up and tear down would be really nice. No, I'm jealous of my buddy's dad who hauls the camper behind his boat, or the boat behind the camper. I think it's the boat behind the camper. But I absolutely cringe seeing him trying to maneuver that thing into places sometimes. I can't do that. They made nice quality that fits in like a Ranger bed or something, I'm sold. Yeah, I don't know how. I know that there's probably a bunch of, you know, universal type solutions. Oh, dang it. How did I miss that? But I think you'd be much better off if you could find a solution that is tailor-made for your, you know, your year, make, and model. Man, these things, we got just a little nubby. They just pick away at these worms. No, I do really like it's a Kodiak canvas brand tent. It's a really nice tent. I had some crap luck with the timing last year when I was setting it up. The wind just went crazy for like, 15, 20 minutes. If it had happened 20 minutes prior or 20 minutes after, we'd have been golden. But it picked the perfect time while I was setting it up, and it just blew it over while I had half the tent poles in and rip along the whole length of it. So I duct taped the crap out of it for that camping trip. And I actually took it camping one more time with it taped, and it held together most of the trip, but it started coming apart towards the end. So I told myself before I take it out again, I need to go get some good like iron-on canvas repair patching, because it's legit like a 8-foot tear in the damn thing. Nice clean tear though, so it shouldn't be hard to repair once I get the right stuff for it. Just frustrating. I love camping. I go year round. Camp all 8 months of winter. Oh yeah? El Dabo, you must have a nice camper trailer or something though. Or are you out in a tent? What, you broken out, Dave? I was just talking about the Kodiak canvas, the tent that I have. Last year I was out one of the days I went to set it up. Well, I was in the halfway through setting it up, a big old gust of wind. We had a windstorm whip up, and it blew the whole thing over while I was trying to set it up by myself and caused a tear down the whole side of it. And I duct tape it back together. Oh, there we go. There's a fish. What is this? Ah, dang it! Still not a pumpkinseed. But Dave, I was just saying I need to go get some. There's Bluegill 18. Do tape and then thread. Yeah, I've heard that to kind of sew it back together. I need something. Duct tape worked for the rest of that trip and then the next trip that I went out. But I need to fix it properly. Well, guy, yeah. I got 3 ice shacks, 1 Eskimo tent. It's -50 here, 5 foot of ice by the end of the year, and heat isn't an issue. Dang. El Dabo, sounds like you got a good setup there. I know where I'm going ice fishing. Party at El Dabo's spot. Everybody meet at El Dabo's camp. Thank you, Holly. You're still here. How are you doing today, Holly? Appreciate your help. Come on, Pumpkinseed. Yellow perch, something besides a bluegill. I know you're in here. Party all winter out here. I'm not the only guy out here. Okay. Though it's just a sunfish. It's basically a bluegill it's got more greens and blues in the body of it, and then instead of the black dot just being a plain black dot. Oh. All right, we should be good. It's back, okay. Yeah, so instead of just a plain black dot on the side, it's got like a little, almost like a half moon orange or red spot that's overlaid on top of the black. They're really pretty. They're way prettier than the bluegill. but about the same size, maybe slightly bigger. Crack. Yeah, they're not nearly as common in this particular pond. They seem to hide more around the wood piles, sometimes in the reeds. Whereas the bluegill are kind of everywhere in here. And I just had on this side of the pond, I don't know where the hell where the bluegill hang out, or excuse me, the pumpkinseed. We haven't found them yet. Hope we get to see one. Yeah, I'm trying. Oh, dang it, that was something. Oh. There's a wood pile over here that I keep casting at that looks try harder. Get right on that there, Dave. We are gonna try 30% harder just for you. I will hold my mouth right and everything. But now there's a fallen log over here with some sticks. And that's the kind of terrain that I often see them around. So that's where I've been casting over to. Okeechobee passing through. What's up, small water charters? Welcome, welcome. Always a pleasure to see you. How's your day treating you? Looks like a good current coming through. Yeah, the wind has picked up where it's blowing everything here towards the southwest corner of the pond, which is the direction that I'm tossing in. So we're fishing towards the windblown bank. All good down south. Glad to hear that, small waters. Landon said hi. Welcome to the stream, Landon. Caught some on Saturday if you go back and watch. Yeah, we were. Where were we at on Saturday? Pelican. So if you find the Pelican Point playlist on my channel, we caught a ton of pumpkinseed over there. For whatever reason, pumpkinseed are way more common than bluegill in that pond, or at least the section of the pond that I was fishing. There were some pretty good sized ones though, 6.5+ inches. Small water. We are at Silver Springs here in Ocala. Oh, you're right near each other. Amadeus Kozort said hi. Welcome to the stream, Amadeus. Trout Slayer, what's up, Trout Slayer? Bunch of yellow perch. Yep, we were catching perch there too. We didn't get onto the dang black crappie, which is what we were trying to get there. We did catch a good number of fish though. And I lost my favorite bobber. Still sad about that. Still salty that when I went back it was gone. 150 miles. That's not too bad. That's pretty close. All right, let's let this guy set. Let's check our worm on this other pole. We did have a couple of nibbles. And it seems like every time we get nibbles on this pole, I pull it back in and it's empty. All right, well, we didn't hit the weed patch like we have the last couple of times. That's good. And Well, we have a worm, but it's covered in weeds. So as I'm saying, we didn't hit the weed patch. I don't know where we got all the weeds then. Let's get the salad out of the way here. Something has been picking at it, it looks like. Let's get a little of this here worm juice on it. Oh, this stuff is so gross. Like the consistency of it, it's not like a liquid. It's like booger in a bottle. All right. Let's try a different spot. Let's go. We haven't gone over there yet. Let's try that spot. Rip favorite bobber, right? Yep. My fish brain is at Vox, V-O-X. The name on there is the Vox 406. Josie J said, from the dispensary. Uh-huh. Speaking of which, I think it's fish whistle time. We need all the help we can get. All right, fishy, you have been summoned. Oops, bumping stuff. No, the worst part about losing that bobber is I thought I do have somewhere 3 more like that, and I can't find them, and I can't remember what the hell brand and like what specifically that bobber was called or where I got it to order more of them. Dang, bro, where was that? That sounded fat, whatever it was. Rusty starfish be nibbling. Something like that. Yeah, I don't know. I spent like 2 hours Saturday night looking through my email history, my receipts, trying to figure out where the hell I bought that so I could order more of them. Oh, that's a good idea, Josie. I found some that are really similar to it, but they're not the same. I thought it was a Thill brand, but I looked through all the different Thill bobbers that I could find. I couldn't find any like it. I do probably have some pictures of it though. I know I have video of it. I don't remember where I bought it at. Can't remember if I bought it online or if it was one of the ones that I got locally. What feature set it apart from the other one? So it's so they're similar to what I'm using right now. Excuse me. It's long. It's got a skinny top on it. The top though wasn't just rounded. It's got like a little crevice in it that you use to like remove the hook with. But it's not a through bobber. It's a clip-on bobber. So at the bottom, the black part, when you push down, it brings the little ring down, the little spring-loaded ring, and you clip it on, and it's got one setting that allows it to, you can make it like a slip bobber from the end, or you can clip it all the way down and it locks onto your line, and basically you can then adjust it. And most of them that are that style, you know, it's fat and it's got a skinny little point at the bottom, a skinny little point at the top. Most of those are through bobbers. You run that on your line. This one, again, it just clips from the very bottom of it, the shorter of the two arms on it. But it's got the two different settings, so it's either a clip or a slip. And then at the top of it, it's got the little wedge on it that acts as a hook remover. And they're really great bobbers. They stay real well on the line. They're really easy to adjust. And the little hook remover thing comes in quite handy. And most of them that I've seen, or the similar ones that I saw, didn't have all of those features. And then the clip on the bottom, most of them are really cheesy. They're like the little white and red ones that you get, that they never stay clipped because they're super shallow. And like this one had a nice long J hook on it that when you pushed it to extend it, it came out, you get a couple of wraps on it, and then it went way back in there so you don't accidentally cast it off your line. I have 3 more of them somewhere and I cannot find them. But what I've been using since is similar style to it. So again, they have like the spring on the bottom, and I hate these ones. They get tangled up on your line. And again, the other one is more like teardrop shape. It's fatter in the middle. And at the top here, it's got the little fork in it, the notch. That helps you get the hook out. I could have sworn they were Thilbrand, but I can't find them. Bulb on mine was fatter than this, and the top on it was, you know, 3 inches instead of just a little nubby, and then it's got the hook remover on it. I can't for the life remember where the hell I got them or where I put the other ones that I bought. I need sleep night, mate, tight lines. All right, Dave James. Get some rest, buddy. Glad to see you. We'll catch you on the next one. Muted. Yeah, these mics are funky. Battery could be getting low on it. You guys hear me all right now? Can you hear me now? How about now? How about now? What cell phone company was that? AT&T, the Can You Hear Me Now? I hated those commercials. See, and it wasn't even effective. I can't even remember what brand it was. I remember the commercial. I mean, it's memorable. I just don't remember which network it was for. Was it a Verizon? You might be right. Yeah, the Verizon wireless guy. Okay. I don't know. I have a Verizon phone. Maybe it worked subliminally. I'm gonna take a pic of this fly I tried and post it. Be back soon. All right, Ian. Yeah, I've never tried fly tying. I tie some of my, I tie, you know, my leaders, my drop shots. I tie some worm harnesses. Some of the high-low rigs I make myself. But I've never tried my hand at like actual lure making. I'll leave that to the experts. Well, maybe this spot is not the spot to stream from. I don't know, I just wanted to change a pace. We're off the leash now. I'm exploring a little bit. It feels nice being trapped to one spot. This is appear to be the place we're going to beat the 7 species. Next time I really got to remember all the different baits that we found work best for the different. Them little garlic balls were fire for the bullhead here. We caught 2 or 3 bullhead in the one night here with those. And we don't have those, and I don't have my bread. Is that a nibbly there? That was a nice fish. You ever eat the bullhead? Nah, nothing out of this pond. There's a sewage pond right near here, so I wouldn't eat anything out of here. But in general, the bullhead here in Montana, they're pretty small. I mean, 9.5 inches, less than a pound. They're just itty bitties. The catfish that I like to eat here are called channel cats. And I usually keep those, you know, like 2 to 3 pounders to fillet and eat. Good stuff. Let me spin you guys around a little here. Got the sunset. Give you guys a little different view. That's a little prettier, right? What lead size are you using? On the bottom rig, we're probably about 15-pound fluoro on the leads. The bobber rig here is much lighter. It's on a little number 8 bait hook, and it's closer to 6 or 8-pound fluoro. As for the length, about 12 inches. Cheddar Bobby, what's up, Cheddar Bobby? Is there a worm gone here? Yes. Why is this not getting, I mean, usually the bobber rig gets bit constantly. It's more a matter of getting the hook set, not getting the bite. So when it stops bobbing, it's time to check your bait. Because they have stolen it. But we'll show you here the rig. Very basic rig. Again, we're fishing multi-species here. We're not really targeting one species in general. We're instead doing 2 different methodologies of fishing. Bottom fishing and top fishing. So the bottom fishing rig is a drop shot rig. It's got a weight, a hook, and a night crawler. The second one is a bobber rig. We have the bobber about 24 inches or so above the hook right now. Inline weight. A lot of people would use split shots, and then like a number 8 bait hook with a night crawler. That's what we're rigging. This is what we've been catching all the fish with, is the bobber rig. The bottom rig is out there trying to get us, oh, no tanglies, no tanglies. What are we doing here today? The bottom rig will oftentimes target a few different species, you know, that the the top rig won't, and vice versa. You get the carp, the suckers, oftentimes the yellow perch, catfish type. Catfish oftentimes will be bottom feeders, whereas often you won't catch those types of fish when you're fishing with a bobber unless you're fishing in very shallow water. You can, it's just not as common. How did I lose the damn worm on that? I literally just flung it off. Is it me that's losing the worm here? Man, we pinched the barb on this little hook to make it easier to set these bluegill free. But now I'm flinging worms off the end of my hook. Hyperspirian. I texted you on fish brain. Okay. He's cute. Who's cute? Who are you talking about? The worm is cute? The bobber is cute? Welcome back, Rooster Tail. How you doing, buddy? Still out there, catch anything. We're up to 18 bluegill and 3 largemouth bass. We still have not managed to put a different species on the board. We're still trying though. We got about a little over an hour of light still left. And the view here just gets better and better, you guys. If stay for nothing else than this view, I promise you, you won't be disappointed. The sunsets here are something else. Let me see here. You're seeing. We're gonna turn her just a little bit more here too. There you go. There's a proper sunset. And again, we couldn't do this with the cell phone. I'm able to turn the camera and move us around because of the Starlink. I'm digging it. Oop. I need to stop bumping the pole here. Get my fat butt out of the way here. Isn't that pretty? Let's make it prettier with a nice big fish on one of these poles, so we can take a picture with the backdrop here. Were you able to figure out how to enable the comment replay on your video, Josie? If not, I will. I'll dig when I get home and find that. I know I saw it somewhere. Holly, hope you get some more fish. Work early. I have to go tonight. All right, Holly. Thanks for coming to hang out. Always a pleasure to see you. Get some rest. We'll see you on the next one. Let's be real here. We just watching an amazing guy fish and a beautiful sunset. Thanks, Rooster. I'm here for the sunset. We'll hopefully we can coax a few more fish in, but I'm plenty happy with the view here. The sun's finally low enough that I'm not blinding myself every time I look in this direction. It just reflects off the water and burns my retinas. What is with these fish? Come on. Again, I'm just moving it, you know, we do either little pops or I'll do a few reels just to move it along a little bit. There's a lot of submerged weed beds and stuff in here. Lots of little nooks and crannies that the bait you'll move over and into. Oftentimes just the movement of it will bring fish in to come check it out. Katrina, I'm gonna go. I gotta go to bed. Gotta go to school tomorrow. Good luck. All right, Katrina. Thanks for coming to hang out. We'll see you on the next one. Don't have too much fun at school tomorrow. I have a clue, but I haven't got on a computer to try yet. We only have hubby uses for work. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, SoCal might have been right. That might have been one of those ones, and you'll find that YouTube is weird like that. Some things you can only access through the mobile app. Some things you can only access through Mobile Studio. Some things you have to do it on a computer, and it's enough to drive you wild. All right, I made a post on my channel, not about flasher, but about trout flies. I don't even know how to post on your channel yet. Yeah, so if you go to my profile, there's just, I think it says community, visit community page or something like that. And you'll see all the community posts that I've made. There have also been a bunch of people on my channel that have made community posts of fish they caught, lures they're using, questions they have. But yeah, so it's just a spot where it gets in front of a bunch of people's eyes. You'll get some comments and likes and feedback on stuff. If not from everybody else, from me at least. See you next time. All right, you taking off too, Z-Man? Am I bumping this, or is that a fish? I can't tell. Ah, this guy's pretty. Juan Diego, what time is it? 7:46 here. We still have probably about an hour of daylight, and then it's gonna start getting pretty dark. There we go. We got something on it. Probably a bluegill again. Nope. We caught another lunker here, guys. Somebody get the wall mount ready. That one definitely is trophy worthy. Somebody got a stringer? Hope somebody brought a stringer. Oh, come on. There we go. All right. One more little, pretty little bass. Put it in the fish tank. Yeah, no, you're not legally allowed to use it for bait, and you're also not legally allowed to transport live fish here in the state of Montana, unless you are a commercial fisherman. Again, so you're harvesting bait fish or harvesting game fish for resale, or up with thousands of dollars of fines, potential jail time, as well as potentially losing your fishing license, your fishing gear. They don't like, it's because of the invasive species. They don't want fish from one water body moved into another water body unless it's Fish, Wildlife, and Park doing it. So they're very strict about transporting anything that's still alive. Al, my mic is probably dying. It is, it's dying. I'm gonna turn it off and see if we can, Oh, hold on. Hold on. Bluegill, another one. Oh, we have, can somebody type 19 bluegill, 4 largemouth bass? Or, we forgot to count the last one. All right. There's another bluegill. Just a little guy. Really pretty though. Can you hear me now or no? Audio? Yes. Audio, no. Over here doing poor man sign language. Somebody throw me a bone here. You can hear me. Okay, thank you. Stephanie and Rough Rider both, thank you. Stephanie beat you to it, Rough. All right, yeah, our mic died, so I just got to remember that I'm talking to the camera now, not myself. What are you using for bait? Just a little segment of a night crawler. It's a worm, and we're just on a bobber. It happens. I appreciate you guys, both of you guys helping.
Motion detected in the side yard.
Oh, that's official. Oh, that's a big frickin' turtle. Had a fat old turtle swim by underneath me. Man, we have all these big old dragonflies. And things are like 3-4 inches long. They whiz right by you. Wasn't paying attention, missed the bite. What's up? I like fishing. Richard Farley, fish for dinner? Did you smoke that trout yet? No, the trout are in the freezer. We have not yet gotten around to smoking them. Oh, another bite. Missed that one too. Man, this is getting bit like the moment it goes in. They're just nibbling though. Man, I don't know if y'all can see this bobber or not, but I think it's just a school of bluegill that are picking away at it. Can't quite see down far enough. Let's get a little further away. Catch something besides a bluegill.
Motion detected in the side yard.
This is my kind of fishing. It's good times, man. Beautiful, beautiful sunset here. Chill environment. I'm the only person on the pond right now. It's pretty blissful. We're not catching any real monsters here, but we're catching fish. I'm having fun. We still got almost an hour of light before we can't see anything. I just caught a catfish, 7 inches. Nice. Yeah, it's about the size of what we would maybe be pulling out of here if we got one. There's the yellow bullheads in here. What kind of catfish was it, Hector? Do you know? Oops. Dang, missed another one. We're gonna have to pull this in. I'm sure my worm's probably almost gone. I got a turtle. This turtle's like literally got his little arms on the pole, like crawling up out of the water looking at us. Now we have more of a worm than I thought we had. Alright, we're alright. Let's get her out here a ways. Get her away from the dock. See what else is out here. Hungry. Hope everybody's having a wonderful Tuesday evening, or Wednesday morning. So definitely a nice way to spend the afternoon. We need to find more spots in this pond where pumpkinseed are. I don't want to always fish from that one spot. What's up, square body? How you doing tonight, buddy? The boys, welcome to the stream. Hey, the boys. Could be Beast. Good afternoon. Glad to see you fishing. Catch anything yet? Hey, could be the Beast. Thanks for stopping through. Yeah, we've caught a bunch of fish. We've had 19 bluegill and 4 largemouth bass so far. We were trying for as many different species as possible, but we can't seem to keep the bluegill off the line. Having a good day though. Having a blast. The weather's absolutely perfect out right now. The wind died down. There's still just a slight breeze. We got this gorgeous sunset in the background here. Missed another bass. So it was just a dink, so slightly bigger than the first one. This bottom rig has been not great for us, other than the big bass that we got on the drop. I think it's time to move it again. Make sure we still have a worm on here. Still watching this bobber over here. All right, well, we still have a worm on it. God, isn't that sunset pretty? Yeah, so our first rig is just a drop shot rig here. We've got a crawler on an offset hook with just a sinker at the bottom. Just a very basic drop shot rig on a clip. Thanks for appreciate the sub there, 46. Welcome, welcome. All right. Well, we rebaited that, or no, we didn't need to rebait it. We just reset it. We put it in a slightly different spot. This one we still have a nub of bait on as well. We're gonna get that back out there. There's a dragonfly again. Do you guys see them damn things when they fly by? Like a small bird. Halfway considering another ocean fishing marathon tomorrow. Oh yeah? Yeah, it looked like you were having fun. The ocean can be such a interesting place to fish at times. You never know what the hell you're gonna pull out. And we've switched. I'm just slow rolling this bobber. I'm getting little tick, tick, ticks at it. I think we have some bluegill following it. Maybe we'll get a bass or a perch come up and slam it. Oop, dang it. That was a decent one. What's the biggest fish of the day? Square body, it was a 13-inch, 1.1 pound largemouth bass. That's the biggest so far. What is following this? This is like the world's tiniest fish has been harassing this bobber the entire way in. I just can't get a hook set on it. There it goes again. Nope, I missed him. Playing with this. Is it a turtle? No. Oh, and we lost him. Yeah, this is a little bluegill. I think that worm was just too far up the hook and they were nibbling at it and not the hook. There's just a whole school of them over here. I don't think you guys can see them or not. Oops. Nah, there's too much of a glare on the water. Let's put a bigger chunk of a worm on here and get it out. The bluegill are fun, but we're trying to catch something else. We don't need bluegill. We've had plenty of bluegill. Though we could catch one more to get her up to a even 20. 20 is a good solid number for bluegill. It's about 20 too many most days, but. Stuff, it's literally, it's like boogers in a bottle. Like doesn't, greasy boogers in a bottle. Seems to work, fish like it. Oh, that was beautiful. What do you guys think? Is that like an 8 out of 10? 9 out of 10? I'm gonna smack in the pole. Dang it. Seriously? I didn't even get cast out yet. The pole was dangling in the water and they stole half the worm. Some bullshit. That's a bite. Come on. Dang it. We're just getting robbed everywhere here, man. YouTube ain't tubing, 75% retention, and died at 22. Yeah, that's really good retention for it to die, Crappy Man. Sorry, I didn't see you come in here. Yeah, that's one of those ones that you'll probably see in, you know, a day, a week, or whatever. Like they just start throwing traffic at it again. Seems like sometimes they're like they'll like put videos on the back burner. Like they won't do anything with it, and then they start shooting traffic at it again. That is awfully weird that there'd be a pause on that though. C-Tip says 30-pound king salmon at Ship Creek in Anchorage, Alaska. That's a heck of a nice salmon. Bait casted or spinning reel? Monkey, I use spinning. Hopefully 69 away from 30K. Oh, so close. But I'm not exactly ready for the giveaway. Yeah. Come a little sooner than you expected. I did see that that other video is up to like 777 or something like that. It was still rocking. That's one of those ones again. I think you might be surprised. I think it'll keep going. It might crawl there, but I can't imagine they send that much traffic at a video and then just shut it off cold turkey. There's I can see a whole school of them over there from like 20 foot. What are they all doing over there? I assume those are bluegill, but I don't think it would show up on camera, otherwise I'd pan it over there. Still get 1K an hour, slow and steady. There you go. Yeah, see, that's, in fact, that's not, I mean, that's slower than it was, but that's by no means slow. Pro, dive so you can get fish. Dive? We fish from the shore here. We're not spelunking for fish. It's a nice pond. Megumi, thank you. Yeah, I think it's pretty here. The sunset is gorgeous. Carl Legends, what's up, Carl Legends? Welcome back. Ripped Bass with Cody said hi. Welcome to the stream, Ripped Bass. I'm disappointed we missed the bottom rig there. It was a nibble, but it was a bite. There was something there. Fourth remount to get over 20K in a row though, so if it ain't broke, yeah, I mean you can't do the million every video. 20K, I mean that's substantially more than I've ever got on any of mine. That's double my highest short. So it's good traction, especially if you're getting subs from them, man. If they're converting, it's worth it. I think it's the story, honestly. Could be. I mean, that's a very good guess. There's so many, like there's just like an army of bluegill that live under these docks. You just see the whole perimeter around it. They're nipping at the water at the edge.
Motion detected in the side yard.
I think I found your bobber. I'll put a link in Discord. Does Rod and Bob's So those are the closest that I found that look. You found the same ones that I have in my shopping cart right now that I just haven't checked out with them, because it's not them. Really close. The only thing that's really different about those is the clip on the bottom, like the bottom part where you push out. It looks more cheesy, like the red and white, you know, the crappy bobbers. But that's as close as I found, and I think I might order a handful of them just for the hell of it to see. Maybe it's just the quality of the picture. But no, Hammy, you're right on track. It's basically the same exact bobber than that, or same exact bobber as that. But those ones just look a little cheaper, a little wonky. It's like those are the copy of the one that I had. You went down the rabbit hole. That's funny, Hammy. Thank you. I appreciate that. What's the biggest fish you ever caught, Goober? Biggest fish I've ever landed, measured, weighed, was a 22.5 pound northern pike, 42 inches. I've had a few on the line that were definitely bigger than that, but did not get them landed, unfortunately. Dare you to throw the cigarette away. No. I appreciate your concern, but we're not going to do that. You guys liking the sunset? I should probably check this bottom rig. I feel like the worm's probably gone. Appreciate the thumbs up there, guys. Thank you. Anybody going camping this weekend? I really am contemplating playing hooky from work for a little bit and going camping. Shawnee, welcome to the stream. Yeah, this is central Montana. We're right outside of a town called Vaughan. Can you guys see that bobber or no? Let me see, where are you looking? Yeah, it's like right there. Popcorn, what's up, buddy? We're just doing multi-species fishing here. We do a weekly challenge usually from this pond. The ultimate goal is, so there's like 10, 12 species that are in this pond, and we keep trying to get at least 7 in one stream. And thus far we've only managed to get 2, a crap load of bluegill and a few largemouth bass. But there's pumpkinseed, yellow perch, yellow bullhead, white sucker, common carp. There's all sorts of different things in here. Yeah, I don't like these bobbers as much. The other one, it sits on the line way better. The hook on it is very finite, and I feel the bites much better and seem to get a better hookup with them. This other bobber, it's just not quite the same. I don't like it. Yeah, popcorn, this is called Largent Bend Pond number 2. We streamed last weekend at pond number 3, where the tiger muskie and the black crappie are. That one we have to wade across a river to get to it though, so I don't fish there as often. Let's check this other pole. Make sure we got a worm. Oh, bobber's going crazy here too.
Motion detected in the side yard.
Something itty bitty's just biting at it. Not even attempted to take it. It's just picking at the little worm. Yeah, our worm is gone. Oh, our bobber's gone. We got a fish? Looks like we might have a fish. That's a fish. Oh, no, it's not a fish. We had a fish. We lost a fish. Now we have no bait. No camping this weekend, but September, October will be full of camping trips, and then chilling until the ice freezes. Nice. Yeah, I need to look and see. I don't know what our weather is gonna look like. I don't know when our winter's starting. Seems like it's different every year around here. I need to figure it out though. I need to figure out how much longer I have to fish this season before I'm not going to be able to get my boat in anywhere. I'm already running into problems because water levels are so low.
Motion detected in the side yard.
Oh, good Lord. Are we going to do that every other cast? Trying to cast while sitting next to a bunch of recording equipment. I'm always doing really bad form casts. Ooh. What was that? Y'all see that one? Prayers for Cousin Carl. Yep, prayers for Cousin Carl, Travis. How thick does the ice get there? That's a good question, Aldabo. I think it depends on the water body. I would imagine the lakes and ponds get much thicker than the rivers. I don't know though. I've never ice fished. I would have to ask some people around here. I've seen the ice here over 24 inches. Yeah, I would imagine it gets that deep in lots of places around here. I have no honest clue though. Again, I've never ice fished. Worm gone again. We're just feeding them at this point. One for you, one for you. Who hasn't gotten a worm yet? One for you. Skipjack Cindy, welcome to the stream. Saw that pull jump. Okay, so it wasn't just me. Yeah, it jumped for a moment there. I picked it up and there was nothing going, or nothing on it. Oh, come on, worm. Just get on the hook. Travis is tripping? What?
Your water is crazy low as well. Scraping trailers and props on damn near every launch around here.
That sucks. Yeah, I was reading, I couldn't find any current as of this month water level charts from Fish, Wildlife, and Park, but I did find as of last month, and yeah, most of our water bodies and reservoirs look like they were 10 to 15% below normal level at this point in the year. Some of them a little less, some of them a little more. But yeah, we're missing a lot of water in a lot of our water bodies around here.
Gets thick AF here, 5 foot on a warm year, 7 to 8 on a cold year. Oh wow, that's thick. Alaska, Siberia. He's up in Canada. No. I don't know. Justin Hill. How long you been fishing today? We started the stream at like 2 p.m., 2:30. So about 6 hours, I think. Yeah, 6 hours ago.
We've been here for a good minute. Plenty long enough that we should have been able to catch 7 species. They're just, they're not having it today. We're not at the right spot.
I need to try underneath the tree over here in the corner next time.
I think we'll get enough of the very different habitats here in the pond that we can pull a bunch of different species out. Spot's just going to be harder because it's like at a slope. There's no good spot. Set the camera, the poles. We're going to have to sit up on the like ledge below or above the slant. Sorry. Thought this pole was bobbling.
I need to shut up for a second and look. Petro, where are you asking me? Northern Canada. Manitoba, yeah. That's what I thought, you're in Canada. Such a pleasant change of atmosphere, respect, peace. Welcome to the stream, TK. I'm glad you like it. Isn't that pretty? Such a pretty sunset we usually have here.
Let me adjust this slightly up.
Oops.
Alright, there's another fish. Hang it. Of course, not a bluegill. Not a pumpkinseed, not a bass, not a perch, another bluegill. There's bluegill number 20. She gets a bit nipply up here, all right? Oh yeah. She gets a tidbit nipply over here in Montana as well, my friend. We just get those winds here that make everything colder.
Yeah, sometimes it looks like the whole sky is on fire. But it only lasts a short while. Yeah, it's
pretty brief. That's so pretty though.
Thank you, SoCal. I was fishing today. We've got 24 fish so far, so we're doing all right. Not catching all the fish we want to, but we definitely have had no shortage of fish. You guys get tornadoes, Uncle John looking to move. Very infrequently are there tornadoes in Montana. We do get high winds. We have, tornado level winds, hurricane level winds that come through. But we usually don't get the, the cyclones that actually touch down with it. A few days I caught my PB catfish. And it was 56 pounds. Wow, love fishing. That's a fat cat. What kind of catfish? Perfect time for fish doobie. It is. Travis Sea we do, but they mostly don't hit any towns. They have before though, for sure. Yeah, they do come through here. I think there was a tornado warning earlier this year, but it's infrequent. And normally they don't touch down. You're pretty much safe unless you live in a mobile home, I think. Tornadoes, for whatever reason, really either like or dislike, whichever way you want to look at it, mobile homes. Car Legends doing well, thank you. Act On by Billing, some years gets a handful of tornadoes. Love fishing, says Flathead. Okay, Flathead catfish. Yeah, there are a few spots around here that they've touched down. It's quite uncommon. Love Fishing says I'm gonna subscribe. Okay, appreciate that, Love Fishing. Thanks for subbing to the channel. We stream usually 2 to 3 times a week on this channel. We fish all sorts of different waters. We do bank fishing, boat fishing, lake fishing, stream fishing, river fishing, a little bit of everything. It's got fish and water, we'll fish it. We'll drop a line in, see what we can find. Thing about living in Montana is the weather. It can get bad. Yeah. We get extended periods of some pretty foul weather during the winter. It's not bad if you have all this stuff to hunker down and you can just chill for the winter. But going outside and trying to drive around and get groceries and go back and forth to work, it's no fun in the winter. Not even a little. Oh, I miss my bobber. I hate this bobber. I can't see it this late at night. I think everywhere gets random meteors, but no sinkholes to mention. Yeah, we do see quite a few fallen stars, meteorites blazing through the sky here at night. I don't think Montana will be good for Uncle John. He has bad luck. Or Uncle John. I'll drop a line in. Needs to be on a shirt with your logo, guy. Redneck. I'd buy one. There you go. Start a community post on my channel to discuss merch ideas. I don't know. I think it'll be a distant future, where you see me putting out merch for my channel, but that is a good idea. That'd be a funny one. Need to visit a few places on my move out of California. Oh, dang it.
on, buddy. Alright, we don't have too much time here. It's getting a little dark. I would love to stay here and night fish, but technically this place closes at sundown. Will you just take it? Man, these little bluegill are... Why am I even fishing for the bluegill? We already have a bunch of bluegill. Casting it further out where the bass are. What time is it? Let's say 10 more minutes and then I gotta start packing up.
The right setup, ice fishing is unbeatable. I bring my TV, my generator, got toasty wood stove in the shack along with open concept kitchen, beds, holes in the floor.
Heck yeah. That sounds like a good way to spend the winter, honestly. I dig it. Move forward. Get on there. All right.
My Eskimos, I rock a big buddy heater and cots, 4-pick for the iPad for TV. Travis the dog, welcome. We've caught 20 bluegill and 4 largemouth bass. Prayer for Aunt Betsy. Yep, you're dead ass welcome to plan a trip up here. I'll guide you around. We'll keep that on my radar, El Dabo. I'll definitely consider it. Sounds like a blast. Glenn McIver. Look down, Travis.
CK said hi. Welcome to the stream, CK.
And I know I've probably missed a bunch of messages. Redneck said LMAO, I'm on it. All right. All the dental floss tycoons spend winter in Florida. Yeah.
Hearing voices. Oh, I don't see people.
I like going fishing. Sandra Dominguez.
I love fishing too. One of my favorite things to do.
Try dropping it straight off the dock and no bobber and twitch it up and let it sink.
We could, but there's I'm pretty sure all I'm gonna catch is more bluegill. That'd be more of this rod. That's perfect. This is a drop shot rig right here. We could try that.
Oh, a whole bunch of people just showed up on the dock over there. I don't know if you guys can see that or not. Oh.
No, you're fine. I love fishing. Yeah, it seems like the closer I get to the dock, the only thing I catch is the bluegill. They're all just frantically waiting for food around the dock.
.207 thumbs up. Wow, over 200 in this stream. Y'all are awesome. I'm glad you're enjoying the content, enjoying the stream here. We've caught a bunch of fish. We didn't catch anything really big, but I'm glad you guys came along fishing with me today. Always a pleasure to bring you along. I'm probably going to be doing another short stream at one of the local ponds, maybe even the river on, I think, possibly Thursday. And I am planning for another probably marathon stream, either Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. We're going to try and take the boat out somewhere. I got to check what the weather's going to be like and make a plan. But keep an eye out for a Thursday stream and potentially one Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. And if you haven't already, consider hitting that subscribe button. Again, we do stream the two to three times a week. We have the Starlink Mini. We're going to be streaming from lots of different places here in central Montana and surrounding waters. We've done Canyon Ferry, we've done Holter, we've done Pishkin, Willow Creek. We are potentially going to be doing Tiber Dam, possibly this weekend, maybe Hauser. I haven't quite decided. It really depends on the weather and what species I end up deciding we want to target. But if you like fishing, you like fishing streams, hit that sub button, hit the bell icon, come back, fish with us sometimes. We've got a really great group of people in here. Y'all are awesome. I thank you for coming fishing with me all the time. We're gonna wrap her up here in a few minutes. I'm seeing some bigger bass jumping over there. I wanna try a couple of casts right out where I keep seeing these guys jump. See if maybe we can coax them onto the end of the line here. Have a nice outro fish. Nice fat bass would be a nice way to end the stream here, huh? Sorry, just trying to get some of the stuff put away here. That doesn't fit in there. All right, Rod, gonna go back to work. Have a great night, man, and chat. Can't wait for that next I'll drop a line live stream. All right, Redneck. Thanks for hopping through, buddy. Always a pleasure. Don't have too much fun at work. Have to go. You're making good content. Keep it up. Thank you. I love fishing. Travis, meteor soon. Too quiet. Dog hears it. Well, you should talk to the dog. Ask the dog what you should do. Braxton Dietz, welcome. Man, they're just slamming it, but nothing taking the hook. Do you need a fishing license to fish in open public rivers and such in America? Yes. Yeah, you'll need to be licensed. Each state has different requirements, but I do believe most states require that you possess a license. Some of them do have, like licenses aren't required for children under 10 or 12 years old. Some states licenses aren't required if you're 65 years or older. Some states don't require licenses for people to fish if they're fishing from shore and into the ocean. Yeah, so there's differences. It depends on where you're living. But in general, yes, there is a fishing license required to fish in freshwater for the average person. Fat Cat, where's that black coffee? That sounds awesome right about now, but I don't know how I'd I guess I could bring a thermos. I don't know. I don't usually travel with coffee, fat cat. Liam said yes. In Australia, we only need a license if we're fishing stock dams. Oh, okay. Yeah, everywhere seems to have quite different rules. California doesn't require a license if on a public pier. Okay, so yeah, there's always like edge cases like that. Rod, it's so beautiful. And it's just, it gets pretty, and then like all of a sudden it'll be gone. And it's just like the pretty's gone, the light is gone. We're getting real close to that. I did bring my headlamp so we can get our way out of here. I'm half tempted to go somewhere and do a little bit of a night stream, but this is not the spot to do it from. Late night fishing coffee is required. Okay. I will, Something. I don't see the bats yet, though. That could have been a bat. Right about now is usually when bats start coming out to harass me. I've always wanted to fish in America. Your fish are very much like ours in ways. Very aggressive, hard fighters. They can be, Liam. Braxton says, nice stream. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Braxton. Just splashes everywhere. Ooh, there we go. I was reeling it in. I got a reaction bite from something. There we go, we got our outro fisher, guys. My guess is it's a small bass, but we'll see. I was just dragging her slowly across the bottom. Yeah, I think we got a bass. There we go. Something's hitting our bobber pole there, too. Chill out. There we go. Eek. Ouch. Knock it off. Quit. Knock it off. You're not going anywhere yet, buddy. We're not done with you. There we go. In the backpack it goes. Just lovely. Well, this fish has been places and seen things. He's gonna go back home and have some wild stories to tell his brethren. I don't know, 10 inches? Maybe. Let's see. You are damn close. 10.5. 10 and a half inches. Very good guess, Dan. Let's get this guy back in the water. Off she goes. All right, well, I've had fun. You guys have fun? It's a nice way to end the stream off. Thank you, SoCal. Rod has never met a fish he didn't try. You know, that'd be probably more funny if it wasn't sad, but it is true. Good Lord. I told you I might just take them off the hook, throw them in the dirt, get it over with. That's how I fish. Good God, you guys see this?
Isn't that gorgeous? I don't want to be done yet. I really don't. Let's put the bobber pole away. Let's drop shot a little bit. I can't see the bobber anyway. I can feel a drop shot. We still have a little nub on there. Let me get some of this stuff cleaned up. Get my headlamp out. We'll get basically everything in the old cart here and get ready to go, and we'll fish until it seems like a good time to stop. All right, battery. Whopper plopper time. Dan Riddigy proved the 21-pound bass. Exactly 10 inches longer. Good shit. You going somewhere else? I know, I think I said something on live today when I dropped that catfish. I think I said I'm dropping it like Rod. Josie, you did, and I laughed because you were absolutely right. $21.5-inch bass. Oh, yeah, I don't know. I don't remember. I'd have to look it up. I think I have it on Fish Brand, the length of the biggest one. I just remember it was around 2 pounds. Wasn't very impressive. All right, give me a moment here, guys. Nope, that doesn't go there. This goes in there. This goes in here. Oh! Alright, well, that's our parking brake, apparently. The old fishing cart just tried to kamikaze itself into the pond, which would not have been good. Let me get my can of worms out here. Bag in. Sorry, I'm just trying to clean up as much stuff as I can before it gets dark, so we can throw the line in for a few more minutes. I was gonna say, I don't see your name in the record books. 8, 9 pounds maybe. That's a very nice. Yeah, line, we can't use bluegill as bait. Still working till 6 a.m. You caught me out. Oh crap. It's me. We've been fishing for a little while here. We were just, I'm getting most of the stuff packed up so we can drop the line in for a few more minutes here. See if maybe we can get another bass to bite. Nope. Move the view over here.
Sorry, I'm blinding the camera. I'm just trying to read real quick. If you ever go home, it's me. I looked for you, didn't see you. Derek Lucas? What do you mean? The bass was full of eggs. All right, let's get this baited up and back in the water for a few more minutes. We're mostly packed up. We got a few more worms in this container. Let's see if we can catch another fish. And again, we're just using a drop shot rig here. And we'll just kind of let her sink and bottom bounce her a little bit. Sorry for the light blinding you guys. Try and enjoy the sunset there. That last light is gorgeous. Hey Mia, welcome, welcome. All right, still got a worm. And I'm just kind of jigging this drop shot through. Bouncing the pole a little bit, letting it rest. A few tugs on the pole, letting it rest. Red Bull gets you through 12-hour shifts. I don't know. I can't do the energy drinks much. They give me headaches. No bloody wings though. Catch all the bluegill. Miyazaki, yeah, we caught every last one of them out of here. All of them. Josie J, maybe next time, Derek. It's okay, people get busy. It's no big deal. Braxton says I caught a 7 out of fork. Nice. Hope you had a good day, Rod. Appreciate that, it's me. I did. I had a really fun time fishing out here today. We caught a ton of fish. Still, I'm trying to find a good spot to fish in this water body that I can catch all of the different species.
I don't want to have to move around to different spots. So next time we do this challenge, we'll try it from a slightly different spot. Rod, how long are you fishing for? Derek, we're probably just gonna fish for a little bit longer here. Let you guys enjoy the last tail lights of the sunset here. Once it gets dark, we'll probably pack up and head out. Try not to fall in the pond here. It's me, says my day sucks ass. Oh man. Nice picture you painted, right? What a beautiful landscape. You just thought I caught the same one 20 times? Might have. Being stuck at work sucks, it's me, I know. Braxton Dietz. Go to your night spot. I'm contemplating it. We would have to stop by the house and pick up another battery. And another couple batteries in my wallet. Oh, thought that might have been a fish. It was a weed bed. I got excited for a second. Oh, that's cool. I need more live to get me through my 12-hour shift tonight. Oh. Braxton Dietz. Any takers? I work for a company called Milken American Company. We make fabric for airbags and make fabric for airbags for cars. Huh. That's interesting.
Motion detected in the side yard.
Something splashing around over there. We haven't tried casting over this way yet, but let's see. All days off. Mia, when do you go back to work? Are you off till next Monday or you go back this weekend? It's me, 30 degrees. In here 12 hours. 30? I think Mr. Rod says, or Mrs. Rod says, get home, bro. September 1st. Tell's today, 20. What's today's date? I don't know when the hell September 1st is. Next week.
Today's the 26th. Okay. Cheese and rice. Josie, check your email. Mia, do you want to go night fishing somewhere? Maybe. Maybe we'd have to wait till the kiddo falls asleep. September 6th is next Saturday. I only know because that's the opening day of deer season. Nice. You said it's too warm there. You're probably not going out, right? SoCal? NyQuil works wonders, Derek. Sorry, I keep blinding the camera. I'm trying to read it. Any y'all ever night fish for largemouth bass? Is that a thing, or does the bite shut off? I've never really stayed here and fished after dark. Derek Lucas says I do. Fast full bite. Hard at night? Really? The bite doesn't shut off? Huh. Do y'all use like glowy UV type lures or still just whatever? Doesn't hurt, but it's usually just slower. Oh, okay. Use black and blue Senko or Yum Dinger. Yeah, we're just running a crawler on the drop shot rig right now. I'm just curious. I've never really heard of people bass fishing at night around here, because most of the spots that you would largemouth bass fish for are ponds and stuff. Most of these places technically close at sundown. You're not supposed to be out here.
Motion detected in the side yard.
They don't really enforce it at a lot of the places. But there are plenty of other places around here that you can, and I often do night fish from. Oh, what a weed bed again. Get out of the weeds. I think we're pulling in a salad. Swamp thing on the line here. We still have our worm, or what's left of it.
Let's try a few more casts. Stay safe, go to bail. All right, it's me. Thanks for swinging through, buddy. Do you need a license there to catch trout? We have a season for trout here. Falcon, no. Trout fishing is all included in your regular license. Bluegill good eating. I've heard they are. They're too small here to eat though. Stay safe, got a bail. Tommy Stam, what's up, Tommy Stam? How you doing, buddy? We're chilling. We're just at the tail end of the stream here. We've caught a whole bunch of fish. How you doing today, Tommy? You going out fishing? Sometimes I catch bigger bass at night versus morning day. Huh. Bic Dub 3 says you better get a big one. We are trying. This is the latest or the most dark I've ever fished this water body. I don't really have the proper lighting with me for a night stream. We'll think about it. We might do a stream later tonight. I'll see if I can coax Miyazaki to come out and fish for a little bit. Tommy Sam, just woke up. It's 5:11 a.m. here. Okay. Well, good morning, Tommy. Top of the morning to you, my friend. Falcon, only ever caught a bluegill on a Red Dead Redemption 2. Yeah, they're too small around here. There are some places in Montana that I think you can catch a decent sized bluegill. This pond is not one of them. They're, 4 to 6 inches. Only ever caught a bluegill. Oh, I saw that. I caught a lot of rockfish this weekend. Hunt's nice. I've never caught. Ooh, that was a hit. Come on, come back. That might have been a bat too. Can't tell. If you're gonna be live later, I'll check back. But for now, I better get my butt back to work. All right, Derek. Thanks for swinging through. Tommy Stam, good morning. Absolutely. You need an air mattress in the back of the truck. Fish all night and not worry about leaving the little one at home. Yeah, he wouldn't sleep. He spazzes over anything that flies in the sky. So nighttime out in nature for him would be traumatizing. He doesn't do well with the bugs. All right, we're gonna leave this sit for a few. Maybe we'll get a catfish or any campfires allowed. Not here, Dan. There are some places that we could. But this pond where we're fishing right now is technically closed. We would have to go to probably the Missouri River somewhere to set up a campfire. You ever see fish? No, I never have. Well, I fished when I was in Florida years and years ago. I fished off the Gulf Coast side of Florida. So ocean fishing. We're in the weeds again. The Crow said hi. What's up, buddy? Welcome back. That's why God invented double dose of NyQuil. Falcon, you're living the life most men only dream about. I don't know about that, but I'm glad you're enjoying the journey. I am. About time to camp and fish. It really is. I've been jonesing for it. Kiddo just started school back though. Mia is on vacation temporarily from work, though, so I don't think she'd be very pleased if I disappeared for 3 days. Get out of the weeds, good lord. Hamburgers. Hamburgers does sound really good. Some good camping grub. Heck yeah. I need to prepare properly, plan properly. I don't like to impromptu camp. I like to have all the stuff that I want to have and need to have camping with me when I'm camping. I don't like going out camping and realizing an hour in, a day in, you know, whatever, that I'm missing a bunch of stuff that I need or want. Oh, wow, these bugs are getting bad. I need to see if switching to a... There we go. Maybe the blue light, they won't fly around me so much. They were just swarming. I think they're still gonna, though. Blue crab, that's cool. Takes one to know one, Blue. UFO, yeah. The aliens are joining us. We're just trying a different shade or a light here to see if maybe the bugs will leave me alone a little bit. We got red too. I don't see as well with red light, but story around a campfire with beer. Need some of them UV reflective tips and UV light. Low bugs, and you can see the gear good. It's a good idea for Crow. Yeah, I have some LED tips, but I don't have the LED or the UV. Yeah, I didn't think about that. The UV would be a different spectrum of light that the bugs aren't attracted to. Man, there's some big fish jumping. I know you guys can't see anything. You're basically ASMR fishing right now. Sitting in the dark with an alien floating around the screen. Imagining me catching big fish over here. I promise I'm catching monsters. You just have to close your eyes and think about it. I like Bigfoot. Well, I'm gonna hang out here for just a little bit longer. I'm not feeling any nibblies, nothing real interesting. What the hell was that noise? Oh God, that's my reel. Man, I got something in there. She's not sounding so hot. I need to take these home and... Good Lord. Freaking beaver. There's a mad beaver. Start whispering and making weird sounds, I'm 100% leaving. We'll try not to, SoCal. I have rods painted with UV reflective light and got a $45 UV light from Amazon. Bright enough to tie a line and all. Huh. It's a good idea for Crow. I'll look into that. Did you see that young man on the tube shorts that caught bass with his thumb? No, Falcon, I don't think I've seen that one. All right, let me put, I think we got one worm left in the container here. Yep, one worm left. And we'll toss this guy out there for a few. SoCal. That was me and it wasn't a thumb. Holy moly, well done. Must have forgot the Velcro gloves that day. Oh, jeez. Y'all need help. I think y'all need some help. I'm gonna refrain from further comment on this whole conversation. You are our hope rod. Well, if I'm your last resort, y'all might be fucked. Because I don't know what to do with a comment like that, SoCal. To be perfectly honest. SoCal used the worm God blessed him with. Yeah, I don't know, y'all. This is taking me to a... Oop, there's a bite. Or a bat. A bite or a bat. I don't know which one. I felt something. Felt like a bite. Might have been a bat. Yeah, I would imagine there's probably some kind of fetish involved around this whole... I don't even know. We're not gonna go there. I don't need to go down that particular rabbit hole. Catch and release, SoCal, you just take them home. Leftovers kind of guy. I'm just gonna be over here fishing, guys. Y'all are something else tonight. Just traumatize them once and let them go. Quick one and done. The sun's still up in Montana. Now we have officially lost the sun. That was the sunset that you're seeing right now. It's just blackness. There's a little bit of faint light over the horizon, but we are nighttime here. It's 9:25. We are losing so much time every day. God, it was just like a month ago when we started streaming, and we were streaming till well after 10 o'clock and there was still light out. Now it's barely past 9 and it's pitch black out. So survival of the fittest with SoCal, right? How you doing, Nathan? Welcome. There's some of that light you see, that speck of light you guys see on the screen. Is somebody else fishing on the other dock over there? I don't know if we can. I don't know if you guys can actually see them or not. I think that's. No, it's not. That's the house you see. What am I thinking? There is somebody fishing right over there on the dock, though. Sounds like they might be leaving, though. Seriously, though, the fish ate his thumb and he landed it. No, Falcon, I haven't seen it, and I don't want to see the version these other guys are watching. I don't know where I should stream from tomorrow. I don't know, SoCal. Let's see. You caught the shark at the cliffs, right? And then you caught all or most of those rays over at where it was more the riprap type rock, the bay. I mean, either of them are fun to watch you catch. Which place did you lose less gear at? Falcon says, my big bro loves fly fishing. Oh, okay, Falcon. Wherever you can use the forbidden work technique again, please do so. Caught a shark at the cliffs and nothing else. It's a gentleman's sport. I never got the hang of it. Yeah, I've watched people do it. I've never tried it. After watching people do it, I don't really want to try it. It looks like so much work. The payoff is nice when they hit on it, but all right, well, jigging this doesn't seem to be working. We got one fish on it like an hour ago doing that. Now it's doing nothing. Fly fishing is the most boring, dreadful way to fish. Throwing your line at fish you can see feels more like poaching than fishing. Yeah, that's I mean, that is a fair assessment, honestly. Shaded sharp, man, what a tease today fishing. Tried 3 spots, no bite. Get this as I'm packing up and ready to go, and then I see 6 to 8 pounders jumping in and out of the water. Go figure, right? That's just the way it goes sometimes, man. Enough to drive you crazy, though, for sure. I agree it's boring. Bro reckons it's closer to hunting. Yeah, kinda. I mean, it really is. Sight fishing like that, it could be fun. Like, the payoff is real good when it works. But it's a lot of work. This fish always makes bigger splash on the other side of the river. Got fish jumping right in front of us. I know you guys can't see anything. I need to go get lights if we're gonna do this. This is not the way to do it. It's no fun for you guys to fish with me if you can't see anything. Let's wrap this up. We'll go home and chat with Mia. I don't know if she's gonna actually want to go or not. There's some headlights over there. But I'm gonna pack this in, head home, chat with Mia, and we might possibly be back out sometime later this evening to do some night fishing. We'll see. Not from here though. We would probably be doing it from the river, I would imagine. Maybe go do some carp fishing down at Broadwater. Give me a sec here, guys. I'm gonna grab my backpack. I'm gonna put the Starlink back away in its box. It may or may not kill the signal. But if the stream dies, I'm probably just gonna let it die, and we will be back in a little bit, maybe, with Miyazaki. Otherwise, we'll see you probably on Thursday, guys. All right, I don't know if... Get in there. All right. Now I just need to grab the Starlink. It looks like it's stayed connected. Maybe. Oops. Sorry, I know you're staring at my light here. Let me switch my light around here. I can't see anything with this red light. Oh. Oh. There we go. I'll catch up, chat in a bit, too. All right, Shaded Sharp, have a good one. Such a good channel. Thanks, Falcon. We're hiking through the path here. Oh. Oh. There we go. Probably end up at the cliffs tomorrow. Seems like people enjoyed that. Yeah, the cliffs were cool. It was really pretty there. I know you lost a lot of rig in there though, so make sure you stop and get yourself some weights and some spare tackle. Wow, I'm surprised the old Starlink Mini's staying connected. Carlos, what is that? What is what? We're walking back towards the truck. Australian salmon will be running soon. Oh yeah? What kind of salmon do you... Is that like they're legit called Australian salmon? Or are they like Chinook or Coho, King? Cocky salmon and black back. Good eating, hot smoked. What the hell was that? All right, y'all might get to experience watching me get eaten by a and I keep hearing something. Got some creatures out there lurking in the night. Vampire. I don't know what the hell it was. I heard it back at the dock too. There's something out in the boonies there, out in the bushes. Chupacabra. That is a very real possibility. Used to catch 80 back when I was a pup, just spinning on the coast. Do we take a wrong turn here? I feel like the parking lot's over this way. But we took the long way around. I don't remember there being a park bench. Where am I? Abdullah, welcome. Left turn to Albuquerque. Let's hope not. And I think we're actually headed straight up my truck. So we did take a little bit of the long way around. I can't see anything out here. Oh, this rock is deep. Goblin in the lake, walking circles in bear country, usually a good thing, right? Thanks, Falcon. We'll try to. All right. Get some of this stuff unloaded. Nice truck rollage. It's not a bad truck. I got it for a real good deal. It was a truck I bought from an auction. It was a theft recovery. It had like 30,000 miles on it when somebody stole it. And apparently they didn't recover it for a substantial period of time. Whoever stole it had it for like 50,000 miles. And over the course of the 50,000 miles that they drove and owned it, they painted it. Oh, you guys can see this. They painted it like multiple different colors. It was originally silver. At some point they painted it blue. There's portions of it where they painted it red. And then eventually they painted it black, and then they got caught with it. And it went to the auction. Thank you, Josie. I will remember. But yeah, so it ended up, I ended up getting a really, really good deal on it because it was a theft recovery. And it was marked as a biohazard because they found a needle in it. So we got it for, I mean, it's like an $80,000 truck off the lot, and I got it for a little over 10. So we got it for a steal. It's just ugly to see. I don't know, it adds character, I guess. Yeah, it was a really good deal. Sorry, I'm blinding everybody. We're just packing crap back into the truck here. What's up, Diamond here? Welcome, welcome. Oh, he's gonna catch there's a bloody cold. It's funny. What are we doing? Just packing up. And a stream soon. Yeah, we're about done with the stream. I'm gonna go home and talk to Miyazaki and see if she maybe wants to go do a night stream somewhere. If so, we might go out and fish for a few more hours. Otherwise, I'll probably be live on Sunday. Excuse me, not Sunday, Thursday. I'm saying Sunday. So I think most of you guys have probably seen it. So that's what we're rolling around. It's a grocery cart that I strapped a bunch of chunks of PVC to with old cut up wiring that I took out of my house. That's what I use to carry all my fishing crap around when I'm bank fishing. It's not the greatest in the world, but it actually works out pretty well. It loads in the back of the truck and folds down. Super lightweight. Good to go.
you're probably gonna get some spinnies. In fact, I'm gonna disable Wi-Fi right now and go over to cell. Give me a sec. All right, I don't know if you guys can still hear and see me. You miss your old truck. I see you. All right, cool. All righty. Well, that was 3. That was an interesting day. We definitely caught bigger bass over from that spot. We had 3 bass today over 10 inches. Oh, hold on. I need to grab my keys. And I know by no means is a 10-inch plus bass a big bass. Like, I get that. But when I typically catch like 3 inches here all day, a 10-inch, a 13-inch, that's not a bad little bass. It was just like this. I got smashed into my green light. Somebody running red. I'm at fault. That's lame, shaded. Now I run a small 2014 VW Golf. Can't carry anything, but it was paid for by their claim. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely it's nice to own something outright. But, that definitely doesn't compare to a truck. I get so much use out of a truck. I haul so much crap around, whether it be in the back of it or, you know, by the trailer hitch. All right, let's switch around so you guys can see where we're going. Oh shit, I should leave the stream going for a little bit longer. Mia, if you're listening, we're coming. The stream is staying on. I need to fix those nightbot commands I was working on. I forgot about that. The get and set. They were partially working, but weren't spitting out. I don't have the back ticks or quotes or something around the variable right. Spitting out the variable name instead of what the variable references. So we're gonna go fix that. We'll chat with Mia about maybe going out night fishing center. But I completely forgot that I have to fix those still. Way better. Yeah, I agree. Come on, what? Carousel. 570, welcome. How you doing, buddy? I like vans because you don't have to worry about a tent. Falcon, that's actually a really good. I actually own the perfect fishing vehicle. I need to get some parts for it to fix it though. My hearse is actually. Will make such an excellent fishing vehicle. I can fit all the poles inside. I can fit tons of tackle. It's long enough, again, you can actually sleep inside of it. Oh, what the hell is that? Is that a cat? Y'all see that? That looked awfully poofy to be a cat. Did y'all see that? What the hell was that? Yeah, I have a 1975 Olds 98 Connor Bevington built hearse. Sleeping in that would definitely be a stream. Yeah, I haven't showed the stream my hearse yet. It's sad right now. I had parked it in long-term storage, or excuse me, that wasn't where it got smashed into. It got actually smashed into a second time when it was in long-term storage. But I parked it outside of a bar one night, and somebody ran off the road and smashed the front end of it while I was in the bar playing pool. So I ended up moving it to long-term storage, and then it got run into again in long-term storage. So I'm looking for a front clip. I just need bumper and bunch of pieces from the front end of the car. It's all cosmetic damage. But yeah, neat old car. I used it actually years and years ago. I did flooring installation, and man, I abused the crap out of that car, hauling around tile and laminate and underlayment and all my tools, and I love it. They're neat old cars. Was it a cat? Did you say hearse? Yeah, El Dabo. 1975 Oldsmobile. Olds 80. Excuse me, Olds 98. Olds 80? Olds 98. Connor Bevington built hearse. It's a 98, not 88. The 88 was the Delta 88. That's what I had in high school. We gotta stream the hearse. That'll be interesting. Yeah, I really need to resurrect that. I've been on the lookout years for a parts car for it. Unfortunately, that era of cars, a lot of them got smashed. There was a lot of value in the steel and all the, the scrap from them. And the ones that survive, a lot of people want, they think it's a classic car now, and they want, $20,000 for one, even, in beat up condition. Not realizing it's really not worth that. People don't collect 1975 Oldsmobile 98s. But I need to find one out of a junkyard or something that I can tear the whole front clip off of, rob a whole bunch of parts from it. Cool little car though. They have a big block motor in them, 455 Rocket. Back in the day, they used to use them as ambulance/hearse combos because a lot of smaller towns didn't have a separate budget for hearses, for the funeral homes. So they basically just use their ambulance. So they're built for speed. They're neat old cars. Why are you driving on the wrong side of the road? Yeah, we're on the right side of the road, which is not the wrong side. You love George Washington. All right, Falcon. Yeah, I could show you guys the hearse. It's just sad to look at because the whole front clip of it's torn off right now. Until I find a parts car. It is really, though, if you guys have never seen or been close to one of the old hearses, you wouldn't understand why I say it's the perfect fishing vehicle, but I'll show you guys. We can wander over there. Solid work car. Oh god, it was an excellent work car, and they actually, for having a big old, a big block in it, they get surprising gas mileage. Let me throw my headlamp on here. I ended up buying it. We actually, a buddy of mine, between us, we have three hearses. 1974 Olds 98, and the 1975 Olds 98. And then we also own a 1947 Cadillac hearse. Hold on, let me turn the light on here. There we go. Now we'll wander out here. Show you my car graveyard. I know this has nothing to do with fishing, you guys. Sorry, I know we got kind of off on a tangent here. But we can visit my car graveyard here for a second. We have as our first contestant here. I drove this in high school a little bit after. It used to be my grandpa's. I traded my truck for his truck. 1973 GMC Custom Deluxe. She needs some work. The clutch is out in it. I left it. I gave it to my brother for a while, and he kind of demolished it. He broke a window, so he swapped the door out from my other truck. And it's just, yeah. So that's mine. Then we have the proper door that belongs on this truck. He put on this truck. And this one's it's like an 84 Chevy half ton square body. Falcon, yeah, we're in Montana. Here's my baby though. This is, again, it's sad. I hate seeing it like this. We need to get a parts car and fix it. They smashed right into the damn front of it. But yes, this is my 1975 Olds 98 Cotner Bevington hearse. She's a little scary looking, but this is gonna be my fishing rig one of these days. Let me give you guys a peek inside. It's all original. Again, the paint on it sucks. It was originally a blue color. It's been sitting out in the field for years. So we have some of my old flooring supplies in here still. Let me get a better view. But yeah, we can fit lots of gear in here. It's old. It needs a bath, but it'll clean up real nice. How many coffins you think it's seen? Well, it had about 30,000 miles on it when I got it. It was in service since it was brand new. It was in service for almost 25 years. So she's seen a fair number of funerals. And I have the ultimate, if you guys haven't seen this yet. So check this out. Oops, let me move. Dang it. There we go. Can you think of a better license plate for a hearse? And what makes it even funny is it's expired, but it's also permanent registration. So the plate is mine forever. But yeah, she's rough. I need to revive this little girl. You gotta love it. Y'all don't know what this is. This is called a Landau bar. Or Alright, we're back. I don't know. I think it was broken and maybe you guys couldn't see me. We're back, yep. I don't know where it cut out for you guys. Sorry about that. I'm headed in. I'm gonna mess with Nightbot for a few here and try and fix these broken commands. Dave James, what motor's in it? It's a 455 Rocket, big block. Oh, it cut out at the Landau bars? Dang. So you guys didn't get to see the front seat in it. Oh, there's Mr. Squisherton. Mr. Squisherton. Are you gonna squishy? Look at this cat. You gonna do it? You good boy. Mr. Squishy Squish. Oh. Looks like somebody's dinner's getting cold. Miyazaki. Oh, there we got Sassmaster 3000. These two are so cute. I need to make them their own YouTube channel. Swear to God, people would watch these cats, I'm pretty sure. Mr. Squisherton. Squishy guy. Rip DoorDash. Squishy guy. Come here, buddy. Come here, buddy. Yeah, these are just some stray cats that we started feeding. They sleep in my basement during the winter. Mr. Squisherton. See this cat? He squishies on everything. Wood, concrete, doesn't matter. Wow. Squishy guy.
Hi, you are currently being recorded.
Oh, that's a good boy. That's a good boy. Sammy's kneading. He just does it everywhere. When he's happy, he's squishy. 15? Yeah, I don't have quite that many. I have lots of them though, Dan. I had 12 at one time. I always tell people one is one too many, like kids, but I'm a sucker. I see a fuzzy, cute animal, and I can't help it. At least cats take care of themselves for the most part. Well, we're gonna, I don't know, Mia might be sleeping. But we're gonna head inside and try and fix these Nightbot commands, and then we will maybe go back out fishing somewhere. No, she's sleeping. Buddy, it's time for bed. You have school tomorrow. Did we catch any more? One last, I don't, did you see the last? Buddy, stop, please. Where's the? We caught one last largemouth right as the sun was going down, but I don't know if you were there for that one or not, Dave. All right, but bear with me for a few minutes here, guys. I'm just working on Nightbot commands. I mean, yeah, crap. What did I do with my phone? Oh, let me just join it on that computer. Good live, bro. Thanks, Rough Rider. Glad you enjoyed it. We had fun. Caught a bunch of fish. I'm surprised we didn't get in any perch or pumpkinseed, though. Night, mate. All right, Dave James. Thanks for swigging through, buddy. Give me just a sec, guys. Let me go tuck the kiddo into bed. Alright, I'm back, guys. So, let me go through here and test. So we have get, welcome back, Brett. Doing dollar signs, it's not. I'll let the cats in January, February. Yeah, these ones we just, I kind of leave the door cracked for the basement. They come and go as they please. Okay, so it's not that it's spitting the value back wrong, it's saving the value wrong. So let me see what's wrong with the save command. So it's literally storing the, okay, so it's the set record that's wrong. Set catches, word up value. Doesn't make sense. Rough Rider, I love carp fishing. Carp is one of my favorite species to target. I've had 2 snapping turtles before on Dollarama butterflies and that. Oh yeah? So you net them. That's fun. I don't like catching them on hooks. You're not allowed to release carp here, you gotta kill them. What kind of carp though? There's lots of different kinds of carp. Common carp? Or one of the Asian species of carp? Wow, why is that so slow? I thought I'd... No? So again, guys, I'm just running through testing some of these commands that I added.
was wrong with the set? No work, we just drew up your first concept for a t-shirt, posted it to your red deck. That's funny. Alright, so it works when I set it through the API. Butterfly type. Successfully set target to V. So what am I doing wrong in the command? Set catches. Oh, wait a second. We're setting it to value equals V. Aha, hold on. I think I know what it is. R equals backtick. Backtick. We're missing the closing bracket here. Beautiful content, fam. Good night. Timecast. Thanks to Triggy. Always appreciate you swinging through. What's your thoughts on South Bend rods? I scored new one at a garage sale, brand new. I mean, for $10, you can't go wrong. I've never heard of South Bend rods though, shaded. Oh wait, I just did that on the wrong one. Dang it. Maybe I didn't. Hold on. Set catches. Invalid or unexpected token. Okay, so I have query string equals R equals. Oh, that's what it is. Set target to undefined. Alright. We're not getting anywhere. Give me a sec. I'm gonna go grab a soda, guys.
Hey JRT, welcome guys. Sorry, we're done fishing. I'm working on nightbot commands for the channel right now. I had to leave the live going to be able to test some of these. So the live's gonna run for a little bit longer while I figure out what is wrong with these commands here. Nice. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter who the maker is. If it feels nice and it was cheap and it's something you'll use, then that's a score. Old Dabo going back out. No, Mia, she fell asleep. I'm working on these test commands. We'll do another stream tomorrow or Thursday. We're just trying to fix these commands right now. Big caster though, I wish it didn't. Oh, okay, shaded. So we're setting. Damien, go to sleep, buddy.
clarity string or query? Query, not query string. Is that what I'm doing wrong? Am I being... Alright, El Dabo. Thanks for swinging through. Decent action. Yeah, it was a good night. We'll have a more action-packed live the next time we bring the boat out. The pond fishing streams are kind of just a fun, goofy time. It's still not right. I know it's not. Up errors. Alright, this should do it. I think we got it. Dot set. I'm out as well. Alright, Shane Sharp. Gotta get my daughter to bed. Have a great night, Rod, and chat. If you go back out, I'll try tuning in. Hey, there we go. That looks promising. Thanks for hanging out, Shaded. There we go. That works. Okay, so let me see. Now let's reference that to... All right, that works. Great job on the catches today, by the way. Thanks, Shaded. All right, we got one of them working. So now I just need to do that same. Finished work, now bailed 30 minutes early. Cool walk home now, boom. Nice, it's me. I'm glad you escaped work. We're done fishing. I'm just fixing these Nightbot commands that I had wrote that weren't working quite right. Seems like you had a good day out today. I'm gonna go spin for pike tomorrow afternoon shift.
Nice. Yeah, I wish you luck, man. We had a good night. We caught a bunch of fish. Pike fishing sounds so much funner, though. I'm jelly. Go get a big one. If you get some, post them on my community page. I want to see them. Alright, so we need set location. Already had a 6-pound little one, had to have been attacked, so big mama's in the house, I think. Nice. 6 pounds, a good size, but yeah, if you're seeing bites on it, there might be something even bigger around there. Okay, so that's the location. Now we need a set water body. What happened to the number 2? Can't use a... Largent Bend Pond, near Montana. Alright, so for whatever reason it doesn't like number 2 when I use it, but that's fine. So now let's change the where that we normally use to location. Hey Lucifer, how you doing, man? We're done fishing. I'm just adding or fixing some Nightbot commands. Nice. Okay, so that one's working. So we have catches working, we have location. Error. Add check. Cows cancel notification when I got up, so I figured I'd give you a like and say hi. Thanks, Lucifer. Appreciate you swinging through. I saw the notification that says you were alive, not canceled. No, we fished. The stream's been going for almost 8 hours. Just fucking with you. Thanks, Josie. Appreciate that. What's up, 420? Alright, so we need, what is... Nope, we didn't end up with any yellow bullheads or the yellow perch. Just a bunch of bluegill and a few decent largemouth. We actually caught one over a pound, which is pretty decent for that pond. All right, so set target. We need to go to. Josie, I got home. She's sleeping already. So now I'm fixing these commands. Yeah, no, unfortunately, she fell asleep. So I'm gonna fix the commands and then we're gonna end the live. I will probably be live again on Thursday. Target. Bluegill. So now we're going to alias that to target. Alright, so now instead of having to type get target, we should just be able to type dot target. Yeah, there's a cooldown on it, so it'll only work once every 10 seconds, so people don't accidentally spam it. I just changed the join. That one's now going to be called Squad. Well, I'll let you get to it then. I got a few people came on to say hi and thumbs up. Have a great night, and thanks again for you and me coming to the live tank. It means a lot. Happy to join you, Josie. I'm glad you were able to get your stream live and that you caught some stuff. It was fun. Get some rest. I'm gonna finish up here and then I'm gonna get some food. One more bong rip, I'll get going. Jordan on. Well, blow the old fish whistle with you there, buddy. Nope, to my guy smoking exhale. Okay. Alright, so I've created a help mod command. So these are mod only commands. Wait, we need set location catches. Hold on. Set catches X. Sense. Set catches, X species 1, X species 2, X species 3, set water body name, set location, city, state, set target species, species 1, species 2, species 3. Okay, that makes sense. I think we're good.
me create one more. .help dash member. What else was there? Link. Oh. Alright, so help is for anybody. Anybody can use the help command, and anybody can use any of the commands that come from help. Bait, caught, record, species, squad, target, where, it's got a 10-second cooldown on it. So again, anybody can use any of those commands that are just from the .help. So then if you have .help members, somebody has to at least be a member of the channel. Or no, it's help member, not members. Dang it. So these are member-only commands. And then we have help mod. And these are modder-only commands. 420, you're not a member, so you can't use that one. All it doesn't really actually work. What it does is it's supposed to spit out your channel name, a link to it, but it doesn't work for people on mobile. That link isn't clickable, so it's not really that useful of a command. No, I hear you. But so you can use any of the, because you're not a member, you're not a mod, you're limited to any or all of the ones that are listed in the .help. So you can see what the target is today by typing .target. You can see what the location is where we're streaming from by typing where. So anything that's in this help menu, everybody in the room can use. And then I've added a couple of commands that are members only. One of them isn't really useful. The other one is more, so this one is a members only command, the .stats. And that just tells you your channel stats if you're a streamer. Dang, almost 1890. Almost 1,900 subs. Man, we're closing in at 2K. Not too shabby.
wouldn't mind being a member. I'm just broke though. Don't feel obligated. Really, the only thing you would be getting is a dot stats command, which unless you're a streamer, you don't care about. Don't feel obligated. Everybody that's members, it's 99 cents a month. You're chipping in towards the Starlink money, mini. But yeah, so any of the members though can use that stats command for their channel. Redneck, type it, see what it says. Oh, good lord, that's right. You guys, Canadian money is not. That's crazy. That's $1.68 now. I remember when I was a kid, the conversion, it was much closer to $1. It was like $1.23 or something was $1 American. It's $1.68. You have 137 subs, 47,000 views, and 59 videos. Nice, Redneck. Damn Canada. Yeah, blame America, honestly. All right, so we Mark Clapper, you're having yourself a great night. Popped in after a long day to say hi. I'm headed to bed. All right, Mark, good to see you. Yeah, we had a good day fishing. I'm wrapping up. I had to fix some of these nightbot commands. Shaded Sharp, 30 subs, 23.9 on the views, and 9 videos. That's not bad. You're getting there. It's a good amount of views for 9 videos, man. You're getting close to that 50. Are you planning on doing live streaming when you get 50 subs? I know a lot of people aren't into streaming, but I think it's fun. I enjoy it. Hell yeah. Hell yeah to the stats, or hell yeah you're going to be doing some live streams? Or both. Live, okay. Well, if that's the case, I don't know if I'm subbed to you yet. Let me see. You just got yourself one more sub, Shaded. Redneck, I think I subbed to you. Oh shit, I don't sub to you yet, Redneck. I do now. Shaded Sharp, you gotta follow. Redneck, you gotta follow. Sent one gift membership. Live Outdoors. Thank you, Shaded Sharp. Appreciate the gift there, buddy. No, I like to support other streamers. I don't get to join their lives as often as I would like to, but I do try to hop through. When I see people live, I try and hop through and at least chat for a little bit and give you a thumbs up and see what the heck you're catching. I don't just stream. I love to watch other people's live streams as well. Scheduled 8:27, 6:30 a.m. I will probably be asleep when your stream starts, Redneck, but depending on how long you're streaming for, I will try and pop in. I love pike fishing. Cold Mountain Dew right now. Yeah, we don't have the the Mountain Dew that's been baking out in the sun all day. Alright, well I think that's all of the commands that I was trying to figure out. Now I just gotta remember the help commands. Y'all try and help me remember that. So we have help, help-member, and help-mod. And those are the... Now I gotta figure out a way to get Nightbot to periodically spit out the catch count. She's a little slow to respond, but it works. 3-pound goldeye, Nelson Reservoir. That's chunky. What else we got? Sorry, I'm just playing now. 57 pounds. Good God, Nelson Reservoir again. Well, I think we know where we need to be fishing. Nelson Reservoir. How the hell far is Nelson Reservoir? Got your red deck, I sub 2. Right on. Heck yeah, you guys. Support other streamers. That's insane fish, holy cow, right? That's chunky. I would love to. 40 inches, 57 pounds. Over a pound an inch. That's a long fish. I'll sub in a second. Right? Did I spell that wrong? Small. Oh, smallmouth buffalo. See, that's still nice. 42. Wait a second. What the hell is 2/8 inches? 42 and 2/8. 42 and a quarter? Did somebody not learn fractions? 42 and 2/8 inches. Weight 40 pounds. Nelson Reservoir. Alrighty, so that's 3 state records out of Nelson Reservoir.
The hell else? So that's 233 miles from me. 3 hours, 57-minute drive. The 2/8 inch, right? They're doing some redneck math there. Nelson Reservoir. Look at that. That's four state record fish out of Nelson Reservoir. Old records though. 5 pounds, 40 pounds, 50 pounds. What's the weather look like at Nelson Reservoir? I don't know if you can put your boat in there or not. I've never fished it. That's over by Fort Peck. Friday, wind looks 6 to 8 miles an hour. Saturday, 4 to 7 miles an hour. Sunday, a little bit more. So Friday, Saturday looks nice at Nelson Reservoir. Huh. That too. Dot. State record carp also comes out of Nelson Reservoir. So that's 5 different species now, and all 5 that I would love to catch. That would be my name, my carp, if I had a bigger net last year. It had to have been a 50-pound carp. I got it all the way to the shore and it would not fit in my net. Struggling trying to get its fat ass in my net, and the dimensions, the math wasn't mathing on it. It got away. It had to have been 50 pounds. It was like it looked like a what do you call it? A propane tank. Like basically the same dimensions as a propane tank. Road Trink Starlink in the boat sounds like a fun stream. I need to check and see if I can figure out what the water levels look like. 2 of the last 3 reservoirs that I've been to in the last month, they have dropped the water levels. One so low that they took the docks out completely. The boat ramp is completely unusable. Another one I could barely get my boat into. I had to put my exhaust was 3 inches under the water to get my boat in enough that I could force it off of my trailer. I didn't know if we were going to get the truck back out of the water after we put the boat in. So Nelson Reservoir is a maybe. Weather looks nice Friday and Saturday. It's a 4-hour drive, which is a bit of a trek, but if we're doing a 2-day trip, it might be doable. I don't know what the water level looks like. Yeah, I've never tried eating them 420. I've heard they are good, but they are one of the funnest freshwater fish I've ever had on the end of my line. They are so fun to pull in.
I've seen you catch species 1, that tiny bluegill. How many of the 13 fish? We only ended up with 2, Matt Erickson. We didn't have a very fruitful day. We caught 20 bluegill and 5 largemouth bass. That's it. We didn't get into the yellow bullhead. In fact, what was the... So if you type caught, this is a new command that we just added. And then if you type .target, you can see what the species are that we were trying to catch. So out of the 7 that we tried to catch, we only caught 2. But we did end up with 25 fish, so we had quite a few fish. Yeah, so there's 5 state records that come out of Nelson Reservoir. That's crazy. And 3 of the 5, almost 4 of the 5. Shit, all 5 out of 5 you could catch off a worm. 4 of the 5 you might be able to catch off a bread ball. That sounds like some bank fish in action there, honestly. Any good sized ones? Matt, they ranged anywhere from 3 inches-ish, 2.5 inches, up to the biggest we caught was about 13 or 13 and a half? 13 and a half inches? It was like 1.1 pounds. Decent little. We had 3 of them that were over 10 inches. 2 of them were just itty bitties. But the bluegill, no, we're all itty bitty. They don't get big. 5-6 inches is as big as the bluegill get in that pond. Favorite fish to catch is catfish, to be honest, but noodling catfish is fun too. Fun to watch. You would never catch my ass sticking my hand, my arm into deep, dark crevices under the water, especially in waters like that where y'all have crocs and alligators and poisonous snakes. Oh. Y'all, you do you. I'll watch from a distance, but I don't need none of that. Nelson Reservoir does sound fun. It's right by Fort Peck too, I think. We'll think about that. That's crazy. 5 records out of one water body. But there are, so let's do this. Let's do I know this one comes at Fort Peck. You've pulled snakes out before. So there's number 1 out of Fort Peck. Chinook salmon, 32.65 pounds, 38 inches. That's a nice salmon. That was just caught too. Last year, 8/8 to 2024. Jim Foff. And I think coho might come out of there as well. Yeah, that one's also Fort Peck. Coho, 25.5. Oh, I thought they got, so it's the Chinooks that get really big here. Coho salmon, that's not, I mean, that's 5 pound, almost a 5 pound salmon is nothing to shake a stick at. That's a nice salmon, but not no 30 pounder. 1973, so that's over 50 years old. Fort Peck Reservoir, face of dam. So that'd be below the dam? Face of dam. Need to fish for salmon, they beat pike any day. Matt, I've only ever caught salmon as a bycatch while fishing for trout. I've never actually caught any when I tried fishing for a salmon. But all I've caught is kokanee salmon. There you go. There's a trout, 33.1 pounds, 38 inches. And yeah, that David Thompson Bridge, that's also over by Fort Peck. Some of the biggest fish in Montana are produced in eastern Montana. Lots of the biggest fish. I think this is another one that comes out of Peck. Yes, Fort Peck Ghost Coulee. 29.5-inch freshwater drum, 21.59 pounds. That's a 22-year-old record. Very strange. I'm not used to seeing you know, not on the water with a fishing pole. Bear, yeah, we're just, I was fixing some nightbot commands. We fished earlier. Sorry, I don't mean to keep the live stream running when I'm not fishing. I know you guys aren't here to stare at my ugly mug. You want to see some fish. But I added some new commands tonight that weren't working, or added them yesterday. They weren't working in tonight's stream, so I had to leave the stream running so I could fix the nightbot commands. So I don't even know what this fish is, but it's also... This is, I think, record number 4 that comes out of Fort Peck Dredge Cuts. What is a rainbow smelt? 0.8 pounds, 7 inches? Thanks, Kelly. Brookie tastes better. I've never caught a brookie. And rainbow's not one of my favorites to eat. Tiny, yeah. Kind of like shiners, right? I don't know. I've never even... I didn't know it was a thing. I'm just looking at the fish list for Montana. There we go. There we go. Let's see what these are. Record sauger. Y'all ever caught a sauger before? They're same family of fish as yellow perch and walleye. I was trolling along and, you know, I subscribed to you, so I happened to see you light up. I figured, what the hell, he's out night fishing. Nope, just checking on you. Well, I appreciate you swinging through, Bear. We were gonna go night fishing. Mia was tired, she went to bed. So we finished the stream. We finished the fishing stream, and I'm just fixing nightbot commands. Now we're just looking at state record fish. Blue crab Nicky smelts are here in Maine. Okay. Yeah, I've heard of smelt, just not specifically rainbow smelt. I thought smelt was just smelt, but apparently it's a whole group of fish. So that's sauger. That's number 5 or 6 that comes out of Fort Peck. And no, I didn't spell it. Saugai is a hybrid between a walleye and a sauger. Ah, shit. Alright, I'm out of here, you guys. Have a great night. See you probably tomorrow or whenever you're out again. I always get the notice. Alright, thanks, Bear. Have a good one, buddy. Thanks for swinging through. We'll see you on the next one. Yeah, they're like shiners, almost same color too. Oh, okay. There we go. 15.66 pound saugai. Fort Peck Reservoir, Squaw Creek. So that's number 6 or 7. I'm trying to look up some others. off the other stream I didn't recognize. So you have to type this very specific name, the full name, the proper name. I haven't fixed it so it does like a fuzzy match, a partial match yet. So type .species and it'll send you, Nightbot will send a link that if you're on your phone, it's not going to work. But if you're on a tablet or a computer, if you type .species, it'll send you a link to a website you can click on that shows all 69 species here in Montana. Not the scientific name, just the proper name. So again, smelt is not going to match rainbow smelt. You have to type, if it's called a rainbow smelt, you have to type rainbow smelt. Pike is not going to match northern pike. You have to type in northern pike. So it's just very specific. The species list, so when I type this, error, try again. So when I type this in, it's got a link that takes you to api.vox.io/species. That's the API that I created. That if you click on that link or type it into your browser, api.vox.io/species, it'll show you a list of all of the Montana species that this record functionality will look up. It's too long. I wanted to have .species spit out in chat all of the species that you guys can look up, but it's like 1,200 characters, and each message can only be 200 characters, so it would take 6 Nightbot messages to spit out the whole species list. So I think the better thing to do, in the meantime, I've given you guys a way to look at the species list. At some point I'm going to add, it's called fuzzy matching. So if you type in pike, it'll be like, oh, did you mean northern pike? And it'll show you the results of a northern pike. And if you type in smelt, it'll be like, oh, did you mean rainbow smelt? And it'll give you, so to make it a little easier for you guys to look up while we're streaming, I haven't got to that yet. You're welcome. Anyways, you guys, we're done. I've tested the commands I wanted to test. We'll think about maybe a Nelson Reservoir stream. That could be interesting. It's one of those, that's 5 species that almost all of them might eat worms, almost all of them might eat bread balls. So that's a lot of, and they're all quite large species. We could have a fun stream there, just doing bottom fishing with worms and bread balls. But I think Nelson Reservoir does also have lots of other fish species in it that we could also, if I did end up bringing my boat, we could go troll around and look for. Anyways, guys, it was a pleasure having y'all come along and fish with me tonight. Thanks for joining me. Always happy to have your company. But we will probably be live again Thursday for, it's not going to be a marathon stream. I do have to work, but we'll probably be live for a little bit of a pond or a local river or something. We'll do probably a 4 to 6 hour stream. And then either Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, or potentially multiple of those days, we'll take the Starlink to go to a local or a more remote lake or reservoir or river. We'll find somewhere fun to go fish. Peace, dude. Working sucks. It does. It's me. I'm glad you're home. Have a good night, you guys. Have a good day. We'll see you on the next one.